Okay, so I'm creating the sample data right now. So the prompt, okay, this is just the prompt. So I just copied the product model. After copying the product model, then you have to write the prompt. Okay, given this product model, generate 10 different clothing products, and description should be at least 70 words. And for the JSON field, meaning these fields that we have over here, sizes, colors, and image URLs, there should be list of sizes, colors, and image URLs. The response should be Postman JSON payload. Okay, so as for us to get this list. Okay, so what we're going to do, we are going to put this outside, and let's have these two side by side like that. Okay, so our first product, the price, the description, the featured here unisex is Demini jeans. Let's go ahead and put it to man. We just need to change it a little bit. Okay, so rating can be anything. So let's give it a rating of 4.2 or 4.3. Category, pants, it can be jeans. Brand, you can choose anything for now. Then for colors, we're just going to get this array and we're going to paste it over here. Sizes, we do the same. Image URLs, that's where we do have an issue though. So what I'm going to do for image URLs, I'm just going to copy the URLs that we have here. So you can go ahead and find the correct image. Okay, the correct images. So that's going to be our first product. We're going to save and add another one. So this is the process. So you can do the same. So probably I'm not going to do all this in a video. I was just showing you how to do it. So the prompt is here. You can copy if you want. If you have your own data, then you can go ahead. But since I've shown you, the next thing that I'm going to do is to just go ahead and try to run a GET request on the product that I've inputted, and then I'll go ahead and put all the products, right? Then we can go ahead and start working on our Flutter side since we are done with the core of our application. Okay, so here what we have to do, let's just go ahead and come back to this part. So here we want to get products where we are testing our REST API, right? So this is the product that we just uploaded. The category is equals to 1. So here, if we say that's supposed to be products by categories, right? So products, let's check the endpoint. by category, then we have to provide the category. So our category is 1 by type. Is it by type or by category? By type, not type. By type, we can do the same. We can try to, we can have our type. Is it type? By type, let's see. What do we have over here? Close type, okay. So the one that we created was for man. So that's what we need to do by type. Then close type is equals to men. Okay. We're missing one thing. Requests. So let's go ahead, go back to our backend. Huh? Positional argument requests. Where is it missing? This is a little bit odd. Okay, so we need to change this from lists to API view. Okay, that was my bad, my mistake. So let's try to run it again. Okay, 4.5 not allowed. Products close type men. It's supposed to be get, not get query. Okay, so that is working fine. By type is working. So now we can go ahead and test by category, try to filter by category, right? So our category is 1. So products. Let's check the URLs. My brains are a little bit tired, so I might be way slower. Okay, so here, products by category, not products by category, yes. So category. So we need the URL, category, products by category. Okay. So over here, it's supposed to be category. Category. And here it's supposed to be category as well. And our category is 1. Okay. So let's just press enter. Okay. So we do have our product here. So far so good. Everything is working fine. So I'm going to input more data so that our application can have a little bit more, and then we can continue to do things in our front end. get started with hooks, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a hooks folder. We want to handle categories first, right? So inside of categories, you create a hooks folder, and inside of that folder, you create another folder, call it results. And in results, we're going to create another file. We're going to create a file, and we're going to call it categories results. So this file that we're creating is a class that contains the results that we're going to get from our hook. So here we're going to create a class. The class should have a name. So we're going to call it fetch categories. So here we're going to have final list categories. And we're going to call it categories over here. So we need to import the categories model. After importing the categories model, we're going to have another value. So we need to create a constructor a little bit later. So we're going to have is loading. So if our data is loading, no, not final is loading, final boolean is loading. If our data is loading, this is the value that we are going to use. And down at the bottom, final string, this is going to be a nullable string, and we're going to call it error. If we do have an error, this is the value that we're going to be taking a look at. And down at the bottom, we're going to require a void callback. That's supposed to be a void callback, and we're going to call it refetch. So refetch, we're going to use it to fetch data manually. So let's say we have a change and we need to refetch the data. We are going to be using this void callback. Okay, so let's just import material. And here, let's create a constructor for final fields. Okay, like that. So we are done with creating our class. Next thing, we need to create the models. So here, we need to create a new file in hooks, and we're going to call it fetch underscore categories. So these are going to be the categories that we're going to show inside of CO, right? So first, what we're going to need is to create not a class per se, but we need to mention the return type, which is fetch categories. And we need to give our hook a name, because now we're creating a hook. So here we're going to be fetching categories. So in here, we need to manage the state. Whenever we get the data using a hook, we need to store the data somewhere before we return it, right? So we're going to have final categories is equals to use state. So here we need to put the data type that we're going to expect in our categories value. So it's supposed to be a list. It's supposed to be list categories, and we're going to initialize it as an empty list. Let's go ahead and close it so we don't have an error. So down at the bottom, we need to be able to mutate the state of our is loading value. So we're going to use state as well. And our value here, we don't need to mention it before, but if you put a boolean inside, then it will know that this is a boolean. So if we have over here, it's a list of categories, right? And down at the bottom, we're going to have final error. And here, our error use state, and then the data type is going to be a nullable string. and we can initialize it as now. Okay, so let's just close it. Down at the bottom, now that's where we are going to create the function to fetch the data, right? So to fetch the data, we need to have a future void. So nothing is going to be returned here. And the name of the function is going to be fetch data. And we have to make this asynchronous since we're going to be communicating with our API. And at the top, we have to change the state of its loading. So is loading.value is equals to true. Now this signifies that our data is loading. So we'll be showing a shimmer in our page. And down at the bottom, we need a try catch block. Let's just say try catch. So in our try, the first thing that we're going to require is a URI. URL is equals to, we need to specify the URL over here. So it's supposed to be URI.parse. So first we need to access our environment. After accessing our environment, we need to get the we need to get the app base URL. Okay, once we get the app base URL, now we need to go ahead and specify the endpoint. So our endpoint is supposed to be API/products and then categories. Like that. So let's just go ahead and close it. Down at the bottom, final response. Now we want to make a call to our REST API. So the results that we're going to get, we're going to store them in this response value that we just created. We're going to await for the data, and we need to make an HTTP call. Okay, so we don't have HTTP imported on top, so we need to import HTTP is HTTP. So this one is going to be a GET request and is going to require a URL. We already have a URL here, so that's all that we need to do. So after getting the results, we need to check if our response.status is equals to 200. That's supposed to be status code is equals to 200. Then we need to go ahead and do something that's processing the data. So we need to store the data that we get from our REST API after we convert it to categories.value, which is the value that we do have right here on top, right? So to process the data, we're going to call the method which is inside of our model. So if we visit our model, we have this method that we're going to use to process the data. So it takes in a string. So our string is going to be not responsible. It's supposed to be response.body. So our body is a string. So that's the string that we're going to pass. Once we process it, then we're going to store the list of processed data inside of categories.value. So if we have an error, we're going to say error.value is equals to e.toString. Okay. And after catch, we need to add finally. So after everything has been run, we need to go ahead and set is loading to false. Okay. So that's it for our function. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead, call the function, and to create our refetch function as well. So here to call the function, we're going to use effect. So use effect will run whenever we open the widget. Okay. So let's say we open a page. The first thing that's going to be run is the use effect. So whenever the use effect is ran, is going to call this function. Okay, and this function will do its work, setting the data to the correct values, and is going to return the data. Okay, so let's just finish on our what do you call it, on our use effect first. So in use effect, we're going to call fetch data. After fetching the data, we need to just return. So down at the bottom, we need to create the refetch function. So it's going to be a void function with the name refetch. So in refetch, what we need to do, we need to set is loading to true. Dot value is equals to true. After we set the value to true, we need to fetch the data. Okay. We don't need to set is loading to false here in our refetch function. Why? Because whenever we run this function, the fetch data function, we are going to eventually set this value to false. Okay. So that's all that we need to do. We still have an error. So the error is being caused by, this is just because we don't have the return. Okay, so here we're going to have a return value, and our return value is going to be fetch categories. So we need to specify the data. So here our categories are coming from categories.value, and is loading is coming from is loading.value, and the error is coming from is loading.value as well. Okay, so we need to just go ahead and just close it here, and then that's our first hook. Okay, so we need to create another hook to get this data. Okay, because this is to get all categories. If we press this, we're going to be getting all categories. We are going to use this, and to get home categories, we need to create another hook, and we're going to call it fetch home categories, and it has to be a .dot file. So the easier way, we can just copy everything from the hook that we created, paste it in here. After pasting, we need to change the name to fetch home categories, and we need to change the endpoint. So the endpoint is supposed to be /home over here. So that's all that we need to do. Okay, so next up is to hook the hook to the correct widgets, and then we can run some tests. We need to hook the hooks. We need to use the hooks in our widgets and in our pages. So the first page is going to be the one that we category page, category screen. Let's see, categories page. Okay. So to hook hooks, the first thing that we need to do, we need to change this from a stateless widget to a hook widget. And we need to import Flutter Hooks. And in here, inside of our build context, we need to have a final results. This is the class that we created inside of our hooks folder, is equals to not fetch category, fetch categories. We need to change the name to the name of one of our hooks. So going back to hooks, fetch home categories, we need to change the name to home categories here. Okay, so that we won't have a conflict. Final categories is equals to results. So now we're accessing results and we're retrieving categories. We need to do the same for isLoading. Final isLoading is equals to results.isLoading. Final error is equals to results dot error. Okay, so we need to have a condition. If is loading, then we're going to return a we can return not a progress indicator. We don't want a progress indicator. So what we can do over here, we can just return, we're going to just have a scaffold. We're going to give it a body. In our body, we're going to have our list schema like that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close that, and let's add const over here. So down here, these categories, they have to be these categories, not the ones coming from our constants. So if we click, these ones are coming from over here in it. So we need to get rid of constants, and everything else remains the same. So let's say we go to our categories page, our data has loaded, and this is the categories that we created: caps, sneakers, jackets, dresses, t-shirts, pants. Okay, so we're done with that part. Next, what we are going to do is to go to our home, with not page but widgets, categories lists. In our categories list, we're going to do the same, change the stateless widget to a hook widget. After changing, now we need to have our results. We need to call our hook. So we can just come over here, get these 4 lines of code, because they're always going to be the same. The name of the hook is going to change to fetch home categories. Let's go ahead, import. After importing, then we don't have an error anymore. So if the data is loading, then we're going to return category schema. It's supposed to be category. Let's see whether we do have it. So we have to visit common widgets schema. That's supposed to be category schema. Categories schema. Okay, that's the widget that we want to return over here. Let's close it and let's just import it. Okay, so we need to just restart our application because we just changed the widget type from a stateless widget to a hook widget. Okay, so we've loaded our data here. This data is coming from our backend. So here our data is mutating. So far so good, everything is going well. So next, let's go ahead and try to get the data related to each and every category. Okay, the products related to each and every category. So that should be inside of the category page. Okay, so if we click over here, we only have a title, but we don't have a body, right? So our body, it should be not a list view, but it should be the same as explore. We have products. We have to visit products, widgets, explore products. Is going to be the same as this one over here. Okay, so what we can do, we can just copy everything from padding to padding. Okay, go to category page, paste, and then have our imports. So I'm just going to import the constants first, the constant data, and then we can deal with our data in a little bit. We also need this line, our access token. Let's put it on top. Let's import storage, import screen utils, and let's import our login bottom sheet. Okay. So we need to add a little bit of padding as well. Instead of 2, let's push it to 12. Okay, like that. That will do. So we need to have the correct data over here. This is, we can extract the widget, and we can say category products by category. Let's move this to a new file. Let's have a widgets folder. Inside of our widgets folder, that's where we're going to move the file. After we move the file, we need to get rid of the unused imports, category lists, not category lists, category page. We need to move this to our widget. And let's get rid of this inside of our constructor. And let's move this. Let's just import storage, and our array is gone. And from over here, we need to remove this. Okay, so let's just go ahead, add consts. So everything else remains the same, but the heavy lifting is in here because we need to change this to a hook widget, and then we can call our hook in here. So we don't have the hook as yet, but that's something that we're going to do in a little bit. If it's loading, then we're going to return not the list schema, but we're going to return the list schema, not categories list schema. So let's import the list schema over here. So we need to create a hook to get the products by category. So this area is going to be there up until we created the hook. Okay, so that's something that we're going to do next. Well, let's go ahead and create the hook. Okay, so in here, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it fetch. It's supposed to be products by category. And it's supposed to be a dot file. The name is long, but that's okay. So we can just come to one of our hooks, copy everything, paste it inside of our new file. And inside of results, we need to create a new file, and we can say a category products results dot. Okay, like that. So we can just copy the class that we already created. Let's change the name a little bit. It's a typo. Paste the class. And so here is going to be products. Fetch product. So here is supposed to be a list of products. Let's change this to products. Oh, okay, so the reason why we do have an error, these names has to be the same. Okay, so that's it. We are done creating this. So this is the type that we want to return whenever we are going to call this hook. So here we need to change this, and down here we need to change. So this needs to change to products. This as well. So no, here supposed to be products. Products from. Let's change this to products. And this one over here, we change it to products as well. Products dots. And we need to import our fetch products. So the next thing that we need to do is to change the name. Products by category. And we need to change the endpoint. Okay. So if we take a look, filter. So that should be our endpoint. This should be our endpoint. Okay. And it should have like a query. Okay. So I'm just going to copy the endpoint over here. Go back to our Flutter application, and I'm going to replace this part. Okay, so this is going to be our category. We need to push it whenever we call the hook. Category ID. We need to remove interpolation. So that's all. These are the changes that we need to make to the hook. Let's save the hook, copy the name. After copying the name, we need to go to our widget. In our widget, we need to change this. We need to import. After importing, here it's supposed to be products. And let's just change this to products as well. So we need to access where we are storing the data related to the category that we're in and get the ID of that particular of that particular category. Okay, so if we take a look, category, not widgets, controllers, category notifier, we do have our ID. Okay, so here we're going to access contexts.read, and we want to read our category notifier. And from there, we're going to get the ID. Okay, so the same thing that happened next time is the same thing that happened this time, the same error. And so let's go ahead and see whether we can have a successful load. Yeah, okay. We don't have anything here. That means we do have an error somehow. So let's visit our backend. 201. Okay. Let's check results products. That's okay. It might be data related somehow. It might be data related. So going back here, we can just go ahead. Whenever we call the function, we want to print each string. And now is not of subtype double. Okay, so let's go to our product model. Price, rating. This ratings here. Okay, that might be the issue. So if we go back to our backend models, here it's written rating, not ratings. So if we change this to ratings, then we need to go ahead and make migrations. So let's stop the server. And Python manage.py, make migrations. Noise. And here the name of our application is call. So we do have a change in our rating, from rating to ratings. The type is going to remain the same, and here we just need to press enter, and after that we just need to not make migrations, but to migrate. That's not migration. Let's see. The name of the application, let's just check. Migrate. Okay, so this should be it. Let's see. It's supposed to be migrate, and then here is call, not migration. So this was my mistake. So we are done with that part. So let's spin up the server again so that we can check whether we can run into an error or not. But if we go to our backend, where is the backend? It should be running somewhere over here. And refresh, go to products. The field should be renamed to ratings. Okay. So if we go back to our front end and try to get the products, now we do have the products, but we do have an error over here because these images are not okay. That's human yoga pants, women yoga pants. So I'm going to change the image and then we can continue, but we might have the different data. Okay. In most probably we do have different data. So let's go ahead and try to visit yoga pants, replace the images, save. Okay. Coming back to our application. Here, pants. Okay, we have the same image though. I'll deal with the images in a little bit, but for now, it's the basic thing that we need to do is to make sure that we are retrieving the products. Okay. Okay, so far so good. We are retrieving products. In caps, we don't have even anything. And if we go to categories, okay, it works the same. So we are done with fetching products related to our categories and fetching our categories. So now the main focus is to go ahead and fetch the products related to for our homepage, because we need all popular unisex men and women, then kids. Okay, we need to be able to fetch these products without any problem. So let's go ahead and remove whatever we were printing over there. So our error was coming from our backend. So either way, you can either change the name in the backend or just change the name in your model so that it can fit the data that it is receiving. Okay, so there are two ways to go about it. we need to get our products. So to get our products, what we need to do is a little bit unorthodox, but that's the best way to go about it. Probably the best way to go about it. Okay, so here we need to visit products control product controller. That's not supposed to be even product controller. It's supposed to be the controller that's storing the query type here, right? Let's see. What was the name? It's supposed to be in the home page, controllers, home tab controller. Okay. So we're going to be using the query type to get our all products, right? So the first thing that we need is to go ahead and create a hook that we're going to use to fetch these products. So we can either create it in home or we can create it in products. Since our widget is here, we can create it inside of products. So let's just create a new folder and we're going to call it hooks, and a new file. Let's call it fetch products, fetch underscore products dot like that. Okay. So here we can just copy one of the hooks that we worked on and then make some changes to it. So I'm just going to copy fetch categories. After copying the hook, come to our fetch products, paste the code. After pasting the code here, we need to return fetch products. Let's change the name first from fetch categories to fetch products. And let's go ahead and change the return type to fetch products. Let's go ahead. Is it product or products? This is invalid. Okay, invalid in the sense that we had two different names. Let's see. If we come to hook results, category product. So it's supposed to be fetch product, not fetch products. So we just change the name and then we're going to import. So here we're going to be returning products. And here it's supposed to be products. And at the top, instead of list categories, we are going to require products over here. Let's change this to products. After changing to products, we need to change this to products as well. So whenever you're processing the data, we are going to use products from JSON. Then the main, like the core of this hook is going to be when it comes to our URLs, because each and every time that we move on to any of our new tabs, we have to send the correct URL to our backend so that we can retrieve the data. Okay, so we'll take care of that in a little bit. Let's see whether we still have any minor changes that we need to make. Nope. Okay, so let's jump into it. So first we need to go ahead and create this value right outside. Okay, let's close it. And in here, what we are going to do, we are going to have a switch statement. Okay, so let's leave it like this. And here, when we're calling this hook, we're supposed to pass query type. It's supposed to be query type. And I'm just going to call it query type over here with a capital letter TP. Okay, so in our switch statement, we're going to pass the query type. So case query type dot all, we're supposed to do something. So if you are returning all products, then our URL is supposed to be URI dot parse, and here we need to specify the URL, right? So let's have a string, and in here we're going to have our environment, access our environment, get our app-based URL. After our app-based URL, we're going to require the endpoint, which is API/products. So that's our first case, and which is also going to be our, we can remove the default over here. So we're going to have our next case. So our next case, we're going to go with popular. Okay. So if it is popular, here we're supposed to get popular products. Our next case, now this is a different case. It's supposed to be unisex. If it is unisex, we have to get products by type. Let's say by type. Is it by type? Okay, so we have to just revisit our backend. In our backend, we need to go to URLs by type. Yes. So if you visit the view, okay, we are returning a list of 20 products. Okay, so this is the one that we want, and we should have a query parameter. So that's correct. Query type is not, let's see. And by type, then we're just going to go ahead and have our param over here, clothes type is equals to, here we need to access the query type, and then we're going to get the name of that query type. Okay, that's the one that we're going to send. So case men, okay, it's going to be the same as well. In case women, it's going to be the same. Case kids is going to be the same. So these are our URLs, the URLs that we're going to be switching over. Okay, so this is all that we need to do in here. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and hook this to this particular widget. Okay, so this widget is inside of our products, widgets, explore products. So we need to go ahead and call our hook in here. So let's go ahead and close most of this stuff. Open the one that we want to work on. Views. I'm just going to copy this inside of products by category. Go back to the explore products, and we need to paste the code in here. So here, our hook name is supposed to be fetch products. We need to import provider. So if you're importing provider here, it's a different case. We are going to be watching changes which are inside of not this page per se, inside of this home tab notifier. Okay. So here we have to consume home tab notifier, and the value that we are going to be looking at is going to be query type. Literally, like here, we're not going to read, we're going to watch for the changes. Let's get rid of this part. So everything else remains the same. We need to get rid of the constants, and if loading, then we need to do something. We need to go ahead and return a list schema. So for the list schema, you can change it a little bit to the way that you want it to appear. That's all up to you. Okay. So, okay, our widget is not a hook widget. That's why we do have the error. So we need to change this to hook widget. Import. Let's go ahead and run this again. After running it again, we need to go ahead and take care of some few things. Okay. So let's take, for instance, we just returned an empty. Okay, this is a little bit odd. It's a little bit odd. Okay, we don't need a scaffold over here. Let's go ahead and just, instead of returning a scaffold, what we should do, we should return padding. This should be a child. And padding takes padding. So here it's supposed to be edge inserts dot here that's symmetric. We need to manipulate the horizontal part. So we are going to give it a 12. So let's get rid of the constant from over here, and we can add constant on our list schema. Okay, so I think this way it would work without any problem. Okay. So here you see we have quite a little bit of more products. If we click on popular, that should change. We should trigger change. Okay. Okay, we should trigger changes. So we have a little bit more to do. Okay, so for our first section, we're getting the correct data with no problem. But if we click on the next one, we are not getting the right data because our data is not reloading whenever we go to popular. So our data should reload each and every time that we move on to the new tab. So that's something that we should take care of. Okay, so since we need to set refetch, we need to send refetch to this particular widget, right? So whenever there is a change, we need to go ahead and run refetch, okay? Or whenever we set this query type, a new query type, we need to refetch the data, okay? Make the necessary changes. So we need to visit our home tab notifier. Inside of our home tab notifier, right at the top, we need to have a void function. And we're going to call it a refetch. And we need to create a setter to set the function. So we're going to have a function, void function. So we're going to set refetch. So set refetch is going to require a function. I'm going to call the function R, and here refetch is equals to R, and then we don't need to do anything. So the first time that we're going to open this page, we're going to push refetch to our notifier, right? To our home tab notifier. So whenever there is a change, we are going to go ahead and run refetch. So in the first case, we are not going to run refetch, but we should. Let's see. So we just run refetch here. If it doesn't cause an error on the first one, that would be okay. But if it does, then we need to do something about it. But this is the way that we are going to do it. Okay. And so here we can just go ahead and have our notify listener. So back to our Explore products, right? So here we need to have final refetch is equals to results dot refetch. Okay, let's close that, and down at the bottom we are going to go ahead and push refetch to our home tab notifier. So in order to do that, we just need to go ahead and access our contexts and then read, and we're going to read home tab notifier, and then we're going to set refetch. So here refetch is going to be a refetch like that. And so let's go ahead and restart our application and see whether we can have a successful run without any problem. Okay, so we have our products. Nothing yet. So let's see. We have to debug. So first we're going to print refetch set refetch is being set, but the problem is I don't know whether it's being ran or not. So what we can do is to go back to our fetch products. In here, we can say, we can print okay, so it's not running the function, so there's a problem somewhere. Let's see. Okay, so we're not hitting it. We're not hitting it when we change. Like I figured out, but probably we need to make a few adjustments. So we just need to remove this. We need to remove it first, and we need to go to our home tab notifier. We need to remove this. We don't need all this. This is a bunch of code that we're not going to use. And remove all the refresh that we put in here, right? You remove them all. Everything that's related to refresh, you can just remove. You go to your explore. This one, you can as well remove it since we're not going to use it. So there's only one change that we need to make. You need to go to, is it fetch products instead of fetch product? So in our use effect, we're supposed to run use effect if there's a change in the index of our query type. Okay. So if there's a change in query type dot index, then we are going to run this function again. Okay. We're going to run fetch data again. So let's take for example here with everything set. If we go to popular, then our data is going to change. We have a few items. So if we take a look here, 4.7, 4.3, 4.1, 4.5, 8, 4.4, then this is like what, 4.5. Okay. So unisex, we have a few products. Even the one with the rating of 1 over here, it's under unisex. And if we go here to men's, we have a list of products as well. Women, we have a few products. Kids, we only have one product. Okay, so that's all that we need to do to get our products. So now if we click here, everything should be set. Let's see, Chuck Taylor's. Yes, we are just pushing the data and everything is okay. So our main focus in our product page is going to be to pull the data related to similar products, and then we can go ahead and work on how we are going to add to cart, add favorites, and so forth. But view more, everything is working fine. We don't need to make more changes. For images, you can go ahead and play around with them, put more images so that the application can appear alive. But for now, I'm just going to do it like this, probably change images in a little bit because it takes a little bit of time to gather around images of different products and stuff. Okay. So this is it for fetching these products that we have over here. We are searching them we're getting different products each and every time, and this list is randomized. So let's take, for example, we go back to unisex. We have Adidas over here, right, as our first product. If we go back, Adidas is going to be our first as well, but it can shuffle each and every time. Women, Adidas. So we're getting a different set of data each and every time that we visit. So let's say we do have like a bunch of data, whole lots of products. So it just allows no products to be seen. Like each and every product has a possibility to be seen. Unlike if we just set our data as just static to just get 20 products, 20 products, be it 20 latest products. That has a downside because some products won't get to be seen. But if you can just randomize the data, then we have a possibility that some products, not some, all the products have a possibility to be shown on a home page. Okay, so that's it for the home page. Probably after getting similar products, we can go ahead and handle our search. After our search, then we can go to some other stuff, probably wish list. Then we move on to our cart. But for now, this is it. So the changes that we've made, we just made a change here. So you just have to remove const, add query type.index. So query type.index is the one that we're going to use to refresh the data. Okay. So this is it. So here we are going to add a little bit of code as well in our Explore products, because we have a possibility that, okay, if there's no data, we need to show something. Okay, so if there's no data, let's take, for example, over here, we're supposed to say products dot length, not length, products is empty. If product is empty, then we're going to display something. So what we're going to display is a padding. Inside of a padding, we're going to pass padding. So here we're going to have edge inserts dot, not symmetric. Oh, okay. Here we're going to give it a value of 25. And let's give our padding a child, and our child is going to be an image. So our image is supposed to be an asset image. So images dot asset. It's supposed to be image dot asset here. So we need to specify the path where we're getting the image. So our image is going to come from our resources. So we need to import our resources class. After importing our resources class, we're going to just show the empty, the image that represents that there is no data. So let's give it a height. So for the height, we're going to go with screenutils dot screen height multiplied by 0.3. Okay, like that. So this is it. This is all that we need to do. So we can do the same, return this image when we don't have products in a particular category, like this category here. We don't have anything, right? So if we go to category page, let's go to this product. So we can do the same. Let's see. Nope. It's supposed to be products dot length, not dot length. I don't know why I'm going with dot length is empty. Then we're going to have, let's put a center widget, and our center widget is going to return a child, and the child has to be an image, but we need to alter it a little bit, but it's best if we display it first and make the changes. Okay, so let's import over here. Okay, it looks good. It looks good. Okay, so this is what we're going to display if we don't have anything. Pens, we do have something, so we are not displaying the empty widget. So we can just extract. Do we need to? We can extract and we can call it empty widget. And let's move this to a file. So it should be in common widgets. We already have one, but anyways, let's just move it there. Okay, so let's just close all since we are done. Next, we're going to be focusing on our product page, right? So inside of our product page, the product screen, the one that we're focusing on is going to be, nope, similar products. We already created a widget, so this is the widget that we need to make changes to, okay? And fetch our similar products. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to change this to hook widget. After changing to hook widget, we need to create the hook itself. So we don't have the hook. So coming to hooks, we can create a new hook and we can say fetch similar. It's supposed to be similar over here. And it has to be a .dot file, right? So for our hook, what we have to do, I'm just going to go to categories and just take this hook and paste the code in here. After pasting the code here, the return type is supposed to be fetch product with 1p. And we're supposed to return products. Same as our variable here has to be products. Here it has to be products. And over here it has to be products from JSON. That means this has to change to the products model. So for changes, that's all that we need to do. Then we need to change the endpoint. So coming back to our backend, which is this one over here, we need to go to URLs. So here we're just going to, this is going to be recommendations. Okay, for recommendations, it's going to require a category. Okay. Okay. Yes. That's it. That's it. Recommendations, and here we are going to say a category. In our category, we have to get our category here. So let's put this as an integer. Let's say category ID. Category ID, that's the one that we're going to push over here. $sign category ID. Okay, so we are going to code this inside of our similar products. So as we did before, explore products, we can just go ahead and copy this, whatever we have on top, go to similar, and then we're going to paste it over here. So instead of fetch products, we're going to fetch similar. We need to import provider here. It's supposed to read from product notifier. And from product notifier, we're going to access the product. And from the product, we're going to get the category. Okay, so this has to be nullable. And we can just read instead of watch. So everything else remains the same. We just need to, okay, if we need to have a condition that's supposed to be products dot is empty, then we're going to have an empty widget like that. And consts if it's loading. Oh, my bad. Then we're going to return our loading widget. Fetch in this one, we can just say center, then child. We can have a circular progress indicator for this one. Dot adaptive. Consts. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we have one similar product, 4 similar products, so everything is working fine. 3 similar products, and 1 similar product. 4. Okay, so this is okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. So next, what we can focus on is, let's see, we're done with this part, done with that part. Let's go ahead and focus on our search, design our search, and try to retrieve data from our backend as we just search. Okay. We want to work on our search. We have our view, and we need to create one more folder for our controllers. Supposed to be controllers. So in here we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it search notifier dart. Okay, so we need to create a class. The class name is going to be search notifier with change notifier. Okay, supposed to be change over here, change notifier. So first we're going to have a boolean is loading, and initially is going to be false, and we're going to create a getter. Okay, so here it's supposed to be bool get. This should be a private variable. Get is loading, then we're getting our private variable is loading. Okay, so down at the bottom, we need to create a setter. Okay, and we need to create a list of products where we're going to store our results. That's supposed to be lists, and the type should be product. Is it product? Products, and we're going to call them results, and we're going to initialize it as an empty list over here. So let's go ahead and import the product model, and down at the bottom we need a getter. Okay, so for a getter, it's going to be the same list products get results from the private variable, and we need a setter. Okay, so a setter is going to take a set of results and is going to store that set of results inside of the results, and we're going to use the getter to get the results. Okay, whenever there is a change here, then we're going to notify our UI that there is a change inside of our list. Okay, so here we need to create a function to clear the lists, and we need to also create a string with the name current query, and we're going to initialize it as an empty string, and we need a setter. Okay, so the setter is going to take in a string, and this string we're going to set it to our current query. Okay, and here we're going to have notify listener as well. We're going to have a listener. So let's go ahead. Down at the bottom, we need to set the key. So we need a search key. So we're going to have a string. It's supposed to be string search key. So our search key initially is going to be an empty list. And down at the bottom, let's initialize it as a private variable. We need to create a getter, and we need to also create a setter. Okay, so for a setter, we are just going to require a string. That string, we're going to set it into a private variable, and we need to notify listener. So here, what I can tell from this is going to be, okay, so here we can say it's a little bit tricky. We just, let's see. It's supposed to be set search key. So we might need to remove one of these. We might need to remove this. But anywho, we'll see how it goes. But for now we need to go ahead and create a function that we're going to use to get our data. Okay, so it's going to be a void search function. Let's just give it a name, search function, so that we won't have any confusion, and it's going to be asynchronous. And over here we are going to require a string, and our string is going to, the string that we're going to take in is going to be the search key. Okay, so in here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and set is loading to true. Let's see. And this might not be it. We can say is equals to true. Let's just create it as a set loading. Okay, we change the name to set loading so that here we can just pass true. And down at the bottom, we're going to require our URL. So we're going to say URL is equals to, we need to access our environment. That's supposed to be, okay, this is a little bit off, URI.parse. And here, that's where we need our environment. Like that. So it's supposed to be environment dot API base URL and base URL. And we're going to access API. The endpoint is supposed to be API products. Search, if I'm not mistaken, we have to make sure that we have the correct endpoint. So here, our query is going to be Q, and our Q is going to be the search key. So let's go ahead and close it. Down at the bottom, we're going to require a try. So in our try, we're going to have our response. So var response is equals to await http.get. Okay, so here we're going to we're going to pass the URL. So we don't have HTTP imported. We have to import it right at the top. So here it's supposed to be HTTP. Okay. HTTP. Okay, we are forced to just write the whole thing. TP. HTTP is HTTP. Okay, so our error is gone. Now we need to go ahead and handle our response. Okay, so if response.status code is equals to 200, then we need to do something. So here status code is equals to 200. We need to go ahead and process our data. So we're going to say var data is equals to the products from JSON. And here we pass the response.body. And down here, we're going to supposed to be set results. Let's see. This function, set results. Okay, so that's the function that we're going to call over here, set results, and we're going to push the data. So after this is done, then we're going to set loading to false. So if we do have an error, then we need to have it to string. Okay, so here we need to create another string variable. Okay. Okay. Let's copy one of these and paste it here. Let's say error. Set error. So this one Let's make it now. Alternatively, if you're getting here, then we can get an empty string, okay? So we're going to set error. So when setting error, we are pushing it to string. And let's go ahead and close this. Let's remove interpolation over here. So that's our function, okay? But before, we need to set is loading to false. If we do have an error, we need to just set is loading to false. So this is our search notifier. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and get to our main.dart. In our main.dart, we need to hook our search notifier over there, okay? So that's all that we need to do. Now we need to focus on the page itself because we don't have anything. So coming to the page, first we have our air bar. So our air bar, we need to have leading. This should be leading if I'm not mistaken. So our leading has to be a back button. Okay, so let's see. Okay, that's okay. So in our air back button, we have on tap. So we need to make a few adjustments over here. So we need to access our context.read. We need to clear our search results. So here we need to consume search notifier. Let's import search notifier. After importing search notifier, we need to go ahead and, oh, not clear. Is it clear? Let's see. Okay, let's give it a name, clear results. Let's go ahead and close it over here. We clear results first, and then we go back. Okay, so it's supposed to be context.pop. Okay, let's see whether we are popping or we are getting back to the home page. So since we've used, okay, that would work because we put pop while we're inside the navigator, so we have nowhere to, we don't have like an address to go back to. Okay, so far so good. We don't have an error, so we need to design our page a little bit. So first we need to give our a bar a title. Okay, so that's supposed to be after the the deleting. Okay, so we're going to use a reusable text widget. So we need the text. So our text is going to come from app text dot. Okay, we need to import app text, and we are going to use case search. So here, style, we need to give it a, let's give it a 15 or 16. It can be either one of the two. So we need to access the colors. From colors, we're going to go with K primary. And for the font weight, we're going to go with bold. Okay, let's save that. So here we do have our search. Okay, so still in our app bar, we need to add the, what do you call it? The 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 search field. The search field. Okay, so the search field, we have to add a bottom to our add bar. Okay. So down here, we have to add bottom. So our bottom checks in preferred, that's supposed to be preferred size. Preferred size widget. In preferred size, and preferred size checks in size. Checks in preferred size, and our preferred size is going to be size from height, size dot from height, and we have to give it a height of 50 over here. 50.h. Let's import screen utils, and the reason why we do have an error over there is because we don't have a child. Okay, so inside of our preferred size, we need to add a child, and our child is going to be a padding widget. So padding, text padding. So as for padding, we're going to be using edge inserts dot o. Let's give it a padding of 14. And let's go ahead and give it a child over here. So our child, we're going to use our email text field. So our email text field takes in, what do we call it? It takes in a controller. If you're using a text field, we need a controller. So that means we need to convert this widget to a stateful widget. After converting to a stateful widget, we're going to have a final controller, text editing controller. Text editing controller, and we're going to call it, let's call it search controller. Like that is equals to text editing controller. And let's go ahead and close it. So this controller is the one that we want to assign to our email texts. So here we're going to require a radius, and we're going to give it a radius of 30. After giving it a radius, we need to go ahead and give it a hint text. So as for the hint text, we are going to say, we're going to access app text dot case search. Okay, like that, but we can make a change here. Okay, search hint, and we say search for products for latest fashion. Okay, something like that. Going back to our screen, so we need to map this to hint. Okay, so we still need to add a few more parameters. So here we need a prefix icon. So for a prefix icon, we're going to use a gesture detector. So gesture detector, we're going to go with on tap. On tap, we are supposed to do something. This is where we are supposed to run our query. Okay, our query. Let's give our gesture detector a child, and the child is supposed to be an icon. So for icon, we're going to go with nDesign dot search. Okay, so it's going to be like that. That's all that we need to do. Let's add cons over here. And let's change the color to K primary. Like that. Okay, so if we hit this, then we're supposed to search, right? So what we can do over here, we have to access our context dot read, and we need to mention the the notifier that we're consuming, which is the search notifier. And from the search notifier, we are going to go ahead and just run the search function, but the search functions requires a key. Okay, so our key is going to be the text that we're getting from the controller, like that. So in here we have to run a condition. We have to put a condition if search dot is not empty. That's when we are going to run this. Yeah, okay, else we are going to do nothing. So for now, let's say we do have, let's put else, and let's print something over here. Okay, the search key is empty. So this is the condition, like we don't have anything, so we are not going to run this function if the search controller is empty. Okay, so now after the error, we have to go ahead and deal with our body. So for our body, we're going to first repeat in a consumer. So our consumer is consuming search notifier, or it's supposed to be search notifier. And here we have to give it a name, search notifier with a small letter s. And for starters, let's just go ahead and return a container, and then we can come back and deal with whatever we need to put in here. Okay, need to handle our return widget properly. So first we're going to have a padding. It's supposed to be padding over here. So padding takes in padding. So in our padding, we're going to have agencies.symmetric. We need horizontal. So our horizontal has to be 14. 14.w. And we need a child. So our child is going to be a list view. A list view takes in children. So first we're going to have a condition. So here we're going to have search results dot search notifier dot results is not empty. Yeah, okay. If it is not empty, then we are going to go ahead and display a row. So in this row, we need to have main axis alignment. That's where we're going to display a text that shows the last query that we made. Okay. The last query that we made. So just by thinking, we need to get rid of some stuff, space between. So first, let's just fix this children. So as for our children, we're going to use our reusable text widget. And for the text, is going to be search results. Okay. So if it's results, we can just come here and say search results here. Let's add a string results. Okay, so we're going to put this as our string here. So it's supposed to be app text dot search results. So for the app style, we're going to give it a 13 as size, and we're going to give it a color. So it's supposed to be K primary. As for the font weight, we're going to go with W600. Okay, so that's going to be our fixed text. Then we need another text widget down at the bottom. Okay. So this one has to be a little bit different. So here, coming back to our search notifier, right? There are some values that we need to get rid of. Current query, we need to get rid of it. The key, we are getting it from arguments here. So we need to go ahead and just run this. And we push our query here. Okay. So this is our row. Then we're going to say, okay, either way, we're going to return sizebox.shrink if we don't have results here. So we don't show the results text. Okay, so for instance, if we go now, there's nothing shown. But if we do have results, we're going to show this. But the text that we're going to show here is a little bit different. We have to access our notifier, and from our notifier, we are going to get the search key. Okay, so that's going to be our first widget. So we're done with it. So let's close it. Let's add a comma here first. Down at the bottom, we need to do something else. So first, we're going to add a size box, and our size box, let's give it a 10. Let's remove const. And here it's supposed to be search notifier dot results dot is not empty. So if it is not empty, then we're going to return a staggered grid view. Okay, so what we can do, we can visit even similar products. We need to copy this particular code up until this point. So from line 35 to 57. And that's the one that I'm going to paste over here. Alternatively, we are going to return an empty screen widget, of which the empty screen widget is within our given widgets. Okay, so if we come over here, we go to common widgets. Empty screen is over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and close that. First, we need to make necessary imports. So here, instead of products, we're going to access our search results, search notifier dot results. So it's going to be the same at the bottom as well. Then we need to import our stagger tile widget, and at the top we need to have our string access token. We could have done it. Okay, either way, access token is equals to storage dot get string, and the string that we're getting is the access token. So if we have the access token, we can go ahead and handle our wish lists, like to add or to remove. But if we don't, then we need to return the login bottom sheet. Okay, so this is all for our search page. So what we're going to do now, we don't have anything as yet, so we are returning the empty screen. So here we can say Adidas and run a search. Okay. Nothing is happening, so we need to figure out what's going on. Product results. Okay, it might be the function itself. So back to a bar search notifier. So let's go back to our backend and see whether we're pushing we're hitting the right endpoint or not. So over here, we need to go to URLs, search, queue. Okay, our error is here, 500. So let's see what we did wrong. If we can able to rectify it, then we can rectify. Then we can move on. Let's take a look. Cannot resolve title I contain. Oof. Supposed to be underscore over here. Some minor. Supposed to be underscore. So let's go ahead and try to, okay, without any problem. So if you see, we have our query over here, the last query. Okay, so if we go back, come back, it's empty. So if you say converse, that's supposed to be converse search, we have our results. If we click, we go to our page, go back, same. So everything is working with our search. So let's just go back. So we are done with search. The error that we encountered in our backend, make sure that if you're saving, you just save and then you push the changes to your GitHub. Okay, and so here, when you're pushing changes, the one thing that I forgot to notice, you need to add a git ignore file. You don't need to send anything to your GitHub. So these files should be ignored. So what I'm going to do, even the VNV, the environment has to be ignored. What I'm going to do, I'm going to package this with our code, the first code that you are going to get. The ignore file is going to be in the backend as well. So you can just copy the ignore file, put it inside your code. It has to be outside. Okay, so here we have our commands, git ignore, and then our main file, and then everything else. And if you don't want to push your database, since we're using SQLite, if you don't want to push your database, you have to add it as well to your git ignore file. But I'm going to push everything. I'm going to push the database because I need to keep the track of it. And one other thing, if you opt to use any other database which are not SQLite, you just need to come over here and change the database settings. So that's a little bit easy. Even if you go on ChatGPT, they will show you how to enter the variables, like for the username, the password, for MySQL or Postgres. Okay, so you can use MySQL or Postgres when you're working with with Django. Those are the relationship. The relational databases are the most suitable. If you try to go with Django, then that's probably a nightmare. I wouldn't advise you to do that. So if you're sticking with Django, then probably the right way to go is to go with a relational database, right? And if you're using something like Node Express or TypeScript, Node Express, then to go with a non-SQL database, that would be okay. But for Django, the SQL database, that's the best option that you can get, and it's even easier to work with SQL database since Django is prepared in a way that their ORM handles relational database without any problem. Okay, so that's all for our search. Let's see what we can work on next. So next, probably what we're going to do is to focus on our favorites. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is to put in a little bit of work when it comes to our backend, because we need to store the wish list in our backend. We need to store our wish list, and then we can go ahead and work on some other stuff. So back into it. So now we need to work on our wish list, right? We need to work on our wish list. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go back to our backend. So this is our backend. So in our backend, what we need to do, we need to stop the server first. After stopping the server, let's just close everything from here. Okay. We need to open commands. So in commands, we are going to copy line 11, okay? Because we need to create a new application, okay? So this app, we are going to call it wishlist, like that. Okay, so we have a new app created. So the first thing that we're going to do in our application is to create urls.py. That's supposed to be urls.py. And let's go ahead and create our serializers. Serializers.py. Okay, so we have our two files, and now we need to go ahead and create models, right? So for models, this model is going to be a little bit smaller than before. So first, we need to import user from auth model, and we need to import a product model from our core application. Okay. So here from Django, it's supposed to be Django dot contrib, and not, it's supposed to be contrib dot auth. It's supposed to be auth dot models, and we are going to import user, and from core. Okay, so it's supposed to be core dot models. We're going to import product model. Okay, so we have to create our class, our model. So our model name is going to be wishlist, and it's going to be a subset of our model. So here we can just capitalize wishlist. So here it's supposed to be models dot models, and we need to now enter our fields. So the first field is going to be product. It's supposed to be product over here. Product is equals to models dot foreign key. So our foreign key is going to be coming from the products, and then on delete, then we're going to just delete the favorites that's related to the product. So if a product is deleted, and then the favorites that are related to that particular product are going to be deleted as well. So models dot cascade over here. So that's the first. Next, we're going to have our user ID. So our user ID is a foreign key as well. So models dot foreign key. So here we're going to use our user. This is the model that we imported from contrib.auth.models. Okay, on Cascade, we're going to delete it as well. So let's go ahead and create a method to return our data representation. So str so on return, we need to format the data that we need to send back. Okay, so the way that we're going to format, we're going to format it this way so that we can have our username and the product title. Okay, so we're going to call format, and after we call format, we need to enter the fields. Okay, so it's supposed to be self.user_id.username, user ID dot username is supposed to be username, and the next one is going to be self.product.title. Okay, so that's it for our model. Okay, so after we're done creating our model, the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and register our model in our admin. Okay, so to register, the first thing that we need to do, we need to import models from our app. So from our app, we're going to import models, and down at the bottom, admin.site dot register, and we have to specify the model that we are registering. So it's supposed to be models dot wishlist. Okay, like that. So we are done with registering our model. Next, let's go ahead and try to work on our serializers. Last, we are going to work on our views. So going to serializers. So from serializer, on serializers, in serializers, we have to import something from REST API, REST framework, not REST API. We're going to go ahead and import serializers. And down at the bottom, we're going to say from wish lists, which is the application. So we can say from import models. And from, do we even need a user? We don't need a user in this instance because we just don't need a user. Okay. That's a product serializer. We already have it. Okay, so we're going to create a serializer. So as we said before, a serializer is used to convert a Django complex data into a readable data. For instance, we are converting our data to JSON. Okay, so we're going to create a, what do we call it, a subclass of serializers.model. So we're going to call it serializers wishlist serializers, and is going to take in serializers.model serializer. So this one is quite different from the one that we created before. So first we're going to have our ID. We just need to deconstruct the product data. Okay, so we're going to say serializers dot read only. So here we need to specify the source of the data. All right, it's supposed to be source and our source is going to be product.id. Product.id. Okay, so if we take a look at our models, we do have product, so we're accessing this product and we're getting the ID. Okay, so that's what we're going to do for most of our keys. So here we can just go to core models and we open it side by side because we want the product model. So we're going to have a title, we're going to have description, we're going to have is featured. So basically what we're doing, we just need to return the product data. Okay, rating, category, brand, okay, let's copy this, copy some few more fields, colors, because the reason why we're doing this is so that we won't have to create more models in our front end. And at the same time, we just want to process data once. If they're products, despite that they're coming from a wish list. Okay, so if they're just products, we can just handle them as products. This one we don't have created it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of this part. So product dot created it, a product dot image URLs, sizes, colors, categories, ratings, clothes type is featured, description, title, like that. So down at the bottom, we need to create our metadata class. Okay, so we're going to create class meta. Okay, so here we have to specify the fields that we want to send. Okay, so here our model is supposed to be models dot no model is equals to models dot wishlist. Okay, fields not all per se, so we're just going to specify the fields that we have over here. So we're going to have an array, and this is the most tedious part. ID. After the ID, we're going to get the title. After the title, we're going to get the description. After the description, we're going to get is featured. So let's go ahead, close this. Close type. Ratings. After ratings, category. Let's have our colors, sizes, image URLs, and then created it. So that's it for our serializer. So here, let's just go ahead. Oh, we need to close that. So here we need to make migrations and then we migrate. Okay. Make migrations and we're migrating from wish lists. That's the name of the application, but we forgot one important thing. So as we create a new application, we need to go to our main app, right? Then we go to settings and we need to edit under apps. Okay. So that's important. So don't forget. So here is supposed to be wish list. Okay. So let's save that. So here we can go ahead and create migrations. So we've created model wish lists, right? So now we need to migrate. And hopefully we didn't make any error. Okay, so we've migrated our data, so our table. So the next thing that we can do is to run the server. After running the server, we need to go ahead and visit our admin dashboard, which is over here, and we need to refresh, and now we have wish list. So if you want to add something to the wish list, you have to specify the product and the user. Okay, so far so good. Next, we're going to focus on our views. After our views, then we can focus on our URLs. Then we can just go ahead and handle our data in our front end. To move on to our views. Our views, okay? So first we need to make the necessary imports. So let's just remove everything that we have. So first we are going to import from REST framework. We are going to import generic, okay? Generics and status, okay? Those are the two that we're going to import. And from REST framework dot response, we are going to import response. It's supposed to be response with a capital letter R. And then from REST frameworks dot views, we're going to import a PI view. Okay. Import. And this should be in all caps. And down at the bottom, we're going to require permissions. So from REST framework dot permissions, because we need to protect our routes, so we need to have permissions. We're going to import and that's supposed to be is authenticated. Okay, so the problem is here. Okay, so even if you say is authenticated, yeah, something like that. So if we take a look from permissions, we have is admin, is authenticated or read only. Okay, so here we're going to use is authenticated. And from our application, we're going to import models. That's the wishlist application. And we need serializers as well. Okay, like that. Those are all our imports. So first, we're going to create our first class, and our first class is going to be for getting our wish list. Yeah, okay. So here, this one is going to be a sub a subclass of the list view API view. Okay, so basically what we need to do is to return a list. Okay, so here down at the top we need a serializer class, and our serializer class is going to be not serializer class, but we are going to require to access our serializer, and we're going to access the wish list. Okay, after that we need permissions class is equals to, we are going to have is authenticated. So we need to create a method. So def is supposed to be def get query set. Get query set. So it's going to take in self, and before we return something, we need to go ahead and specify what kind of products should we return. Okay, so here we need to access our models, and from our models, that's not supposed to be, it's supposed to be wish list dot objects dot filter. Okay, so we're going to filter the products by the user ID. So here we're going to say the user ID should be equal to the self dot requests dot user. Okay, so that's all that we need to do to get our list. So now the next class that we need to create, or the next view that we need to create, is going to be to add and to remove from our wish list. Okay, so we're going to say, to give it a name, and we're going to call it toggle wish list, something like that. Okay, so if you're tagging wish list, we're going to, is going to be a subclass of the API view. So in here we're going to require our permissions first. After our permissions, okay, here we need a method. So it's supposed to be def, and it's supposed to be get, and our get is going to take in self and the request, since we need to retrieve the user. Okay, so here we're going to create a new variable where we're going to store the user ID. And let's say user ID is equals to requests dot user dot ID. Okay, so this is the user who made the call. Okay, and down at the bottom we're going to have a product ID, because since we are pushing something to our list, to our wish list, we need to have the product ID that we are pushing, right? So here we're going to also have product underscore ID. So for our ID is going to come from a request dot, we're going to say get, not get, it's query params. It's supposed to be query underscore params dot get ID. So here we're going to have a condition. If not user ID, user underscore ID, or not product ID, then down here we're just going to return a response. Okay, invalid requests, this one we'll deal with it a little bit later. So the message here is supposed to be invalid request, a user ID and product ID is required. It's supposed to be required over here. Okay, so we are done with that part. On our try, in our try, first we need to have product. So we need to find the product first, okay, to get the product. So here we need to access the models dot product dot, and here we're getting the product, is it? So we're going to say objects, and from the objects we want to get a product, and we have to get the product by ID. So the ID of the product that we're trying to get should be equal to the product ID. Okay, like that. So we need to have an exception. Oh, not exception. So here, if models dot product dot doesn't exist, okay, then we're going to send a request. Okay, so here what we can say is product not found, not found. That should be not a 400, but this should be a 404. So down at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and try to create a wish list item. Okay, it's supposed to be wish list item. So here we're going to either get or create. We're going to use get or create is equals to let's put created here. Nope. Wishlist item or created, either way, is equals to models dot wishlist dot objects dot get or create. Okay, so if you're getting or creating, we're going to require the fields. So here we're going to have our user ID is equals to the user ID that we have on top. Not user ID. So here we don't need to push the user ID. We need to push request.user. And for the product, we need to push the product that we have right here. Okay, so here, if we don't have anything, we're just going to push the product and the user so that we can create a new one. So it'll be created here, right? So we need to handle this condition if created, right? If it exists, like we've sent the product and the product, the same user has the same product inside of his wish list, then we have to delete it. Okay, so that's what we need to handle over here. So we're going to have a statement if created, then we're going to go ahead and return. Okay, so here we're going to return a response. So the message is product added to the wish list, and the status is going to be 201. So status.http underscore 201 underscore created. Else we are just going to delete. So the item that we're going to delete is the item that we find here when we run this get or create. If we find one, we're going to store it in this variable, and in our else we're going to delete the item that we found here. Okay, and just delete the item. And here we're just going to say product removed from the wish list, and we're going to return a 204. Okay, so these are our two views that we need to create inside of our wish list. The next thing that we're going to do is to create our URLs and hook our URLs to our main application, and then we can go back to our front end. Right now, we need to go and visit our URLs. So inside of our URLs, the first thing that we're going to import, not import, is from Django.URLs. We're going to import path. And from our wish list, we are going to import views. So here it's supposed to be from dot. We are going to import views. So here you can use wish list as well. So from wish lists, just mention the name of the application. Like, let's say from wish lists, import views. Both ways are okay. So I'm just going to use dot since we're in the application. So here we need to create a list of our URL patterns is equals to, so an empty array path. Our first path, we are going to have toggle. Okay. The toggle, that's add or remove. Okay. So let's add a comma, and here it's supposed to be views dot toggle wish list is view. Okay. Let's add a name, and then we can just say and remove from wish list. Something like that. Okay, from wish list. So now we need to create our next. Let's add a comma over here. Our next is going to be just me. Okay, so here we're going to say get wish lists. So here we're going to just get everything from our wish list. Okay, that's all that we need to do. So we're almost done. We need to go back to our backend folder. Inside of our backend folder, we need to visit APR, not, we need to visit URLs. And here we have to specify wish lists. It's supposed to be wish lists. API wish list, and here is supposed to be wishlist.urls. Wishlist.urls. So let's go ahead, add a comma over here. Add another comma so we don't have an error. So that is working perfectly fine. Okay. So we're going to run a few tests. Probably the best way that we can do it is to run some tests with our front end, because these are just calls. Okay. And if you're getting wish lists, we can just get everything, and from then we can see how we can handle our data. Okay. So right now, let's move on. We want to go ahead and hook our wish list, our wish list endpoints to our application. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a new widget that we're going to return over here. Okay. So going to our source wish lists, let's create a new folder, and let's call it widgets. Okay, inside of widgets, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it wishlist. Okay, wishlist list. It's a wish list. Okay, so let's just go ahead and create a stateless widget. Give it a name. Wishlists widget. Okay, that's utterly wrong. Widget, and here it has to be a hook widget. Let's go ahead and import material. After importing material, what we need to do, we need to go back to our wishlist screen. In our wishlist screen, we need to visit this screen that we have over here. So we're going to copy everything and go back to our wishlist widget. And let's just go ahead and save everything. Okay. So here we're going to have storage. Then we need to create a hook. Okay. We need to create a hook. Let's make necessary imports. This is going to be different. We don't return this here. We're going to return empty screen widget. Okay. Let's go ahead and add consts. After adding consts, we need a stagger grid view. We need our tile. Like that. Okay, we need screen utils as well. So let's just go ahead and import screen utils. So here, our task is to go ahead and create the hook that we're going to use to fetch the data. So in our wishlist folder, create a new folder, and we're going to call it hooks. In our hooks, we are going to have fetch wishlists, fetch wishlist file, and this file is a .dot file. So we can go ahead and open any of our hooks. Okay, let's just go ahead and open these similar products. Let's paste the code. So here we're going to be returning products as well. So take note, the model that we're using is going to be the same. Okay, but the endpoints are going to be different. So here it's supposed to be wish lists, and then me. Okay, like that. So here, instead of calling it fetch family similar, we're going to say fetch wish lists. And we don't require any arguments over here. So everything else remains the same. Okay. So we need to hook it to our widget. So we need to say fetch wish lists like that. Okay. So let's just go ahead and have to debug. Let's debug first. Our wish list is empty, so we just have to debug, okay, to see whether we're getting the correct response or not. So here we're going to have our response.status code, okay, like that. If we do have an error, we're going to print the error. That's supposed to be to string. So we need to hook the page. We didn't hook the pages yet, so that's something that we need to do. Over here, we need to hook wishlist widget. Okay. So if we go to wishlist, okay, 401. So we need to find out what's the problem, what's causing the 401. So let's go back to our widget, wishlist, API wishlist me. Okay, let's remove that. Try to revisit again. The 401. Okay, so the problem is we're supposed to send headers. When we send this, we're supposed to send headers because it requires us to be authenticated in order for us to get the correct data. Okay. So to do that, we need to add headers. So we've used headers somewhere when we were doing auth, getting the profile. The profile is it. So controllers, visit auth controllers, auth controller. Inside of auth controller, we're going to copy the headers from over here. Okay, going back to our fetch wish lists. When we're sending the requests, we should send with the headers as well, but we need the access token. So for our access token, we're getting it from our local storage. So we're going to have string access token is equals to storage dot get string, and the name of the string that we're going to get is access token. So let's just go ahead and close that. Okay, and now we're getting a 200 here. Okay, so that's good. So I'm going to add a product to our wish list. So what we have to do, go to our backend. Our backend is open somewhere. It should be open here. To our backend, just add a product and the user. Now that's going to be a little bit tricky. So we need to revisit our application and see which user is logged in. Dr. Dre. And let's save. Okay, so we have one product. So we should be able to get one product. If there's an error, that error is related to a serializer. So let's run the tests. Okay, we have nothing. So here, let's go ahead and debug. And that's supposed to be a dot to string. Let's see what kind of error are we getting. Print a response dot status code. A 500. Okay, so that's a bad request. Let's go back to our backend. So as I said before, it should be related to a serializer. Okay, so that's the problem that we have over here. So let's try to figure it out, and then we can go ahead and run our tests. Object of type category is not JSON serializable. Okay. Probably we do need to, let's see. Whether it's a foreign key or it's an integer. Oh, we have to visit our backend. It's a foreign key. Is it a foreign key? It's a foreign key, foreign key. We're in our backend. Let's go ahead, call models category. That's a foreign key. So wish lists, serializer, category. Okay, so here we have to go a little bit further. So that's supposed to be category.id. Okay, so let's see whether we have another foreign key or not. So we have to go to our models. Foreign key. Okay, so brand, we have to do the same as well. Do we even have a brand over here? We didn't put a brand, so a brand.id. Okay, so we need to push brands as well. Brand. Okay, not band, but brand. Let's see whether we can run into an error or not. 200. So now we have this error. Now is not of subtype double. Let's see. How many doubles do we have in our backend? We don't have a price as well. We don't have a price here. So we should add price. Let's add price, add a comma. Go back to our front end, run the test again. 200. Then we have our one product. Okay, so everything is working fine. So we just need to debug at some point if we do have errors to see where the error is coming from. So now what we need to do, we need to go ahead and configure how we are going to add products and to remove products from our wish list. So what we can do, we can create a new folder and we're going to call it controllers. It's supposed to be controllers over here. In our controllers, new file, it's supposed to be wish list notifier .dart. Okay, let's create the class. Give it a class name. Wishlist notifier with change notifier. Okay, so we need to just hook it up and then we can come back and work inside of our wishlist notifier. So for starters, we need to delete this product from our wish list. So going back, we need to just go ahead and delete. Yes. Okay, so we have nothing right now. So if we go back to our application and refresh, we have an empty wish list. Okay. And our wish list, what do we need to do? We need to go ahead and work inside of our wishlist notifier. So the first thing that we need to do in here, let's just go ahead and create a function to add and remove. Add, okay, that's supposed to be a void function. Void add remove wish list. So basically it's going to be asynchronous since we're going to be making an API call. And we are going to require an integer, and our integer is going to be an ID, which is the product ID. And we are also going to require a function to refresh the data after we are done when we're done deleting or when we're done adding, right? So here, right on top, we're going to have final string access token. Supposed to be access token is equals to storage.get get string, and we're getting the access token. Let's just say final over here so that we won't run into an error. So down at the bottom, we're going to have a try catch block. So we can just say try. So in our try, we're going to require the URI. So it's supposed to be your URL. URL is equals to URI.parse. And so in here, we need to access our base URL environment.base URL. After that, we need to access the endpoint, which is API, wishlist, and then toggle. Okay, after toggling, we're going to require an ID, which is the ID that we're getting from our arguments. Okay, so now we need to make our API call. So we're going to create a final variable over here with the name response. After we created the variable, we need to go ahead and await for an HTTP call to be made to our server. HTTP.get. It's supposed to be a get. Yes, it's supposed to be a get request. And in here, we're going to pass the URL. And we are also going to require headers. So for headers, we already have them in our fetch wish list. So we can just go ahead, copy, and we can paste them over here. So let's close this one. After closing, we need to import HTTP. So we're going to say import HTTP as HTTP. Like that, okay? So we need to process our data as soon as we get our response. So we're going to have an if statement. So if a response dot status code is equals to 200, not 200, but 201, then we need to do something. So over here, we're going to set the ID to a list in our local storage, and we're going to refresh data. Okay, so we're going to have an else if at the bottom. Else if, then we need to do something. If our response.status is equals to 401, then we need to go ahead and remove from local storage, and we're going to also refresh the data over here. Okay, if we do have an error, then we're going to let's create a string. So set error is going to take in a string, and we're going to call it E. Okay, so in here we're going to say error is equals to E, and we need to notify listeners. Okay, error is equals to E dot to string. So here, since we have our refetch, we do have our refetch. We're just going to refresh the data. The same as for this part when we are removing. Okay. So we need to call the function. So the function, we're going to call it from probably wherever we use the staggered tile widget. Okay, so if we go to our first we can go to products, explore products. So here, this is where we are handling our wish lists. Okay, so we just need to call context.read, and we need to mention the consumer that we're the provider that we're consuming, which is wishlist notifier. And here we need to go ahead and add to wishlist. So we need to pass the ID. So the ID is supposed to be product.id, and refetch. Since we are in this page, we don't need to refetch. So what we're going to do, we're going to just use an empty function. Okay, like that. So that's what we need to do. So copying the same line, we need to go ahead and paste it in similar products. After similar products, we can go to, okay, the best way is to search staggered tile. We need to paste, oh, I didn't do that. Did I just copy? Product by category. We need to paste it here as well. Let's import, and let's paste it inside of our wish list as well. But inside of our wish list is going to be different because we need to push a refetch. Okay, so probably we need to make a little bit of adjustments in a little bit. That's if we do have refetch, but we don't. So here we're going to have a refetch, results.refetch. Oh no, it's supposed to be a refetch over here. Okay, and that's the one that we're going to push over here. Okay, so that's it. I think that's it. So here we can just try to send the requests, and then we can see what happens if we send the request. So let's close all and come back to our, not fetch wish list, but we come back to our notifier. So in our notifier, we want to print the response that we're going to get if we make the call. So it's supposed to be response.status code. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close it. So here it's supposed to be 204, not 201. Okay, so let's say we hit this. Okay, we need to hot reset our application. Okay, 201. That means we have something. So if we go to our wish list, we've already added. So if we click here, 204, that means it's gone and we've refreshed our data. Okay, so here to track these, we are going to be using the data that we're going to be pushing in our local storage. That process is a little bit difficult, but we are going to do it step by step. Okay, so here we've refreshed data, everything is working fine. So that's okay. That's okay. We have to just get rid of this. So now we need to create lists. The list that we're going to use to store the data locally. So here we're going to have a list, and we're going to call it wish list. So we need to initialize it as an empty list. So this is a dynamic list. Okay, so here we need to create a getter to get the lists, and we need to create a setter to set the list. And we're going to require a list. Okay, So down at the bottom, what we can do, we have to push the ID, okay, in the, okay, so this is going to be, we're going to have two different setters, right? The one that's going to require the lists, and the one that's going to require an integer, okay? Okay, so this list, we can call it a list, no problem. Let's just call it W, and here W. Before we set the W, if you are putting a new list, we have to clear the list that we already have. So we have our wish list here. We need to clear the list, right? After clearing the list, then we set the new data. After setting the data, we need to notify listeners, and let's go ahead and close that. So down at the bottom, let's go ahead and create one function that's going to help us to add our data to the list. Okay, so it's supposed to be void set to lists. So set to lists is going to require an integer. And this integer, we're just going to call it v, as in v for value. So in here, what we're going to do, we're going to have string. We want the access token. Access token is equals to storage.getString. And here it's supposed to be access token, right? So let's go ahead and close it. After that, we're going to require another string, and this string is going to be a wish list. Wish list is equals to a storage.get string. So the string that we're getting here, or the way that we're going to be storing our wish lists, is going to be like this. Okay, we're going to be using the access token first, and we're going to say wish list here like that. So let's just go ahead and close it like that. So the first thing that we need to do, if wish list, this wish list that we have over here is equals to null, then we just need to go ahead and push an empty list, right, inside of our local storage. Not push an empty list, but we're going to have lists, wish lists is equals to an empty list, right? So now that we have this empty list, we have to push this v to this list, okay? So to push the v to the empty list, we're going to say wishlist.add. Okay, so here we are adding the v that we're getting, right? After adding the v, then we need to go ahead and set wishlist. Okay, and here we're going to go ahead and push this list. Okay, so this wish list is this list that we have here on top. So we're going to clear it first, and then we're going to set our wish list, and then we're going to notify listeners. Okay, this is the first option when there's nothing, when we don't have a wish list inside of our local storage. Okay, so after this, we need to also keep track of our wish list inside of our local storage, rather than just pushing it inside not pushing it inside, pushing it inside of the list that we have, the local list. We just need to keep track, because when the application is closed and is opened again, we still need to have that data. Okay, so here we are going to set string. When we are setting string, we are going to set, we're going to encode this wish list to a string and push it inside of our get storage. Okay, so that's first option. So else we're going to do something else. The second option, that means we do have a list already. Okay, so here what we need to do, we don't need this. Let's get rid of that. We're just going to create a list and we're going to call it W. Over here we need to push wish lists. Okay, W has already been used. Where did we use the W? Okay, else let's, okay, we need to change this to something else instead of W. No, was not used. Okay, that's my bad, Okay, so now that if we have the list, we have to decode the list that we are getting as a string and store it in W as a dynamic list, right? And after that, we need to run a condition. So if this list contains, it's supposed to be contains the element that we're getting from over here, which is v, then we need to do something. Okay, if it contains v, now we need to remove v from our list and we need to remove v from our local storage as well. Not really. Not really. Let's see. So here, if it contains is v dot remove, where element e is equals to v. Okay, so we're going to remove an element which is equals to the v that's being pushed. After removing from the list, after removing from this list that we have, we just need to go ahead and push the lists in our into this function that we have over here. Okay, and we need to just go ahead and store the list again into our local storage. So else if the list w list, this list doesn't contain v, then we need to handle it differently. Okay, so if it doesn't contain, we have to add v and then set the new list to our set list, we need to send the W to our set list, and then we're just going to store the list again in our local storage. So this is the process. So we need to call this function set to list inside of our function, this function. Set to list, and it requires an integer, which is the ID. Okay. Like that. So that's what we need to do here. We don't have anything. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to say to debug print, and I'm going to say Miami hit. If we hit the first one, that's Miami hit. If we hit the second one, that's going to be Boston. Boston Celtics. And if we hit the last one, let's put it here. That's going to be the Clippers. Okay. Miami Heat. So we are hitting the first one. So if we come here, we have our product, LA Clippers. So that means we've hit this one. That's a little bit odd. That's odd. No, there are two different shoes. They're two different shoes. Okay. So that's Boston Celtics. Boston Celtics is to remove Boston Celtics again. Okay. So Clippers. Boston Celtics. Okay. So here we just need to as well print. I want to print the list itself. I need to check whether the list is clear or not. So I'm going to print W each and every time that we run the function. Okay. That's not going to be W, but that's going to be wish lists in the top. Eight. That's the empty. Okay. Let's leave it like that for now. So now our goal is to go ahead and make sure that we have this working button, okay, to show which item is in the wish list. Okay, so that part of our work can be done inside of our stagger tile, if I'm not mistaken. So if we go ahead and look for the stagger tile itself, it should be here. Okay, this is on tap for the product. So we want to handle favorites. They should be rendered on tap Okay, so this on tap, if you go to any of these widgets, let's take for example, if you go to products, that's supposed to be products. Products, widgets, explore. Okay, this is where we are. Okay, that should be inside. We've already handled, but here we just need to show the right color. Okay, that's what we need to do. Okay, so here handling is done. We don't have it as a to do, so we just need to have different colors. So let's take for example, this is our gesture detector, right? We cut our gesture detector. Here I'm going to have a consumer, and we're going to consume wishlist notifier. Let's paste the code. After pasting the code here, we can say wishlist notifier. Yeah, okay. So if wishlist notifier dot that's a little odd. Let's see. Okay, let's remove const from over here. Dot wishlists dot contains. So we need the ID. Okay, so it's supposed to be product.id. Products.id. Then it's going to be red, else is going to be colors.gray. Okay, like that. So we don't have anything in our favorites, so it ain't gonna show. If we click, we have something, so it's going to be red. So if we come here, it's also red. So this is the product that we have. So if we come to the product as well, the product page is supposed to be views, product screen. This is the same, okay? So we need to run the same function over here, and we also need to change the colors over here. So what we can do, let's wrap this in a consumer. It's supposed to be wish lists notifier. Okay. So this statement is the same. We copy, come to our screen, we paste it over here. Let's remove consts. This name should be the same as that name. So here our product is coming from product notifier. So that's the difference. It's supposed to be product notifier dot product, and then it's a nullable product. So we should add a now checker, and let's just save. So this one is in our wish list already, but if we go to this, it's not. Okay, so we need to add the functionality to add to our wish list. So coming back to this, we can just go ahead and copy this. After copying, either way, we can even just use wishlist notifier dot add to wishlist. So we need ID. So our ID is coming from a product notifier dot product dot id entry fetch. We are going to pass an empty function. So let's go ahead, close that one as well. Okay. So that's all that we need to do. And probably those are the places that we need to take care of which we did. So if we click, yes, it's gone. And if we click again, we edit. Okay, so it's even here as well. And so let's say we do it from here. They're all responsive. Okay. And if we come back to our lists, our list should be empty. Okay. So everything is working fine. Hopefully we don't have any problem there. So we have to come back to our notifier so that we can get rid of the print statements. So here, just remove these. Like that. Or we get ahead and make a change inside of our product screen. So here we have our function, right? We're calling our function, but what if a user is not logged in? That becomes a problem because they will be able to add something to their local storage, but they won't be able to send the request. So here we're going to have access token is equals to now. If it is equals to now, then we're going to go ahead and show the login bottom shell. Do we even have the access token? We do have the access token over here. So that was the change that we need to make. And we need to put this in our statement. Okay. Like that. So that's the only change that we need. So we're done with that part. Let's try to move on. But before we move on, let's do one more thing. So let's say we're in this page, we add to favorites. We can add from here as well. We can remove from here. Okay, so that's working fine. Almost every box is ticked out or checked out from there. If we go to search and search for Converse, we have a Converse. Okay, if we like the Converse, we can just add it to our favorites, but we cannot. So we have to handle that as well. So here, still in our product, what we have to do, we have to copy whatever we have inside of our onTab function, right? After we copy, we're going to go to our search directory. Inside of our search directory, we go to our search screen. So in our search screen, we want to go to this point, right? Just paste everything. So we need this wishlist notifier. We don't have it. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to use contexts dot read. Okay, and we're going to be reading our wishlist notifier. And this product is supposed to be this product. Okay, so it's supposed to be product.id, of which we have to remove this now. Check like that. Okay, so let's just format our code. That's the change that we need to make. So if we go ahead, press, it's working fine. If we press back, favorites, we have it in our favorites. We can remove it. Then we can refetch. Go back to search. We search the same product, Converse. There, but it's not in our favorites. Okay. Okay. Either way, it's working fine. Everything is working fine. Okay, so we're done with that part. Let's go ahead and see whether we can focus on our cart. So to focus on our cart, the first thing that we need to do, let's just make some minor adjustments in our page before we go back to our backend. So here, search screen, I'm going to copy the leading and the title of the app bar. Okay, and go to our cart folder. That's supposed to be the cart folder. And here we need to have an app bar, and inside of the app bar, then we're going to paste this. So here we don't need on tap inside of our app bar. We're going to be, we don't even need leading as well. So we're going to remove that. We need reusable. And here we need our app text, but here it's supposed to be kcart. Let's go ahead, import utils, that's constants, and we need app style. Okay, let's save. So we do have our title right at the top. Okay, so that's the change that I wanted to make in here. So next, let's go to our backend, and we need to create our application, and then model serializes, views, URLs. Then we can come back to our front end and just finish everything up. Okay. Our backend here, we need to stop our server for a little bit so that we can create our application. That's going to be our cart application. So let's close all and just open commands. So inside of commands, we need this command. Okay. So it's supposed to be Python manage.py startup. Okay, and the name of the app that we're going to start is called cart. Okay, we're going to hit enter. Now we have a new application. Okay, so first things first, as soon as we create a new application, we go to settings, and inside of settings, we need to add the new application, in this instance, cart. Okay, so let's keep it uniform. We've added our cart. Next, we need to go ahead and create the additional files. So first, we need urls.py. Next, we need serializers. We already have models, we already have views, so this is all that we need. So first, we're going to be working with our models, okay? So here, we're going to require users, okay? So users, they come from Django.contrib.auth. Is it .auth.models? We're going to get the user. So this is supposed to be import. That's the first. Next, we need time zone. Okay, so from Django.utils, from utils, we're going to get the time zone. That's from code.models. Then we're going to import product. Okay, so we need to create our model. So our model name is going to be class, and is going to be a subclass of models.model. And here, the first thing that we're going to require is a user ID. So our user ID is going to be model is going to be foreign key. Okay, models dot foreign key, and our foreign key is coming from the model user. And on delete, we're going to just go ahead and cascade, not set to now. We're going to cascade. Okay. Next, we need product. So for product here, we're going to say it's a foreign key as well. So our model is going to be a product. Then on delete, we're going to cascade as well. So since it's a cart, we're going to require quantity. Okay, so for quantity is going to be an integer. So models dot int field. So here our int field, we need to set a default. It's supposed to be default over here. Our default is equals to 1. So even if the quantity is not provided, we're going to set the quantity to 1, and we need additional fields. So down at the bottom, we need size. Okay. So if someone is buying clothes, they need to mention the size. So here is going to be a char field. So for a char field, we're going to give it a max length of 50. Let's give it a 50. That won't be a problem. So here, blank, we're going to set it to false. So it's required. Blank is equals to false. Okay. Same as for our color, it's going to be required as well. So we need created date. It is equals to, so this is a date. Auto now add to true. Okay, or we can use the default times on dot now. Okay, that should be it, but let's see. Let's try to add an additional updated at is equals to model dot datetime field default is equals to times on dot now. So here, let's create our method down at the bottom, underscore underscore string. And this is the data representation in our admin dashboard. So here we need to format. So we're going to return. That's a string. So format. So when we're formatting, we're taking self dot username, user ID dot username, and self dot product. It's supposed to be product dot title. Okay, not like that. So that's our model. So we need to add this model to our admin. Okay, so here we need to import models from our application. So from the cut application, we're going to import models. And down here, we need to register our models. So we're going to say admin.site.register. And we need to classify the model that we need to register. In this instance, we need to access our models, and then we're going to get the cut model. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. So if we come here to our terminal, and in our terminal we need to make migrations. Okay, so python manage.py, make migrations, and we are making migrations for the cart application. Okay, so we've made our migrations, but before that, let's go ahead and check char field, datetime field, int field, foreign key. Okay, that should work. So here, let's go ahead and migrate. Okay, we've migrated, so we want to run this server. So python manage.py, run server, like that. Okay, so we don't have any error. If you come over here, okay, we need the application, the admin. Where can I find it? Over here. Okay, so we just need to refresh. So we have carts. If you say add, this is how it's going to look. So we need quantity, product, the user, size, color, created it, then updated it. Okay. So that's all for our serve, not our server. That's all for our models. So next, the next thing that we can focus on is serializers. So as you said, serializers convert the Django models to some other, let's say, complex data types to readable data types like JSON, XML, something like that. So that's what we need to do. So here from the REST framework, we are going to import serializers. Okay, and from our application, we're going to import models, and from core, it's supposed to be core over here dot core.serializers. We need to import the product serializer. Okay, so here we need to create our subclass of serializers dot model serializer, and we're going to call it cart serializer. It's supposed to be cart serializer. Okay, so first thing, our product is supposed to be product over here. Oh man, product is equals to product serializer. You read only, and so here it's supposed to be read underscore only is equals to true. Okay, so after that we need our metadata, so class. So there are so many ways that you can create serializers. So far probably we've taken a look at 3 approaches of how you can create serializers given the situation, like what kind of model do you have. Okay, so here's supposed to be models.cart, and we need to exclude this time. We don't need to include. So we're just going to exclude some certain fields since we're going to be getting the data by user ID using our headers. We can go ahead and exclude the user ID. User ID, and we can exclude created date as well. created underscore it as well as updated it. So these ones, we don't need them in our front end. We just need them in our backend. Okay, updated it. So let's take a look at our model. That's updated it. So let's just cross check the names. That's okay. Created it. That's correct. User ID. So when we're returning, we're going to return the product, quantity, size, color. Okay, these are the 4 fields that we're going to return. This is why we excluded the ones that we don't want instead of including everything that we want. Okay, so that's all for our serializers. Next, we are going to jump straight into our views. Okay, views, then we go to our URLs. After our URLs, then we are going back to our front end. First thing that we need to do, we need to take care of our inputs. So we need to select everything and just get rid of it. So in here, what we need to do, we need to import, not import. Why do I have to make the same mistake again? That's supposed to be from Django.db import models. Okay. Django.db, we are going to import models. After that, we're going to import, let's say from dot models, we're going to import the cut model. After that, we're going to import the product model. From our app, we're going to import serializers. Okay, or what we can do, let's see, serializers, we're going to import cut serializer. Okay, and from REST framework, it's supposed to be a REST framework dot permissions. We're going to import is authenticated, and from Django shortcuts, Django.shortcuts, we're going to dot shortcuts, we're going to import get object of 404. Okay, and from contrib, do we need a user? Probably not. Okay, if we require a user, we might do it a little bit later. So now let's go ahead and create our views. So first we need class, give a name, add item to cart. It's supposed to be cart over here. So our cart is going to extend API view. Okay, so we need API view somehow. Okay, from REST framework, import status, and we're going to import generics, and from REST frameworks dot views, we're going to go ahead and import from views we need API view, so we don't have the error anymore, and we need a response. Okay, from REST framework dot response, we're going to import a response. So now we're working inside of our class. So first we need a permission classes, okay, which is going to be is authenticated. Okay, so here we need to create our method. So def, this one is going to be a post. So our post is going to take self and request like that. Okay, so first we need to have our user. So our user is equals to request.user. Okay, the user that is making the request. And data is equals to request.data. So this is the data related to the post. Okay, dot data. After that, we are going to have a try. So here, a product is equals to products. Okay, we have the model already. Products dot. This is going to be object. Dot get. Okay, so in here we are going to get the product by the ID, and the ID should be equal to the ID that's being pushed inside of this data. Okay, product. So here, if the product doesn't exist, we need to have an exception. Product doesn't exist, then we're going to go ahead and return something. Okay, product doesn't exists, not exist. That's going to be the message, and here it's going to be a 404. So down at the bottom, we're going to need a try. So we need to create our cut item. Not create our cut item first. So we need to check whether we do have a cut item with the same properties as the one that we are pushing. If we have, then we're going to increment. If we don't, then we are going to go ahead and just create a new product. Okay, so the first thing is to try to get the cart item. So here, cart.object dot get is supposed to be objects here. Dot get, and we're getting the cart object by user ID. So the user ID should be equal to the user. Okay, that's the first. And our product should be equal to product. And our color, because we need colors as well. So if it's a product with a different color that's being pushed to the cart, we should create a new cart item. Okay, so here we're going to get our data from data color. We just need to access the data that we have. This is the same as size. Okay, so we're going to have size. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Down at the bottom, we're going to okay, before that, let's see. Let's go ahead and have our exception so that we can get rid of the error. So here it's supposed to be cart dot doesn't exist. Then we need to go ahead and create a cut product, a cut object, and cut item, a cut item. So if it doesn't exist, we need to do something here. So here, what we need to do is to go ahead and increment the cut count if the product exists. So we need to go ahead and access our cut item, and from our cut item we need to access the quantity. So our quantity is plus equal to data dot get, and here we're going to get the quantity. Else we're going to add 1. After incrementing the quantity, we are going to go ahead and save the data. And then we are just going to return over here. We're going to return item added to the cart, and our response is going to be 200. So here, what I'm not product. What I can figure out, like, where is the problem coming from? Okay, here. That's the problem with Python and commas. Just make sure that you have your syntax working. So if the card doesn't exist, what we need to do, we need to create a new object, right? So we need to create a new object over here. So card except card doesn't exist. So we need a new card. Okay, is equals to that's supposed to be cart dot objects dot create. So in here we're going to push the user ID, the product, the color, the data, and we are going to push the quantity as well. So quantity is equals to data.get quantity. If quantity is not existent, we're going to push one item in it. So that's what that we need to do over there. After that, we need to go ahead and just return, okay? So here we're going to return a response, and our response this is not updated successfully, this is added successfully. But let's go ahead and just put 201 here. And that's supposed to be 201. And let's go ahead and close this. So this is added successfully, updated successfully. Okay. So that's it for our add to cart function. We still have a few more functions to take care of. And here we even don't need this. Okay. Oh, let's see. If we get rid of this syntax error, okay, it's supposed to be like that. So syntax sensitive, not annotation. Okay, so our next function is going to be the one to remove the products from our cart, our next view. So class remove item from cart, remove item, let's give it a name, a full name, from cart. So if you're removing an item from cart, yeah, we're using API view. So we need permissions. So permission class is equals to permission. So here we need to create our method. So if you're removing, then it's a delete. Okay. Delete. And when we're deleting, we are going to require self and the requests. So first we need our user. User is equals to a request.user, and we need the cart ID of the item that we're supposed to remove from the cart. So cart ID is equals to request.query params query underscore params dot get. And here we're going to get the ID. Down at the bottom, we're going to have a condition. If not ID, if not cart ID, then we're going to go ahead and return a 400. Okay, so let's get rid of this. We don't need it. Cart ID is required. So down at the bottom, we need to go ahead and find the cart item. So cart items, okay, it's supposed to be cart underscore items is equals to carts dot objects. So from our cart objects, we are going to filter for carts that belongs to the user. So user ID is equals to user, like that. So from this ID, from the carts that we get, okay, so not from, okay, we need to have a condition. If not, cart items dot, okay, here we need to filter again, dot filter. Since it's a list, we can filter straight up. We're not getting the objects. So ID is equals to the cart ID provided, right? If this exists, if this doesn't exist, okay, so because we're using if not, then we're going to just return a 404. Okay, message cart item doesn't exist. Else, we are going to go ahead and filter again, and then we just delete the item. So we're going to access cart items dot filter ID is equals to cart ID, and then we're going to go ahead and delete the item that we're getting. Okay, after we delete, then we're going to send a response. Okay, cart removed successfully, and here we need to pass our status as well. So our status has to be 204 since we are deleting. So it's supposed to access our status HTTP 204. Okay, like that. So that's the function for removing the item from the cart. So the next function that we're going to create is the one for updating the cart. We update the cart, like the quantity. Okay, updates get cart and cut count. So cut count is a little bit easy, so let's just handle that first. So cut count is going to extend API view. First, we need permissions. After permissions, this is a get request. So our method is supposed to be def get, and here is supposed to take self and requests. So whenever a user sends a request, we're going to extract the user. So user is equals to requests dot user. Okay, when we have this user, now this user, we can go ahead and get the data related to that user. Okay, so it's supposed to be card dot objects dot filter. User ID is equals to user, and here we are just going to count the number of documents in our list. After we count, we are going to go ahead and return the cart count. So here we don't need a message, we need cart underscore count, and for the count we need to push it here. So here we need to have a variable with the name cart count. Cart underscore count is equals to the number that we're going to get. So this is what we're going to return over here. Okay, so that's for the cart count. Let's create our next class, our next view. So our next view is going to be for update cart cart item quantity. Okay, so it's going to extend API view. So first we need permission class. After permission class, we're going to have def. It's supposed to be a get. Get is going to take in self and a request. After that, the first thing, we need a user. Our user is equals to request.user. At the bottom, we're going to get the item ID. Item ID is going to come from our request params. So the requests.query params. That's supposed to be query params. Dot get. So the title is supposed to be ID. Okay, ID over here. So we need to go ahead and say cart. We need to get the cart item with the same ID. Okay, so cart item is equals to get object of 404. Okay, so if we use get object of 404, we're just going to make a request. Okay, so here we need to mention the table that we are going to be interacting with, and we need to pass the field that we are going to filter with. In this case, we are going to use the ID. So our ID is going to be item ID. Okay. So once we have the item, so here it can either return a 404. So if we didn't find the item, then it's going to return a 404. Okay, so down over here, we need to go ahead and access cart dot quantity. Okay, is equals to count. So we don't have count, so we have to push count somehow. Somehow count should come from our query params. So here we are going to have count. So once that's done, we're going to save the new item. And after we save, we're going to return a response, not count. We can just send a, no, we can just send a 200. So here we're going to send response. That's updated, not created. So 200 here. And here we're going to have a message, and our message is going to be a string, quantity updated successfully. Okay, so that's for updating our cart. And if we take a look at it, if you're getting a cart item by ID over here, that means we don't need this user. Okay, we don't need the user, and here it's not supposed to be get, it's supposed to be a patch request. So that's what that we need to do over here. So let's focus on the next one. The next one, we are going to just go ahead and get user cart. Okay, class get user cart. So when we're getting user cart, we're going to use, here we can either use, oh, the best way, since it's a list, we can use generics or generics dot list API view. Okay, so first permissions class. After the permissions class, then we are going to go ahead and just get our cart. Okay, so we need a serializer as well. So serializer class is equals to, do we have a cart serializer on top? Yes, probably. We imported cart serializer over here, so now that's where when we're using it. So after our serializer, okay, let's go with def get. Okay, self, then request. user is equals to request.user, and cut items, cut underscore items is equals to, we access the cut model objects. After accessing the cut model objects, we need to filter those objects, and we're going to get the objects with user ID, which is equivalent to the user that made the request. And we are going to order by created it. Okay, created it. And then down at the bottom, we are just going to go ahead and return the data. Okay, so here we're going to return the response. In our response, we need, nope, a serializer.data. A serializer.data, so we need to have our serializer right after this. Okay, so we're just going to say serializer is equals to cut serializer, and we need to push the data that we need to convert. Okay, that's the other way that we can serialize our data. Okay, so now if we push cut items, that means we're converting cut items, and here we have to set this many parameter to true since it's a list, like that. And in our response, we're going to return the serialized data. That's the converted data. So serializer.data. Okay. So that's all that we need to do. That's all for getting our cart. We created it. This is correct. So we have all our functions ready. The next thing that we can do is to go ahead and work on our URLs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 views. Let's go ahead and work on our URLs. So first we need to go to our URLs, and the first thing that we need to do is to import path. Okay, so our path is going to come from Django.urls. Okay, the spelling is wrong. Okay, so here we're going to import path. After importing path, we are going to say from .import models. From .import, no, not models, but views. Okay, supposed to be views over here. So we need to create our URL patterns. Supposed to be URL patterns, and it's an array. So in this array, we're going to have our first, and our first is going to be me. Okay, so that's user cart. Okay, so we need to access our views, and from our views we need to go ahead and get user cart as view. Okay, and we need to give it a name, and our name is going to be get user cart. That's going to be our first. So let's go ahead and have our second, and our second is going to be add. So we just need here add to cart and change the name to add to cart. Okay, And let's go ahead and get our count. Change the view to cut count. And let's change the name to count. Let's go ahead and have our fourth one. We're going to call it delete. So for this one, we're just going to, that's not supposed to be delete. It's supposed to be remove item from cart. And we're going to call it delete. And we need our last one, which is update. So I'm going to start with the name. Update. It's supposed to be update count. And we have to map it to update cut quantity, cut item quantity. So here we are going to call it update. Okay. So those are our URLs. So we need to hook these URLs inside of our inside of our admin URL or admin app. Okay, so down here we are going to have our cart, and here they are coming from cart.urls. So we are done with our cart. Okay, so to run a test, what we're going to do is to just, now we don't have anything as yet. We can run a test in console, or we can run a test in, what do we call it, in Postman. Either of the two, that would help. But what we can do is to just go ahead, add some products to our cart and try to go ahead and retrieve them using our application, because it's better to interact more with our application rather than to do an external test. So if you're interacting with our application, that means we are making more progress on the application side, as well as doing our testing at the same time. Okay, but for now, this is all when it comes to our cart. If we have any bugs, that's something that we have to fix during our testing phase. Okay, let's go ahead and continue. So what we need to do here, we need to create our models for getting the cart, posting the data, as well as the one for getting the cut count. So what we have to do over here, we have to go to our dashboard. In our dashboard, we need to add a cup product. Okay, so the size can be anything, the color can be anything, but this color should be inside of the, so make no mistake, the color should be like the products should have that color. Okay, but in this case, I'm not going to mind that much. Okay, so we've created our first cut item, we saved our item, right? So here what we need to do, we need to go to Postman. So here we are using a different account. We're not using this account, we're using the Dre account. Okay, we're using the Dre account. Okay, so since we're using the Dre account, we have to just print the token so that we can be able to make API calls. So the easiest way that we can do that, we can just go to any of our page that has a token and then just print that token. Or let's say, for example, here, we can just print the token, then copy the token. When we copy the token, we can go ahead and paste it wherever we want to use it. Okay, so here it has to be an access token, right? Okay, it's like that. So if we visit our cart now, we have our token right here. Okay, so we need to copy the token and we need to go to Postman. So Postman, don't mind the order, I'm just testing with Postman. I'm not going to create a collection. Okay, since we have a dashboard already. Okay, so our calls are not heavily reliant on on Postman. So here we're getting the cart, right? So we need to paste the token. After pasting the token, we need to send a request. This is the product that we just added to our cart. Okay, so what we're going to do over here, we're going to just copy this data. So we have product. Okay, we have a product. That's interesting. We have product. So let's see how best we can make our and we have some missing variables, if I'm not mistaken. If it is a cart, we have some missing variables. So we have to go back to our backend. This is our backend. We're getting our cart successfully. Let's go ahead and rectify the error. So we need to visit serializers. So in serializers, everything was okay except for this part. So we said the initial code that I wrote, it was serializers.serializer instead of serializers dot model serializer. Okay, so that was the only error. We still need to exclude these three. After we exclude the three, we can make a request. So once we make a request, we're going to get the ID, the product, quantity, size, and color. Okay, so this is what we need. So here we need to go ahead and copy the lists. After copying the lists, we need to go ahead and visit QuickType. After visiting QuickType, we need to create a model. Okay, so our model, probably we are going to just get rid of some stuff. We're going to get rid of some stuff that we're not going to require. So here we're going to call it a cut model. So let's copy the model, go back to our Flutter application. Inside of cart, we need to create a new folder and we need to call it models. So inside of models, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it cut models. Cut model, not models, dot. Okay, so let's paste the code. After pasting the code, the product is going to be the same. Okay, so what we can do over here, we can either get rid of, no, we cannot do that. We shouldn't, in fact. Okay, so let's just leave it like that. So product, so this is what we need. So now here, our next task is to get the count. Okay, so going back to Postman. So in Postman, instead of me over here, we're going to say count. Okay, so this is our cut count. We need to create another model and we're just going to give it a name, cut count model. Let's copy the model, go back to our application, create another file. So this should be cut counts underscore model. Okay, and it's going to be a .dot file. Let's paste. And now we need to create another, okay, so another model. This is to create cart. Okay, create cart model dot dart. Okay, so this is the model that we're going to use to create the cart. Okay, so now what we can do, we can go back to our backend. In our backend, we go to not our models per se, but to our views. Add to cart. So this is the data that we're going to require, okay, to create a cart. So the best thing that we can do, we can just go ahead and create the model. So I'm going to go ahead and just create it inside of the QuickType. So first we're going to have product. So our product is going to be an integer, right? Because we're going to just push the product ID. That's an integer. After that, we're going to go ahead and have quantity. That's supposed to be quantity. And as for quantity is an integer. After quantity, we need a string. So our string, we have string for color and string for size. So first, we're going to have size. We just initialize it as an empty string. And as for our color, is a string as well. So here, empty string. So that's going to be our model. So we're going to say, to give it a name, the name is going to be create cart model. Okay, so we can just go ahead and copy the model. After copying the model, go back to our application and we're going to paste the data. Okay, so these are our models. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and create a new folder, and we're going to call it hooks. Okay, so in hooks, we need to go ahead and have results. Okay, so let's create a new folder, and we're going to call it results. So inside of results, first we're going to have cart results. And the next file that we're going to have is going to be cut count. New results. Dot. Okay. So here, what we can do is to go ahead and just get one of our results class, and then we can make changes to it. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do is to change the name. So here it's supposed to be fetch cut count. So fetch cut count is going to return the data type is supposed to be cut count model. And instead of cart, we're just going to call it count. Okay, like that. So that's going to be the one for our cut count, the results for our cut count and cut results. So here we're just going to call it fetch cart. Okay, fetch cart. So when fetching cart, we're going to return a list. That's supposed to be a list, and this is supposed to be a list of cut model. Okay, so here instead of calling it count, we're going to call it cart. Okay, so we're done with those two. So inside, like that's outside, inside of our hook folder, we're going to create a function, not a function, but a hook to fetch cart. and we need another one to fetch cut count. And it's going to be a dot file. Okay. So we can go ahead and just copy one of our hooks. After copying one of our hooks, we paste it here. So we need to change the return type first. Okay, or we can change the name to fetch, let's call it fetch cut count, like that. We need to change the return to fetch cut count as well. So we need to import this from our hooks. So here, not from our hook, but from our results, this is going to be count, and this is going to be count.value. So here it's supposed to be cut count model. So at the top, what we need to do, we need to create a final that's supposed to be final initial data. It's supposed to be initial data is equals to cut count model. So here, since it's an integer, we're going to just pass 0, and that's going to be our initial data over here. Okay, so here, instead of count categories, it's supposed to be count. Okay, and this one is going to be count as well. So here it's supposed to be cut count from JSON, and we need to change the endpoint to cart and then count. And we should have headers as well for this one. So we need to look for our headers. So our headers, we can find them in our wish list. Let's go ahead, copy our headers. After copying our headers, we need to go ahead and just paste them in here. So at the top, we're going to have final access token. So for access token is going to come from our local storage. So that's going to be storage dot get string, and the string that we're getting over here is going to be access token, right? Like that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close it. So that's everything that we need to do over here. Let's see. So we might have a situation whereby a user is not logged in. Okay, so if a user is not logged in, then we are not going to run the function over here. So what we can do inside of our use effect, we're going to have a condition if access token. Okay, so that means this access token has to be outside. If access token is equals to null, then when we're not going to do anything, but we can go this route. If it is not equal to null, that's when we are going to fetch the data. Else we're just going to return the initial data. Okay, so that we won't run into an error. Okay, so this is all that we need to do. So we should run it whenever we open our home page so that we can have our count. Okay, so we're going to hook it in a little bit, and for our cart we're going to do the same. So it's better to go ahead and copy whatever we have in our wish list because we already have our headers. Okay, and paste the hook. After pasting the hook, we need to change this to cart, not cut count, but this should be cut model. We initialize it as an empty list. So instead of products, we're going to go with cart. Okay, so we need to change this from fetch products to fetch cart. Okay, so let's just go ahead, import the thing, import the return cart me. Okay, that's okay. Everything here checks out. So here is supposed to be cut model from JSON. Everything checks out. So we need to change the name to fetch cart. Okay. So after we're done, then that's all that we need to do over here. So the next task is to go ahead and hook it up. Okay. So in our screen, let's just go ahead and try to set it up. So here, that's going to be wishlist screen. We're just going to copy. We're not going to do it from. So we just copy this, but we also need to convert our stateless widget to a hook widget. Okay, so don't forget. Okay, let's close them all. So we're working inside of our cart screen. So right at the top, let's paste this. Let's have our hook widget over here. Okay, so our hook widget has been imported. We need to fetch cart. Okay. So here, instead of returning a product, we're going to return the cart. Okay, cool. So we're going to have different options. So if it's loading, we're going to go ahead and show something. So what we need to do, we need to show a, do we have a loading screen in our widgets? We don't. So here, if we don't have a loading screen, that means we need a scaffold, a body, and our body is supposed to be a list schema. Okay, list schema like that. And then down here, we're going to return our widget. Okay, so the widget that we're going to return here, let's go ahead and return a list view. So in our list view, we're going to give it children. So here, a list dot generate. Our length is supposed to be, yes, cart dot length. And we're supposed to pass I. After passing I, we're going to return a widget here. So for starters, let's return a container. So let's give our container width. So for width, screen you choose dot screen width. And for the height, let's give it a height of 100. Let's give it a color. So for color, we're going to go with colors.primary. Okay, so let's just go ahead and save that. After saving, we can just reset our application, restart our application. Okay, so we have one product. That's exactly, we're getting our data without any problem. Okay, so that's what I was trying to achieve. So it's achieved. Next, ooh, let's see. Okay, this is just the internet problem. Probably I'm not getting the image. Okay, it's nothing to worry about. Let's see. Okay, it's these images. Okay, so we good on our cart. The next thing that we're going to work on is our cart tile. And probably hooking our account is going to be something that we're going to do in a few before we work on our account. So it's better if we hook all the widgets that we need to hook, and then we can go ahead and work on our tile, because our tile is a little bit more of work when it comes to how we're going to refresh the data when we update, how we're going to refresh the data when we delete, how we're going to delete. So we just need to make a proper cart. So that's something that's going to take a little bit, but it has to be done. Okay, but so far so good. The progress is good enough. And one thing, don't worry, don't forget about the changes that we made in our backend, right? Because you might forget about the changes in our serializer. At this part, it has to be model serializer. Okay, not just a regular serializer. Okay. We want to continue to create our cut tile. So what we have to do here, we have a container. So we're not going to just create the tile in here. So we need to go ahead and visit our cut folder. In our cut folder, we need to go to, we don't have the folders yet. So we need to create the folder for widgets. In our widgets folder, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it cut tile. Okay. So it has to be a dot file. So we have to create a stateless widget. That's supposed to be stateless widget. And we have to give it a name. That's cut tile. Let's go ahead and import material. After importing material, then we can go ahead and work on our widget. But first, we have to work on we have to put our the required parameters on top. So first, we're going to require final. What is the name of our model? Cut model. Okay, so it's supposed to be final cut model. And we're going to just call it product here. You can call it product, or we can just go straight ahead and call it a cart. And down at the top, we're going to require a final void function. Okay, so that should be a nullable function. And the first function that we're going to require two functions on delete, because we need to delete from our cut page, not inside of our cut tile. And we also need to have on update. So here, what we're going to do, we're just going to copy paste this, and we're going to say on update. Okay, on update, like that. Okay, so first, let's go ahead and import our cart, and then our cut model, and then we can add this to our constructor. Okay, so that's all that we need to do right at the top. So now we need to work inside of our return widget. So our return widget, let's go ahead and just cut it first. After we cut it, we have to return a consumer. That's supposed to be a consumer. a consumer widget, and we have to have like a cart notifier. So we don't have cart notifier as yet. So we do have cart notifier, cart notifier, not category notifier. So here, the first thing, we import provider. We don't have our cart notifiers yet, so that's something that we need to do. So we need to create a folder for controllers, cart notifier, and here we can just return a container. So inside of our cart, we need to create a new folder, and we are going to call it controllers. In our folder, we need to create a new file. This is going to be our cart notifier, okay? And it's going to be a dot file. So first we need our class, and our class name is going to be cart notifier, the same name that we used, and this one is going to be with a change notifier, like that. Okay, so here we just leave it like that, and we need to import it right here so we don't have an error. So before we forget, we can go to our main.dart. In our main.dart, what we're going to do, we're going to hook our cart notifier. Okay, so we are done hooking our cart notifier. So the next thing that we need to do here is to change our return from a container to a gesture detector. So our gesture detector takes in on tap. It's supposed to be on tap. So on tap, we are going to select the product or deselect the product. So here we're going to pass an empty function first, and here we're going to pass it's just a comment. We're going to just say select or deselect. Okay, when we are pushing, we're going to be pushing the ID and the card item. Okay, card item to our backend, to our notifier, to the controller. So I'm just going to write this so that we won't be confused when we get to that point. So here we need to give our gesture detector a child. So the child that we're going to give it is going to be padding. So padding, text padding. So here we just need to give it a padding of agencies dot only. Okay, so here it's supposed to be agencies dot only, and we're manipulating the bottom part, and we're going to give it a padding of 8. So here, since it's bottom, we're going to use .h. So let's go ahead and give our padding a child. Let's okay, that's a little bit odd, but here we want to create a container. Okay, after creating a container, let's format our code. I'm going to drag this a little bit down, and I'm going to just close the sidebar so that we can have a little bit of row instead. So in our container, the first thing that we need to define is our width. We need width. So for our width, we need to go ahead and use screen utils. And screen utils, we're going to use access. That's supposed to be screen width. And let's give it a height. So for our height, we're going to give it a height of 90. So that's supposed to be 90.h. Okay. After that, let's go ahead and give our container decoration. So decoration box text in box decoration. So in our box decoration over here, we're going to have a color. So for color, we are going to be alternating. If a card item is selected, then we're going to have a different color. And if it is not selected, then we're going to have a different color. But for now, what we can do, we can just go ahead and use colors.white. Okay, since we don't have the correct data to make the correct to just input the correct colors. Okay, so for border radius, we're going to require border radius down here. So our border radius, we're going to go with kradius.all. So that's all for our box decoration. After box decoration, we're going to give our container a child. So the child of the container is going to be a size box. So our size box is going to take in, before it's going to take in a height, and then we have to give it a height of 85. So 85.h. After giving it a height, we need to give it a child. So our child is going to be a row widget. So inside of the row, oh man, we need to remove the string. Inside of the row, we need to have our main axis alignment. Okay. So main axis alignment is going to be space between, not space around. Okay, after that, we are going to require another row inside of the row. Okay, that's a little bit too many. Okay, too many rows. So here we're going to have children, and we're going to have another row in here. So this row, we're not going to give it any properties before. So we're going to just go ahead and take in children. So our first child is going to be a container. So in this container, we're going to okay, let's see. In this container, we're going to go ahead and just give it a decoration. Decoration takes box decoration. So in our box decoration, we're going to take in the color. So for the color is going to be colors.k white. Okay. After the color, we're going to go ahead and give it a border radius. That's supposed to be border radius dot only. So here we need to manipulate the bottom right and top right. Okay, so bottom right. So bottom right is supposed to be radius dot circular, and here we're going to give it a 12. And at the bottom, that's supposed to be right, not left. So it's supposed to be BR, and that's supposed to be TR over here, top right. Okay. So let's just add consts to get rid of the complaining lint. After that, in our container, we need to have a child. So our child is going to be a stack, but the best way that we can do, we can put a column first. The difference is the same. Children, and we just convert this to a stack. That was even dumber. Okay, so you can go ahead, just use a stack without putting a column. So inside here, we need a clip rect. So our clip rect takes in BR, that's supposed to be border radius. Okay, so for the border radius, we're going to use the radius that we have in our constants. Okay, after that, we're going to require a child. So our child has to be a size box. That size box is going to encapsulate the image. Okay, so what we're going to do over here is going to put a size box first. After our size box, we are going to require width, and our width, we're going to give it a width of 76.w. And down at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and give it a height. Okay, as for the height, we're going to use double dot infinity. Okay, and in here, we're going to require a child. So the child is supposed to be an image. Okay, image.network, but in this case, what we're going to do is to use cached network image. Okay. Oh no. Cached network. Cached network image. So we require an image URL. So our image URL is going to come from cart dot product dot image URL. And then here we're going to access the list, and we're going to take the first image. Okay, so that's what we need to do. Let's see whether we have fit. So for fit, we're going to use boxfit.cover. Okay, like that. Okay, so at this point we can be able to hook our hopefully our images will load, our SVGs will load, because I'm not sure about the internet. It's a little bit slow. Okay, so here, that's our container, the container that we have in this screen. So we need to just change this to cut tile. Okay, and here we're going to first create a final cart is equals to cart I. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's call it cut item over here so that we won't have a conflict. So here, instead of cut, we can just change the variable name to carts, and here carts, and here it should just remain as cart since it's a singular. Okay. Okay, we do have a problem pertaining our provider, so we need to hot restart the application. Probably we didn't do that, we just ran the application. So right now, if we go ahead, probably we are not going to have any problem. So that's what we need exactly. So this is what we have so far. So we need to work on it a little bit more, a little bit further. So first, in our cut tile, still in our stack, after our right click, what we need to do over here, we need to have a positioned widget. Okay, in our positioned widget, we're going to have a gesture detector. That's supposed to be gesture detector. So, and gesture detector is going to take in on tap, and this on tap we're going to put on delete as our function, right? And we need to have a child, and the child that we're going to put over here is going to be an icon, but we need to wrap this icon in a padding first. Okay, it's supposed to be edgeinsets.O, and we need to give it a padding of 8. So let's go ahead and give it a child. The child is the icon. We're going to use Design. So it's supposed to be Design dot delete. Okay, like that. So let's shrink the size of the icon. We're going to give it a size of 14, and let's give it a color. We're going to give it a color of colors.kwhite, like that. Okay, so let's format that. So that's going to be our delete button. Okay, so here what we can do, we can add const to get rid of the complaining lint. So we are done with that part. Now we are done with this stack. So let's see, we close the stack over here. So we need to get outside of this row. Let's see. Okay, outside of the row. Is it outside of the row? I'm confused since we have too many rows. Main. Okay, so let's just have a text here just to see where we are. Okay. Okay, so that's here. This is the correct position. Okay. So here we need to add a sized box, and our size box we are going to put in width, and for our width we need to give it a width of 10.w, something like that. Okay, after giving it a width, down at the bottom we're going to have a column, so we need to display our products title, product description, and so forth. So we need a column. A column takes in children. But one more thing that we need to take care of is probably the padding of this screen. Okay, so here we need to give it a padding. Let's give it a padding of agencies dot symmetric. We're going to manipulate the horizontal part, and we're going to give it a 12.w. Okay, that will do. That's exactly what we need. So let's continue with our tile inside of our children. We need to, before we get to the children, first let's go ahead and give it cross-X alignment. Cross-X alignment dot supposed to be start, and main axis alignment, we have to give it main axis alignment dot space evenly. Okay, so as for our children, we're going to have a reusable text. Okay, that's utterly wrong. Reusable text in a text. So for the text, we're going to use cart product dot title. That should be the title. So let's go ahead and put in our style. So for our style, we're going to go ahead with app style. So first, let's go ahead, give it a size. As for the color, we're going to go with K dark. Okay. Supposed to be K dark. And for the font weight, let's go with normal. fw.normal. Okay, so that's going to be our normal. Is it even normal? Okay, let's go with normal first. If there are any changes that we need to make, then we can go ahead and make them in the near future. So over here, let's go ahead, copy this reusable text. Down at the bottom, we are going to show our sizes as well as our color. Okay, so here we're going to access. Before we access, what we need to do, we need to have something like size. So for the size, we need to access the cart, cart product, and then here we're going to get the, nope, this is wrong. So here the sizes are outside cart.size. Okay, so we're going to have size and the color. Okay, color. Okay, so what we can do here, we can just do it like that. Okay, so we have our size and our color, so we can add a little bit of space like that, size 8, and then we have our color, and our color is green. So here we can just convert everything to uppercase like that, so that we can have something visible down at the bottom. So let's go ahead and copy and paste another text. So this time we're going to use text instead of using our reusable text. And here what we need the cart.product.description. Okay, so in this text we need to specify the max lines. So we're going to give it a max lines of 2, and we need to align the text. So we're going to use text align. So here it's supposed to be text align.justify. Okay, and one more thing, we need to add a size box, and for this size box we're going to only give it a width. Okay, so for the width, it's supposed to be screen utils dot screen width multiplied by 0.5. Okay, that's a little bit odd, but let's go ahead and change the size to 9, and we're going to change the color to gray. Same as this one, we're going to change it to gray as well. Okay, so here we're going to have something else, but so far so good. Everything is coming out okay. So we're going to, since we're in a column, right? Let's see. Yeah, still in the same column. Not in the same column. How many columns do we have? In this row, okay? Probably we're going to have, yes, something here. So let's go ahead and put a text. No, the text ain't supposed to be here though. The text ain't supposed to be here. Let's see. We're in a row. Okay. Okay. That's the correct position, the correct point. That's after the column, we're going to put other widgets over here. Okay, so these widgets are going to be the counter, the cut count. This one, we're going to require our notifiers to be working, our cut notifier to be working in order for us to achieve what we want to achieve. But for designing, what we're going to do, we're just going to design, and then we can go ahead and use the data that we're going to push to our notifier to make the necessary changes that we need. Okay. So I'm going to leave it like this. When we come back, we out of this row. So that's going to be after the second row. So like the row which is inside the row. Okay. So we have this row and we have this row. So we just close this row, and our next widget is going to be the widget that we're going to place inside of our first row. Okay. So over here, we're going to have a padding. So our padding tag edge inserts dot only. So we need to manipulate the right side only. Okay. So over here, it's supposed to be right. And we're going to give it a padding on 6.0. And we need a child, and the child that we're going to give it is going to be a column. Okay, so in our column, we're going to require children, but before we enter inside of the children's array, we need to go ahead and manipulate the cross-axis alignment as well as our main axis alignment. So our cross-axis alignment, we're going to use cross-axis alignment.end. And for our main axis alignment, we're going to use main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, space between or space evenly, and that's going to be space evenly. Okay, like that. Okay, so right here we need to come inside of this particular column, not container. So we need to go ahead and have our count, like how many products did we push to our cart. Okay, so that's going to be the priority over here. So we're going to have a gesture detector. We're going to enter on tap, then here we're going to push the current count. Okay, so when I'm saying the current count, and that's going to be the quantity that we have currently, because we need to, like when we're incrementing the count of the products in our cart, we need to start from the count that we have. So if we push, then we use from that count, we're going to go up or go down, and then we update our cart. Okay. So we can say count over here, and we're going to push. We're going to push cart ID as well. ID as well here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do in there, but we're going to do that later. So for our child, we're going to hook a container. So in our container, we're going to have width and our width is going to be 40.w, and we're going to have a height, and our height, we're going to give it a height of 20. That's supposed to be 20.h, and after that, we're going to require alignment. So for alignment, we're going to put alignment.center, okay? Since we're in a container, we're going to have decoration, and for decoration, it's supposed to be box decoration. So here, we're going to require border, okay? So here, we're going to have a border.o. Oof, that's wrong. Border.o. So border.o, the first thing property that we're going to require is the color, and we are going to give it a primary color. After giving it a primary color, we need to give our border a width. So we're going to give it a width of 0.5, and after that, we are going to go outside of our border property, and we're going to give our container a border radius. Okay, so for the border radius, we're going to give it a border radius of border radius dot circular, and the radius that we're going to give it is a radius of 4. Okay, so it can be 4.0 or 4, either way. That's going to be okay. So we have to give our container a child. All right, so for the child, we're going to utilize a reusable text widget. So in our reusable text widget, we are going to display the quantity. Okay, so in order for us to display the quantity, we are going to use interpolation. So here we need to access cart, and we need the quantity. Okay, and down here we are going to say multiplied by, okay, multiplied by 1, multiplied by 2, multiplied by 3, something like that. Okay, so here we are going to require our app style. As for app style, we need to put the size, of which our size is 12. After that, let's go ahead and give it a color. So that's supposed to be colors dot primary, and let's go and give it font weight. So it's supposed to be font weight dot. Here we are going to go with normal. So let's save that. So that's going to be our count. Okay. So we need to add a little bit more widgets inside of our column. So here we're going to add a size box. It's supposed to be a size box, and here let's give it a height. We're going to give it a height of 6, so 6.h, and down at the bottom we are going to show our price. That's going to be the first thing that we need to do. So to show our price, we are going to have a padding, and for padding we're going to use agencies dots only. And to the right, we need to give it a padding of 6, and after that, let's go ahead and give it a child. Okay, so our child is going to be a reusable text widget. So what we can do, we can just copy the one that we have over here. Okay, so let's copy and let's paste it down here. So we need to clear an extra comma. After clearing our extra comma, now we need to focus on our price. So our price, we need the dollar sign first. So let's go ahead and get rid of this multiplication sign. Let's put a dollar sign. So here we just want to do basic math. Okay, so here our price is going to be multiplied by, that's supposed to be cart dot price. No, not price, not price, not price. Well, dot product dot price dot price, and we need to Okay, let's see. That's going to be like a little bit off to the right. Let's use .w here. So we need to have two decimal places. We don't want it to go beyond two decimal places. Let's see. Okay, that would work. Okay, I didn't think that was going to work. Okay, so here we're going to put it to two decimal places. Okay, one thing that I'm not sure about, our price is $59.99. What's the price of one item? Okay, we have one item, not two items here. Okay, so the price is correct. So if we, let's just change this and put a, let's put a static number. Okay, the price will increment. So that's okay. That's good. So this is the correct way to do it. Okay. And we need to change the font weight to W600. Like that. Okay, make it a little bit bold. So that's what we need to do so far. So we need to create a few more widgets. The next one that we're going to create is the button to update the cart. Okay, we're going to put it once we have our data, and we will finish working on our controller. But what we can do, we can create a new file. We can give it a name. We can just say update button. It's supposed to be update underscore button, and it's going to be a .dot file over here. Let's create a stateless widget and give it a name, update button. Material, and then we're going to do what we're going to do here. But first, we're going to require final. That's supposed to be final void function. And we're going to call it on update. Okay, like that. Okay, so we need to edit over here to all formal parameters, and we need to change this to a gesture detector on tap, and then we're going to map on tap to on update, and we need to have our child. So our child widget is going to be a container. So in the container, we need to give it a width and a height. So here we're going to give it a width of 6.5, not 6.5, 65.65.w, and let's give it a height. The height is not going to be much, so our height is going to be 18.h. And down at the bottom, let's go ahead and give it a decoration. For decoration, text box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to have color. So that's the color of the button. So here, our button, we're going to give it a primary color. And after that, we're going to require border radius. And for our border radius, we're going to give it a border radius of border radius.secular. And our radius is going to be 12, like that. Okay, so this is for a container, but our container needs a child. So the child is going to be a center widget. Let's go ahead, center, center, a center text in a child, and the child is going to be the button text, right? Since we are creating a button at the moment, so it's supposed to be a reusable text. So here, the name that we're going to give it is going to be update. We need to add a style to it. Okay, so here we're going to hook it to app style. Ooh. App style. Give it a 11. After that, supposed to be colors.white. Oh no. Colors.white. After we give it a color, we're going to give it font weight, and then font weight is going to be normal. So we are done with this widget. The next thing is to hook it up. So we need to work on another one, which is the counter. So if we press here, it's supposed to change to a counter so that we can increment, or it can increment, so that we can increment the count of our quantity. At the same time, we'll be showing the update button down here. Okay, if you're done, then we can just go ahead and update, then we can refresh the data. Okay, so that's what that we need to do. But so far so good, our progress is okay. So let's go ahead and work on our next widget, which is the head and create our cut counter. So here we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it cut counter. Okay, it's supposed to be cut counter dot. Okay, at the same time we need to create our functions inside of our controllers. So probably that's the first thing that we should do. We create our controllers which are going to handle our count, and then we can go ahead and just work on the counter itself. So this is cut counter. Let's create a stateless widget, and we're going to call it cut counter. Let's import material. Let's just save. Let's close it for a little bit. We go to our cut notifier. So in our cut notifier, we're going to have our count. That's supposed to be int. It's supposed to be private quantity. Okay, qty is equals to 0. Let's just go ahead. That's going to be our initial value. And we're going to get the quantity, and we want a setter. Okay, not a setter per se. We want to increment and decrement. Okay, so here we need to create a function for it. Increment, and down at the bottom we're going to create one to decrement. Okay, so in our increment we're going to, let's see, it's going to be a little bit tricky. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but oh, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We are going to get there. Okay, so first what we need is our increment. And so to increment, we need to access our count. Okay, plus plus. And then we're going to notify listener. And to decrement, we're going to have a condition. So if our quantity is greater than 1, that's when we are just going to go ahead and decrement. Okay, So we're not going to go beyond. We are not going to go beyond one, beyond zero, beyond one. Like that's from one to. So if we coming from two one, after one, we are not going to do anything. So down at the bottom, we are going to have something like we are going to create a function. It's going to be void set selected counter. So here our selected counter, we're going to require an integer. It's supposed to be int id and the quantity. Okay, and int quantity is in Q. So we need to create a variable where we are going to store the ID and where we are going to store the quantity. So here we're going to push the quantity from, so let's say if we click here, then this is the function that we're going to run first. And then we push the quantity, then our quantity here is going to be the one that is being pushed from here, and we will have the ID of the cart that we are working on. Okay, so we need to have a variable where we are storing our count, not our selected counter. Okay, int underscore, let's say selected counter or selected cart. Selected cart. Let's make it nullable. Selected cart. Selected cart. Okay. So here, our selected cart, it's a little bit tricky. It goes to the ID. Okay, that's the first thing. Next, our quantity. And that's supposed to be quantity is going to be the queue that we're receiving from the selected cart item. And down at the bottom, we just need to go ahead and notify listeners. So that's the cart is going to be a little bit crazy, but we are going to handle it in a proper way. Okay, we need everything working. Okay, so now that we're done with our notifier, what we can do, we can come to our counter. Okay, so coming to our counter, the first thing that we need to do, we need a consumer over here. So our consumer, we're going to consume cart notifier. And that's a provider. What's going on? Okay, probably. Huh? We shouldn't have an error of that sort. Okay, this is where we have our error. It should be a container. Let's return a container for the meantime. And here we can just call this controller. You might call it whatever. I prefer to call it the same name, okay? As in cart notifier, so that we won't get confused like where the data is coming from. But this is how we're going to do it over here. We're going to return a column. A column. Should it be even a column? Okay. that's a little bit tricky. Let's have a size box. Size box with a height of 65. And that's width. Our height, we're going to give it a height of 23. 23.h. Let's give it a width. Let's give it a width of 65. Child, let's give it a row. Okay, so as for a row, we're going to have children. Inside of our children, we are going to put a gesture detector first. This is gesture detector for decrementing. We want another one for incrementing. And we need text over here. So that's going to be our map. So here we're just going to have texts. So starting in our first gesture detector on tap, then we're supposed to do something in it. So here it's supposed to be cut notifier dot decrement. So let's close it. Okay, let's give it a child. In our child, we're going to have an icon. As our icon, we're going to use InDesign dot that's supposed to be minus square O. Okay, like that. So if it is square O, we're going to have a color. So for color, we're going to go with K primary over here. After the K primary color, we are going to go with our size. So as for size, we have to give it a size of 20. So what we can do, we can just go ahead and add consts so that we get rid of the complaining lint. Copy, paste, change to increment, and we change this to plus square O. Okay, so here we have our counter, but it's not being shown. We need to show it here. Okay, we need to show it here. On temp. So here what we can do, we can say we can just use on double tap as well, like that. Okay, so we're going to use this too. So over here, what we need to do, we need to say context.read, and what we're going to be reading is going to be our card notifier, and from our card notifier we're going to set selected counter. This is going to be the ID, so supposed to be cart.id, and the quantity is supposed to be cart.quantity. Okay, and so that's in our cart tile. That's in our cart tile. So we need to have a condition. The condition is supposed to be here before the gesture detector. So here we're going to say, oh, here we use context. Did we? Oh, we wrapped it in our cut notifier. So we don't need to use context over here. We just need to use the cut notifier. So the same that we're going to do here, cut notifier dot selected cart. is equals to okay, so the first thing that we need to check is not equal to now. And current notifier dot selected cart is equal to our cart dot ID. Then we are going to show the cart counter. Else we are going to show this button. Okay, so if we tap, then we should have our counter. Okay, so right now I just need to finish it up, polish it up. That's why I brought it up. So we have increment and decrement. Right here we are going to have a reusable text widget. So for reusable text widget, we have to display the count, right? That's supposed to be the count that we're getting from our counter, not our cart. Okay, so here we're supposed to access our cart notifier, and from our cart notifier we're going to display the quantity, and we need to convert this to string, and let's give it an app style. So for the app style we need to give it a size, so we're going to give it a size of 13, not 23, but 13. And let's go ahead and give it a color. Okay, so it's supposed to be it's supposed to be colors.K_dark. We need to make it a little bit darker, and we are going to go with W500. Add a comma, save that. So we have our number, but we need to make a little bit of adjustments. So we need to wrap this in a padding. So let's give it a padding of can we? Okay, not padding per se. Let's say here only top. I'm going to give it a padding of 3, like that. And here we need to manipulate main axis alignment. Let's use main axis alignment or space between. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our counter. So it's either we can make it smaller or we can make it bigger. So if you want to make it smaller, then this number has to be a little bit lower. Like, okay, let's say we put it to 60. Okay, but what I'm worried about is when this number reaches numbers like, let's say, okay, let's remove this and let's put 40. Oh, it's still okay, so we can roll with 60. We can go with our 60 over here. So that's what we need to do. So if we click, then our count is going to increment. At the same time, we are going to have a button over here to update once this is done. Okay, so I want to make it a little bit clear, but it seems like we don't have real estate. We don't have real estate. We don't have real estate. Okay, let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. So we're done with this. So back to our cut tile. Since this is taken care of and it's working properly, we can use the same condition that we have over here to display the update button. Okay, Okay, like that. Okay, so that if you're done, then we can press update. So when we update, we are going to update to our backend, and then we're going to refetch. So this part, everything is okay, but the problem is if you want to cancel. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here is to go to our button. So we have on update, right? So here on long press, we need to do something. Okay, so on long press, we're going to print long press. Okay, so here it's working fine. So let's create a function here, and let's call it on console. Either way, this one can be anywhere. What we just need to do is to access our cut notifier. So we need to clear these. We need to clear these. Okay. So we're going to say to create a function void clear selected. It's supposed to be void over here. Void clear selected. So when we're clearing selected, we're going to set selected card to null. And then we're going to notify listener. That's one part of it. But we might need to create another variable here. Okay, and we're going to call it, let's call it current. That's before increment, before whatever, before we do anything. Okay, this is, we want to store the value. As soon as we get the Q here, we want to store the value in here is equals to Q. Okay, once we store Q in current, okay, we can call it C or current. You can call it whatever you want. That's our current count. Okay, so I'm just going to call it Q. Q is equals to C is equals to Q. So here, when we change, but either way, we don't even need to do it. We don't need to do that. This is inappropriate, because if we set to now, whatever is going to show here is not this. Is going to be the cut quantity that we have from our backend. So that was a little bit of extra work, unnecessary work. So what we can do over here, we're going to just set quantity to 0. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do that. So we need to call this function from our button. So here we're going to say context dot read, and we're reading cut notifier, and from our cut notifier we're going to clear. Did I even do it right? Let's see. In clear selected cards, we need to run the function dot clear selected cards like that. Okay. Okay, that's it. That's all that we need to do. So now we can be able to go back. We don't want to update. We have to long press. If you click on update, it still works. If you long press, then it will go back without doing anything. So that's all that we need to do pertaining our cut count. So probably the next thing that we can do at this point is to go ahead and just create the functions to update and then push the data to the backend to refresh the data and see how it is going to work. But so far so good. We don't have a problem. Everything is working fine. Probably the difficult part that we're going to face is to select products, deselect products when we need to check out. But yeah, we need to just take it step by step. Okay. What to do right now is to just go ahead and create a function to update and to delete as well. So we have to go to our cut notifier instead of our cut notifier. What we need to do, we need to create a future. That's supposed to be a future void function or a void function, either way. Okay, we're going to should we delete? Okay, let's delete might be a little bit tricky. Well, let's go ahead and just delete cart. Okay. Okay. Inside, not inside. Let's go ahead create another one. We can just say update cart. Okay, those two. So the first one that we should focus on is to update cart. So when you're updating cart, we're going to have int ID. That's the ID of the cart that we're updating. And one other thing, we are going to call refetch. Okay, we're going to require void function. Refetch like that. Okay, and our count is supposed to be quantity. Okay, so we are going to do everything in here. So the first thing that we're going to require right on top is our access token, since it's going to be a route that is tied to a logged in user. Okay, access token is equals to storage, and from storage we are going to go ahead and get a string, and the string that we're getting is access token. Okay, so here it can be a nullable string. Right after that, we're going to have a try. That's supposed to be a try catch. So here, let's go ahead and just debug print. Debug print, we're going to debug print it to string. Okay, if we have an error for now. But if we don't, first we are going to go ahead and create our URI, and we give it a name URL, which is equals to URI dot parse, and we need to have our base URL in here. So first we're going to have our base URL API base URL, and from base URL we need the endpoint. Our endpoint is API, and we're going to access our cart, and from our cart we're going to update. Okay, so when updating we're going to require an ID, which is going to be equal to the ID that we are receiving from our arguments, and we need count, and our count is going to come from that's supposed to be QTY quantity. Okay, so let's close that. Since we have our URL, now we need to have our to send our request. So here first we need to create a final instance of our response is equals to await, since our function is asynchronous. So here we need to send a request via HTTP, and the request is going to be a get requests. And when we're sending the request, we're going to require a URL, and we're also going to require headers. So we're going to visit any of the files that we've created headers. For instance, we already used headers in here. So what we can do is just to copy the headers and we paste them in here. So now we don't have an error, but we haven't imported our HTTP. So we're going to import package HTTP slash HTTP is HTTP. Okay, that's what we need to do. So here we have our response. Oh, this is supposed to be a get, or it's supposed to be a patch. It's supposed to be a patch, if I'm not mistaken. This is supposed to be a patch request, not a get request. Okay. So if we visit our backend and we go to cart, oh, that's supposed to be views. That's supposed to be cart, update cart. That's a patch. Okay, so it's going to be a patch request. And if we visit our URLs, that's supposed to be update. Okay, so everything checks out. So what we need to do over here is to go back to our Flutter application. So we have our response. So we need to process our data a little bit further. So if response.status code is equals to 200, let's say it's 200, then we need to do something. So the first thing that we need to do is to go ahead and refresh the data. Okay, we refresh the data. After refreshing the data, we're going to, it's supposed to be clear selected over here. Okay, let's check whether our response is 200 or not. The response that we're getting, if we, that's 200, so that's okay, that checks out. So that's what we need to do to update. So let's go ahead and just save this. Okay, after saving, so we need to call this function in on update inside of update button. Ooh. Let's see. No. Okay. This int, we ain't supposed to even like have this int over here. I don't even know why it's there. Okay. Because if it is the same integer that we're pushing in here. Okay. So if it is the same, what we can do, we have to use selected cart. Okay, and get rid of, yeah, but we can just send either way, because from where we're calling the function, we have that data, so it won't be a problem. So let's say we're calling this from cut tile, right? Here inside of our button, we're supposed to say on update. That's when we are going to call our function. So we need to remove this. So we just need to access our cart notifier, and from our cart notifier, we need to update cart. So we need our ID. That's supposed to be cart.id, and refetch is going to come from, oof, that's wrong. That's utterly wrong. Okay, not utterly wrong, not completely wrong. We're almost there. Okay, we're calling this function from the wrong position. So here we're supposed to match this to on update. So this is not supposed to be, the function is not supposed to be run in here, but it's supposed to come from the parent page, which is this screen. It's supposed to be out here. Okay, Okay, cut notifier. Oh, do we have cut notifier? We don't. Let's close this first. So what we can do, cut.id, that's correct. So here we can say context.read, and we're reading cut notifier like that. Okay, this is for updating, and then we refetch. So when we refetch, our quantity is going to be up. So like if we send the requests for, our price is up. Okay, that was good. That was good. It went on like it was just smoothless. It was just flawless. Okay, I didn't expect that, but that's where we are. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to just try to focus on deleting and adding products to our cart. Okay, we're going on delete. Okay, so on delete, the process is quite the same. The only thing that's going to be different is on delete, we have to refetch the count, of which that part we haven't taken care of it as yet. Okay, but we're just going to work on our delete function. Okay. So in our cut notifier, what we can do over here, we can copy everything that's inside of our update cart, and we paste it here. Okay. So of course we are going to need refetch and the ID, so we might as well just copy everything on top here, and let's put it here. Okay, so this one is going to be a delete requests. So when we are deleting, we are going to use a different endpoint. We're going to use delete, the delete endpoint, right? And we just need to send the ID. We don't need to send the quantity. What did we do wrong? Golly. Okay, like that. So that's everything that we need to do. Okay, so let's just go ahead and hook it up, because this is everything that we need. Okay, so we go back to our screen, since we are going to run it through our screen. So on delete, we are just going to go ahead and run our function in here. Okay, so the requirements of the functions are the same. It's just the difference in names. Okay, so go to our cut tile. That's a button. Nope, that's closer to the image, so that's in our first row, if I'm not mistaken. In our stack, container on delete. Okay, so it's hooked to the proper one, on delete. Okay, so we don't have a problem in our tile. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and delete this item. Okay, nothing happened. So let's go ahead and visit the back end, the backend. Yes. 404, not found. Not found, not found. Okay, so we deleted multiple times. Deleted the first time, and it returned a 204. So that's the mistake that I made. So what we need to do here, we need to switch from 200 when we delete to 204. So our response here has to be 204. Okay. So it's no biggie. Yeah, okay. So if it's 204, then we're going to go ahead and refresh our data. But now we don't have the the data because we already delete the item. So we have to go back to our cart, and in our cart, let's add a product. User, that's going to be Dre product, any quantity 3, size 8, green. That's all. Save. Okay, go back to our project. We need to refresh this part. Okay, so we do have a product, so we need to delete this product. Okay, that's it. We have successfully deleted our product and refreshed our cart, so that part is working fine. So the next part is to be able to select and deselect cart items, right? Because we need to prepare our cart for checking out. So if we select, the products that we are selecting are the ones that we're going to check out, right? And if we deselect, then we're not going to show the checkout button. One other thing as well, we need to add a bottom navigation bar right at the bottom. That's going to show whenever we select items that we need to check out. Okay, but for deleting, updating, that is all that we need to do at this particular moment. The first thing that we need to do over here is to go ahead and deal with our count. Count. Okay, before count, what we can do, we can deal with our add to cart. Okay, so add to cart, we need to go to our product screen. Okay, product views, product screen. Okay, that's wish lists. So we have to come down to our bottom navigation bar. This is checkout. It should be add to cart, not checkout. Okay, so the pattern name should be add to cart, not checkout. So let's see, we should change the name from checkout, let's see, to add to cart, like that. Okay, so if it is add to cart, then we need to handle things on pressed, right? So on pressed, it's supposed to be here, the cart logic. Okay, so we're going to remove the to do. So first thing, we're going to have let's say var data is equals to create cart model. So create cart model is going to take the product. This is an integer, so that's going to be our product ID, but this is a string. We don't need that. We are going to, which page? We're in the, oh, okay, so this product is coming from the notifier, right? So since it's coming from the notifier, the product notifier, what we can do, we have to access our contexts, and we're going to read the product notifier, and from our product notifier, we need the product, and from that product, we need to get the ID. Since it's now, we need to add in our checker, so that's what we're going to do. Quantity, by default, we are going to push one item, and the size is going to be this sizes that we have in our color size notifier. Okay, and for the color is going to be this value that we have over here. Okay, and let's go ahead and close this one over here. After closing, what we need to do is to go ahead and convert this data to a string. Okay, so here let's just classify it as a model. So down here, we're going to say string data is equals to, not string data. Let's call it cut data over here. Or cut item, cut data. Either way, the difference is the same. So here, we're going to say create, this is supposed to be create cart to JSON. And we're going to push the data. So now we have our data. So what we're going to do over here, we're just going to print the data just to debug, to see whether we're getting our data or not, okay? So here we're going to print cut data, okay? Like that, okay? So if we don't select anything and try to add to cart, we're going error adding to cart. Please select size and color to proceed. So size, color, add to cart. This is the product that we're adding to the cart, okay? So we need to create a function that's going to handle our post requests inside of our cart notifier. So over here, we can just copy one of our functions, paste it down. We're going to call it add to cart. So add to cart is going to require a string. A string data. So to post, we have to check our endpoint. So let's go back to our backend. That's supposed to be cart URLs. So in URLs, that's add. That's going to be our endpoint. So let's go ahead and remove this part. It's completely removed, okay? And just add, okay? This is going to remain the same. We're going to remove that. And here, let's go ahead and remove. So here it's supposed to be 201 since we're creating. And here, instead of delete, it's supposed to be a post request. Since it's a post request, we're going to require a body as well. So our body is going to be the data, okay? So like then that's going to be our function. So here we need to handle what we're going to do as soon as we add product to our cart, okay? Like what's going to happen if we add something to our cart. So here we're supposed to go ahead and refetch count, okay? That's the other thing that we need to do, refetch count, okay? The next option is to navigate to the cart, okay? Okay, so in order for us to navigate, we are going to need contexts. So over here, build contexts, and we're supposed to pass context. So here, I'm going to pass it as CTX. So if we come to our product screen, what we can do, we have to access our contexts, and from our contexts, okay, basically what we what we require is this particular notifier, okay? And we're going to, we need the function. Oh, that's supposed to be cart notifier over here, not that one. We need add to cart, okay? So we need data, and our data is this string cart data, and we need our context over here. So since we want the user to be, not to be, since we want the user to check out, we should navigate them to the cart page as soon they add something to the cart, so that they can proceed to check out if they want to. Okay, so let's take, for example, over here we add something to the cart, and it's added successfully. 201, we refresh our cart, and we just go ahead and navigate them to the cart. Then they can select their product and check out. Okay, so here what we need to do is we need to pass inside of our cart notifier. That's inside of our cart notifier. What we can do, we need to create the refresh count function first, and then we can use it. But we need to set it inside of our use effect. Not use effect, but what do you call it? The hook, fetch count hook. Okay. So over here, right on top, I'm just going to put this on top. We're going to have a nullable function. That's supposed to be a function over here. Yeah, and we're going to say refetch count, and we need a setter, right? So we're going to create, okay. Nope, it's supposed to be a void set refetch count. So here we're going to take a function, in a function, and our function, we're just going to give it a name. I'm going to go with R. So the names might be a little bit unorthodox, but that's how we are going to roll. And this refresh count is the one that we're supposed to run over here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, since it's now, so we need to refresh the count. Since we're receiving contexts, what we can do, ctx dot go. We're supposed to go to, that's supposed to be home. Okay, ctx dot read. Here we're going to read the, we need to change the tabs, the index of the tab. Okay, so we need to go to our entry point, views, entry point, tab index. Okay, we need to change the tab index so that we can direct the user straight to the cart, which is tab number 3. Okay, let's import the notifier. Set index as 3. Okay, so we're going to set index, and then we're going to go back to our home page. So over here, let's just ignore these two. So we want to run a test to see whether we are adding an item successfully to the cart. Now checker can be used on a now value. Which one is a now value? Okay, this is now. So that's a little bit off because we don't have anything as yet. Let's see. We have something added already, but we didn't navigate. Our refresh didn't work. Refresh count. Okay, so we can get rid of the refresh count for now. Let's add another product to cart. Ooh, that's 3. Is it even supposed to be 3 or 2? Let's see. 0, 1, 2. That's supposed to be index 2, okay? Not index 3. So let's try to add another product. Yes, then we're redirected to our cart. And from our cart, if we select, then we can go to checkout, okay? So our checkout, we're ordering according to the dates when the product is created. So if you add an item, it will be our first item. This is our first item over here, okay? So here, let's say we want to update to 3 items. That's working fine. So this is good. So we can leave it like this, but now the problem is the count, right? And delete is working as well. Okay, everything is checking out. So we need this refetch. So we need to push it somewhere, okay? So now we need to go back to our entry point. Inside of our entry point, we need to change this to a hook widget, okay? After changing it to a hook widget, over here, we're going to have final result. Okay, result is equals to, what do we call it? Fetch cut count. Okay, so in cut count, we have to push context. Okay, so we're going to copy this build context, go to our hook, paste it over here, and we're going to import material. Since we have the context in here, we can use the context, right? So here, whenever we are going to run this, we are going to go ahead and just push refetch. We need to push this refetch to our provider, okay? So it's supposed to be cut notifier, and from our cut notifier, we're going to go ahead and set refetch count, okay? So this one requires a function, so we're going to send in a refetch, okay, like that. So back in this place, in our entry point, we're going to have final count is equals to a result.count, okay, like that. So this count is the count that we're going to show on our cut badge, this 9 badge, not badge, cut badge. Okay, and we need to just convert it to string. That's a little bit odd. Okay, that's dot. What? That's too odd. Can't count model. Okay. That's something that we need to take a look at. Cut count. Okay, so it's supposed to be dot cut count. The final count is equals to result. Let's see. Result dot count. Okay, let's call it data over here. Let's see whether we can access the data, because what's happening here. Okay, so we need to access this. Okay, so probably the count was causing the conflict, and we need to convert this to a string. Okay, this constant, man. Okay, so everything is working there. We need to copy the text and we need to paste it over here. Okay. Let's add consts. Okay, we do have an error because we changed our stateless widget to a hook widget without reloading the page. So we just need to reload the page and then we won't have an error. Okay. So we have two products. These are the two products. So let's say we delete a product here. We should be able to refresh the data over here. But okay, we didn't set on delete. That's on delete, but on add. So let's say we go somewhere, we come back, nothing happens. Let's add something. 2. Let's add something else. 3. Okay. So cut count over here, we need to use this whenever we are deleting as well. Okay. On delete, we're refreshing the cart and we're refreshing the count. Okay. So if we delete, okay, then our number is decrementing. So almost done with everything that we need to do, but our count, everything is working fine. Adding to cart, everything is working. So what we can do is to make sure that when we add something to the cart, then we clear these values, right? So if we go to our controller, not our controller per se, not our controller, but this page, we're sending the data here. We need to change the value of these two. Okay. Okay, so we can just go to this page. Since we have context, we are going to clear them first. Okay, so let's remove that. Let's remove that as well. So over here, let's import our notifier, and instead of using context, we're going to use ctx dot is it even set? Select cut? No, that's supposed to be. That's a little bit odd. It's reading what's not even there. Okay. So we just need to set this value to a string. Set size. Else. Okay, we need to reset it. So we need to set size. Wow, see, it's not even showing. Set size. That's odd. Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, set color to an empty string. Set sizes. Okay, so that's what we need to do. We just need to clear and then we navigate over here. Okay, so those are the changes that we need to make. So let's take, for example, we're adding this product, the Chuck Taylors. We add, and if we go back, let's say we are going to open shoes. we need it to be clear. We don't want it to have like a residue of what we've done before. Okay, so that's good. We're done with that part, and our count is counting properly. So now the next thing is to go ahead and be able to select this one so that we can check out, select and deselect. Okay, but the majority of our API calls are done. Not majority, all of them that we need to do related to the cart are done. So probably the next thing is to check out, but to check out, we need to select something first. Okay, cool, everything is working. So let's go ahead and work on our project and continue with our project. So we want to do with the selected cart items, right? So to just have an overview, first in our cart tile, we need to push the cart item ID and the item to our controller. So whenever we run the function here, whenever we run on tap function, right, we're going to push the two. So we need variables where we are going to store the cart ID, cart item ID, and the cart item itself. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that we're going to do is to create a list int. So in the list int, that's where we are going to store all selected cart items ID. Okay, so let's have a private variable selected cart items. Let's give it a full name so that it will be a little bit easy and just straightforward. And we need to create a getter down here. Okay, so our getter is supposed to be list int get. Here we are going to give it a name selected cart items ID, and we are getting the values from our private variable. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close that. So in this instance, we don't need a getter. Okay, we don't need a getter. Down at the bottom, what we're going to do is to create a list where we are going to store our cart items, our selected cart items. Okay, so we're going to have a list. This is supposed to be list cart model, and let's give it a name. Instead of trying to write, let's just copy from top, and we initialize it as an empty list over here. Down at the bottom, we need to create a getter. So we have our getter, and after that, we need to go ahead and create a function to add. Okay, so void add to cart. That's select or deselect. Okay, deselect. Okay, so this is going to be the function, and our function is going to take in an integer, and this integer is an ID, and we're going to take in an item. So our item is a cart model, and this item we just call it a cart item, like that. So inside our function, if, and that's supposed to be selected items, not selected items, selected cart items dot contain, not selected cart items here, selected cart items ID dot contains the ID that's being pushed, right? Let's use contains, then that means it exists. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to go ahead and remove this from our cart items list and from our IDs list. that's deselecting, right? So here, select items ID dot remove, and we are removing a value. The value that we're removing is ID. Let's go ahead and close that. And at the bottom, selected cut items dot remove it's supposed to be removed where? Okay, so here it's not supposed to be removed, but it's removed where? Okay, so here where I which is for the item, so here if I.id is equals to the ID, then we're going to remove the item. And the other thing that we need to do down here at the bottom is to go ahead and calculate the total again. Okay, so here we're going to just create a variable right on top, and it's going to be a double. So our double, we're going to call it total price. So this is the total price that will show up before we check out. The total price here is a double 0.0. So here, total price is equals to, so we need to create a function to calculate total price. So that's the name of the function, and this function is going to take in selected cut items. Okay, so here down at the bottom, that's outside of this function, we can create the function to calculate our total price. It's supposed to be total over here. Nope. Okay, we can't return void, so we have to return a double here. Okay, so in here we're going to push in, we're going to require a list cut model. Okay, and we're just going to call it items. So let's go ahead, create a variable on top, a double TP is in total price is equals to 0, 0.0. So let's close that. Down at the bottom, we're going to have a for loop. So for var item in items, we're going to just go through our list. So we're going to say total price, that's TP, is equals to plus minus plus equals to item dot price, item dot product dot price multiplied by the quantity. Okay, so that's how we are going to get our price. And after our loop, after our for loop, we're going to return the TP. Okay, that's the total price, and this total price is the one that we are going to get whenever we run this function. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's just go ahead and format. That's not how we format. Okay, So this is all that we need to do here, but we just handled one case. So we need to handle the second case. This is whereby we are removing, right? So next scenario, the alternative scenario is when the list doesn't contain this ID. So we need to add that particular item to our selected card items, right? So we're going to have else. So in our else, we're going to say selected card items ID dot add, and we're going to add ID. Okay, after adding ID, we need to add the item to our items list. So here dot add, and we're going to add the card item. After adding the card item, we need to go ahead and calculate our total price. And after calculating our total price, after running the if statement, we need to go ahead and notify listeners. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for our select deselect. So here the next step is to go ahead and run a test. Okay, so to run a test, first we need to go ahead and call the function over here, and the function that we're going to be calling is this function. Okay, so we need to access our cart notifier. After accessing our cart notifier, we need to select or deselect, and here we need our ID. So our ID is coming from cart.id, and our cart item is going to be cart over here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. But for us to see the changes whether an item is selected or deselected, we need to change the color of the tile. Okay, so we have a gesture detector over here, and we have this color over here. So probably that's where we are going to, not probably, that's where we are going to make the differentiation. Okay, so we need to have a condition. So first we need to access our cart notifier, and from our cart notifier we need to go ahead and get selected cart IDs, and if IDs contains the cart.id. Okay, so here let's put not. If it doesn't, then it's going to be white. Else it's going to be K primary light with a little bit of an opacity. So here colors dot K primary light with opacity, and the opacity is going to be some like 0.2. Okay, so let's go ahead and run a test. Okay, now it's selected, now it's deselected, selected, deselected, selected, deselected. So let's take, for example, over here we have this item selected and we delete it. That means we need to remove it from the list as well. Okay, we need to remove it from the list. So to remove it from the list, no, not really, we just need to clear the list. We need to just clear the list. So we need to go back to our cart notifier, and we go to delete cart item, right? This is clear selected. Let's see. selected cart. And here we can clear selected cart items dot clear, since it's a list. And down at the bottom we can clear selected cart IDs as well, because this will affect our prices. So if we don't clear, then if we delete, the item is going to remain in the list. And if it's in the list, that means it's going to be accommodated for on our pricing. So we don't want that to happen. So soon we'll be working on our bottom navigation bar. That's going to show our button, our checkout button, because it has to alternate. Like if nothing is selected, then we're not going to show the checkout button. But if you go ahead and select something, that means now you're eligible to check out, right? So that's the logic that we want to put. So here, and that works, update. We can also clear when we update something. Let's say something, okay, that is correct. Add to cart. We clear again. But that's not going to happen, I think. We just have to clear our cart as soon as we add something to cart, because if we have we don't need to at this point. We don't need to because it's not selected. So this part, it won't make a difference. It won't make a difference here. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get rid of it. So what we're going to do now is to go ahead and have a bottom navigation bar in our screen, this screen. So here we do have our body, right? And at the bottom of our body, we're going to have a bottom navigation bar. So for bottom navigation bar, we're going to just let's have a container first, and then we can put everything that we want in that particular container. So the container is covering everything, so we might need to give it a little bit of, not a little bit, we might need to give it size. But first, let's go ahead and remove the container. We want to wrap it in a consumer. So consumer, we're going to be consuming cart notifier. Let's see. Yes, that's correct. Cart notifier. And here it's supposed to be cart notifier. And let's return something. And we need to wrap this in a gesture detector. So inside of our gesture detector, we're going to have on tap function, and on tap we're supposed to navigate to the checkout page, right? To the checkout page. So here we can just say, oh, it's supposed to be navigate to the checkout page. Okay. So we still don't have our page. Our page is there, but it's covered. So here, let's give this a height. We're going to give it a height of 130. So if you give it a height of 130, it's no longer covering the whole screen. But what we need to do is to go ahead and let's give our our container padding. So for our padding, we're going to use edge inserts dot from left, top, right, and bottom. So from the left, we're going to give it a padding of 8. That's supposed to be 8.w. And from the top, we're going to give it a 0. From the right, we're going to give it another 8. And from the bottom, we're going to give it a 90. So that's supposed to be 90.h. Okay. So to make it visible, we need to add decoration. Not decoration per se, but we're going to put our colors inside of decoration because we need to add a little bit more of styles to our container. So decoration takes in box decoration. In our box decoration, the first thing that we're going to put is our color. So for color, we're going to go with, let's go with primary light, like that, okay? So if we're going with primary light, that's cool, but we need to add a little bit of border radius right here. So here we're going to use K radius top, okay? So that's going to be our button. So outside of the box decoration, we need to have a child. And this child is going to be a row. So in our row, we're going to require children. But right on top of the children, we're going to have main axis alignment. So our main axis alignment is going to be space between. So let's go ahead and put our reusable texts. So here it's supposed to be checkout, okay? We can say click to checkout. Let's give it a style. That's supposed to be F style, and the size that we're going to give it is 15. We have to make it a little bit bigger. And for the color, we're going to go with colors.white. And for the font weight, we're going to go with FW.600. Okay. We have our checkout total. So here we need to add a little bit of padding on all sides. So padding, okay, like that. So we copied the same. We copied the widget that we just created, the text widget. We pasted down at the bottom. So here, instead of having another checkout, we're going to display our price, our total price of selected items, right? Okay, so here, cut notifier dot total price dot to string is fixed. So we need it to be 2 decimal places. That's not all. We need to add a $sign. So to add a $sign, first we put it in as a string. And right here, we need to add the $sign. Okay, that will do. So here, we don't have anything selected. That's why our price is 0. But let's say we select something. That's our price. Let's deselect. Our price is gone down. Select, select, select. Okay. So our price will be changing according to the items that we are selecting. So now we need to have a condition that's going to check whether we have something selected or not. So here we're going to say cut notifier dot selected cut items dot is not empty. If it is not empty, then we are going to display the bottom bar. But if it is empty, we're not going to display anything. And right here, if there is nothing, we're going to just have a sizebox.shrink. Like now we have nothing in our list. So it's going to be like this. So if we select something, now we have something. Deselect, select, deselect, select. Okay. So let's say we delete something, we delete this item, we should clear the list. So this should disappear as well. Okay. So everything is working fine. So now we need to work on tap so that we can be redirected to the next page. So whatever we selected, those items are the ones that we are going to use for checkout. Okay, because we want to check out the selected items, not everything, not just one thing. Okay, so as far as our cart is concerned, we are done, but we won't be done until we just create our checkout page. So here we need to create another directory, and we're going to call it checkout. Let's create our views folder. In our views folder, we are going to create a new file. We call it checkout screen .dart. It's supposed to be dart. Ooh, the spelling is wrong. Checkout screen.dart. Okay, so here we're going to have a stateless widget. Let's give this page a name. Checkout page. Let's import material. After importing material, let's just have a scaffold right here. Okay, so after the scaffold, we can just have an air bar, and it's going to be an empty air bar. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for now. And let's go to our routes. So we need to visit common utils app routes. In our app routes, we're going to look for checkout. So here is the checkout page. We need to uncomment. Then we want to import the page, but it seems like we don't have. So let's copy the title, checkout screen. Okay, so the difference is here. This should be lowercase. Going back, now we can import the page. Okay, going back to our cart screen. On tap, now we need to call our context. After calling our context, we need to call our go router, and not go. We're not going to use go here. We're going to use push. And we need to specify the location with which we are going to. And if we visit our app routes, we're going to go to the checkout route. Okay, that's going to be our location title. So let's just paste that in there. Let's save. Okay. So if we just reset, because I don't know whether our route is going to be recognized or not, but we just need to restart our application. After restarting our application, go to our cart, select something, checkout. So this is our checkout page. So we're going to design our checkout page, and we're going to take care of a couple of things. That's going to include adding addresses, changing addresses, something like that. So as for our cart, we are completely done. Okay, to our checkout page, but first we need to select items and just go to our checkout page. So we need to work on a few things: the app bar, the address block, and the list of items that we're supposed to check out, and then our bottom navigation bar, which is going to take us to the payment page. Okay, so this is our checkout screen now. So we need to make a few changes. So first, let's handle what we are going to display on top. So first, we're going to require a title. So our title is going to be a reusable text widget. Here, we need to access our app texts. After accessing our app text, we need to access checkout. Okay, let's go ahead and give it a style. So for style, we're going to use app style. Let's give it a size. We're going to give it a size of 16. And let's give it a color. So for color, we're going to give it K primary. And for the font weight, we're going to go with fw.bold. So let's save that. After we save, this is what we get. And we need to also change the leading, okay? Not leading with, but leading itself, okay? So once we change the leading, once we have our property leading, we need to go ahead and use the app back button, okay? So in our app back button, we need to do a few things. So here we're just going to pop context, right? Context dot, it's supposed to be context. No, not context. We're going to have on tap. So in our function, that's where we're supposed to pop context. And that's the first thing. So if we go back, we are popping context. So let's move forward. But that's not the only thing. Over here, we are supposed to go ahead and clear the address. We don't have an address yet. That's something that we need to work on in a little bit. Okay, so here we just need to go ahead and write a comment, clear the address, like that. Okay, so let's move on to our body since we are done with our air bar. So down at the bottom, let's go ahead and have our body. So our body, we're going to wrap it in a consumer. So our consumer, we're going to consume cut notifier, import cut notifier, and we're going to import provider as well. After that, we need to have our cart notifier, and we're going to return a list view. Okay, so a list view is going to take in children, and we need to give our list view a padding. Okay, so we need to manipulate the horizontal sides, so it's going to be symmetric. And here we're going to give it a padding of 14. Okay, so in here, let's go ahead and at the top, the first thing that we're going not to do, but we're just going to write a comment. We need to add an address block. Address block. That's first. And right at the bottom, we are going to have a size box. So this is our size box because we need to add a little bit of space. We give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of 10. It's supposed to be 10.h. After that, we go down at the bottom, we add another size box. So this is the size box that's going to encapsulate our widget. Our list of items, selected items, the items that we're checking out, right? So we give it a height. We're going to give it a height of, let's use screen utils. Dot screen width, screen height multiplied by, let's multiply it by 0.5 over here. Add the child, and our child is going to be list.generate. Okay, so the length is going to come from our cut notifier. So here we need to access our cut notifier, and we are going to access selected cut items, and we need the length, right? So this is going to be our index. After our index, we need to have a return widget, right? Let's go ahead and just have a return. Now this is okay. Let's return something, and then we go ahead and rectify the mistake that I made. So here, let's just give it a container to begin with. After giving it giving it a container, what we need to do over here, let's add a comma and cut this code. Okay, here we need a column. And give our column children as children, we're going to put the list view. Okay, so the error is gone. Let's go ahead and close that. So we need the widget that we need to display over here. So this widget, we're going to call it a checkout tile. Okay, so let's create a new folder and we're going to call it checkout tile. No, the folder is going to be widget. And in widgets, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it checkout underscore tile dot dart. Okay, the name is wrong. It's supposed to be checkout over here. So first, no, we don't even need to create from scratch. What we're going to do, we're going to go to our cart page, which is the page that we have over here. Go, not cart page, cart widget, cart tile. We're going to copy the cart tile, go to the page that we just, not the page, the widget that we just created, the checkout widget, and we paste everything here. Let's go ahead and change the name. The name is supposed to be checkout. So here we're going to just require the cart item. So let's go ahead and remove these two. After that, we are going to remove the gesture detector. We're going to leave this. Okay, we're going to leave it. And over here, we don't need the positioned widget. And we don't need these conditions as well. So let's remove this condition. One other thing, okay, this is okay because we have this condition over here. Okay, else you can just remove it, and if you remove it, the task is to just keep this as the color, right? You just keep this as the color. So let us display the widget first, and then we just, I just show you what I mean. Okay, so here's supposed to be checkout tile. So our checkout tile requires a cart, and our cart is coming from cart notifier, selected items. Here we're accessing the index. Okay, so we have our two items. So the color, what I'm saying is if we come to our checkout tile and remove this condition, everything is going to be the same. Okay, we don't need the condition, but this is what we need to do. So let's just go ahead and close this for now. So with these two, we can be able to check out. We need our button and we need our address block right at the, not our button, but our bottom navigation bar that's going to have our payment, like our payment thingy, our payment total, and the button to just continue to the payment page. Okay, so probably we're going to just create this block first. Oh, we can. Okay, let's see what's the best way. The best way that we can go about it is to just work on the backend code first. After we're done with the code, then we can go on to work with our addresses, right? Okay, so that's what we are going to do. We go back to our backend, deal with our addresses side, and then we come back, we deal with our block with the real data, and we don't want to put static data at this particular point. Okay, at the same time, we are going to also require the checkout application as well, because this part requires us to have the address, requires us to have the checkout application running in our backend so that we can take care of everything once we hit checkout. Okay, so hopefully that won't be a problem for us. Now let's go ahead and work on our backend side. We want to add addresses, so we're going to create another application. We're going to start another application. So here we are in our backend. So we're going to use this command. No, not that command, but this one, python manage.py, and then we're going to give it the name of the application that we want to start. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do that. That's supposed to be python manage.py start app, and the name of the app is going to be extras. I'm going to call it extras. Okay, so let's just go ahead and hit enter. So we have our application created in here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to our main folder. In our main folder, we need to go to settings. Inside of settings, we need to add a new application, and our new application is code extras. Okay, so we are done with that part. Let's close. So following the steps, just like what we were doing before, we need to create urls.py. After creating urls.py, we need to go ahead and create another folder, another file that's going to be for our serializers. So that's going to be serializers.py. Okay. Now that we have these files, we need to focus on creating our models. Okay. So opening our models file, but before that, let's just go ahead and close almost everything here. Now, opening our models.py, we need to create our models. Okay, so over here we need to go ahead and have a class, and the class name is going to be address. So our address takes in models dot model. Okay, and now we need to enter the data, right? So here we need to have, what do we call it, a choice field. So for us to have a choice field, we need to mention the choices that we need. So first, we're going to have a choice with the name home. Is going to be all caps, is equals to home in lowercase. Okay. So let's copy and paste it 2 times. So we're going to have home, office, and school. Our next one, we're going to call it office. And over here is going to be office as well. And the last one is going to be school. So school in caps. And down here, it's supposed to be school. Like that. So down at the bottom, we're going to create a field with the name address types. Okay. So our address types, we need to put them in here, which are these addresses that we have here. Okay. So these are address types. So we have home. So we need to copy this, and we just replace we just replace these strings. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for our choices. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and have our data types. So our fields, not our data types, our fields and our data types. Okay, so first we're going to have lat. So for lat is going to be models dot float field. So a float field is just a float field. After that, we're going to have a longitude. So LNG. Down at the bottom, we're going to have is default. Is default. And this is to check whether the address is default or not. So it's supposed to be models dot boolean field. In our boolean field, we're going to have a default value. By default, it's going to be false. Okay. Okay. In Python, it's supposed to be a cap. And down at the bottom, we're going to have address is equals to models dot char field. So in our char field, we're going to have max length. Our max length is going to be 255. In blank, we are going to set it to false. So we should have an address whenever we are going to push our address. Down at the bottom here, we're going to have a phone. So whenever you're adding an address, you should add a phone number as well. Okay, so that should be the number of the person who's receiving the package. Char field 255 blank false, and we can leave it like that. And down at the bottom, we're going to require a user ID. Okay, user ID is equals to models.foreign field, foreign key, not foreign field. That's supposed to be a foreign key. So here we require the user, and on delete, we're supposed to delete the address as well. So we're using models.cascade. So over here, we need to import user from Django.contrib.auth.models. Okay, so here from Django.auth dot no, not dot auth, supposed to be contrib dot auth dot models. We're going to import the user model. Okay, so our error is gone. And last, we're going to have our address type, and our address type is going to be a char field, and from our char field, we're only going to accept whatever we have in our choices. Okay, and over here, let's give it a default value. So for default value, we're going to say home. Okay, so home is our default value. Max length, it can be 10 because these are too small. Okay, so down at the bottom, we need to create our data representation, and it's going to take self, and we're going to return, let's format. So in formatting, what we're going to do, we're going to take self.username, user ID dot username, and self.address type and self.phone. So those are the three things that we're going to be displaying in our home page. Okay, so down at the bottom, let's just go ahead and create another class. So this class, we are going to call it extras. We are going to use it maybe later, maybe not use it, but I'm just going to go ahead and create it. So here we're going to have is verified. So is verified is going to be models dot boolean field. Default is going to be false. OTP is equals to models dot char field blank. Nope. Let's have a default value here. Put it as an empty string. Here, let's make it 6. 6. Okay, 6 will do. And let's have user ID as well, which is going to be a foreign key. So models.foreign key, and here it belongs to user. And on delete, we're going to delete the data related to that particular user. Okay, so for data representation, let's go ahead and create a method supposed to be def str, and it's going to take in self. And let's return self dot, not self dot ID per se. Let's format it as well. So here, ID, and that's going to be the user ID. And over here, we're going to, not ID, let's go with the username and ID. Okay, so first we put the username and we put the ID. So these are our models. We have 2 models. So what we need to do right now is to go ahead and just migrate. Okay, so to migrate, we're supposed to run python manage.py. So we want to make migrations. And over here, we want to give the name of the application, which is extras. Okay, so let's see. Okay, we do have an error over here. Let's see where the error is coming from. Oh, okay, it's coming from over here. Models.models. Models.model. Okay. So let's go ahead and try to run migrations again to make migrations. Okay. So we've made our migrations. The next thing we need to make migrations. So Python manage.py migrate. Okay, and we need to mention the name of our application, which is extras. Okay, so we are done with that part. If we, let's stop our server and run it again. If we run our server and go to our dashboard, refresh our dashboard, we should have extras. Oh, we don't have extras as yet. Why? Because we didn't hook our models to our So admin page, right? We didn't register our models. So to register our models, we are going to use this admin that we have over here. Okay, that's our admin app. Admin dot site dot register, and here we're going to register address, not address, but we need to import model. So from our application, we're going to import models. Okay, and we need to access those models. After accessing the models, we need to get the right model. So we're going to have a model, address model, and over here, we're going to have extras as well. So let's just go ahead and save that. The model, okay. So this was because we just copied and pasted, but now I think our application will run without without any error. Okay. So this error that you're seeing over here, because we copied this and we pasted before we changed, and my VS Code is on autosave. So if it saved, the model already exists. That's the error. But now everything is okay. Going back to our backend, our admin dashboard, if we refresh, we do have addresses and we have extras. Okay, so we can add OTP user address. If we press add, we have latitude, longitude is default, address, phone, user ID, and the address type. Okay, so we are done with that part. Next, let's go ahead and try to create our serializers. Our serializers is going to be a little bit easy, not a little bit easy, way easy, because we're going to serialize everything. We are not going to try to exclude anything. Okay, so in our serializers, the first thing that we need to do, we need to say from REST framework. It's supposed to be REST framework over here. So from REST framework, we're going to import serializers. Okay, after importing serializers, we need to have our models. So from our current application, we're going to go ahead and import models. After we have our models, now we need to create our serializer class. Then we need to give this a name, address serializer. Okay, it's going to be a so the class is going to be a subclass of model serializers. Okay, so we need to create our metadata class metadata. That's going to be the data that we want to serialize. So first we need to specify the model. So our model is supposed to be models.address, and from the address we need to serialize all fields. So here we're going to have fields and we're going to serialize everything. Okay, so that's what we need to do. Let's go ahead and create our next serializer, which is extras. Serialize. Is it extras? It's supposed to be extras, if I'm not mistaken. Extras serializer model dots extras, and here we're going to serialize everything. So this is all that we need to do for our serializers. So next we're going to focus on our views, then last URLs, and then we hook our URLs to our admin URLs, our main URLs, which are in the to our views. So since we're going to be adding addresses from our application, we need to create a view for that. So class add address is supposed to be address over here. So here we are going to require an API view. It's supposed to be API view. Yeah, okay, so we need to import the API view. So let's just clear everything from the top. So from REST framework, That's supposed to be from a REST framework. We're just going to import everything that we need, generics, and we need status as well from REST frameworks dot response. We're going to import a response. It's supposed to be response over here, and down at the bottom from REST frameworks, REST framework dot views. We're going to import API view. Okay. Supposed to be API view. And from dot, we're going to import models, and we're going to do the same for our serializers. Okay, we don't need that. Okay, so here, let's go ahead, say from let's see, Django.config conf, not config. We're going to import settings. From REST framework dot permissions, we're going to import is authenticated. Okay, so that's what we need for the time being. But before we forget, from Django dot shortcuts, get object of all form. Some we're not going to use them, so if we're not going to use them at some point, we're just going to go ahead and refactor, thus deleting them. We're going to import transactions. Yeah, okay. So that's all that we need. So here, when we're adding an address, first we need to check our permissions. So permissions class is equals to is authenticated. After we have our is authenticated, we are going to create our method, and our method is supposed to be post, and it's going to take self and a request. So the first thing that we're going to need is the data. So data is going to come from request.data, right? Requests from our requests. And user address. Now we need to create the address. So here it's supposed to be user underscore address is equals to models. It's supposed to be models dot address, and we need to fill in the data. No dot objects dot create. Now we need to fill in the data. So first we need the user ID, user underscore, not underscore. User ID is equals to request.user. We need the latitude. Our latitude is going to come from not request, but from the data. From our data, we're going to take a lot. Let's add a comma. And here we're going to have our longitude. So LNG, and from our data, it's supposed to be LNG as well. So down at the bottom, we need another field. Is default. we just copy this and we paste it in here. After pasting it, we're going to require the address itself. So is equals to data address. And we need our phone number is equals to data, and then we're getting our phone number. After that, we're going to require our address type is equals to data, and we need to get the address type like that. Okay. So we're going to have a condition. If user address dot is default is equals to true, then we're going to access our models. Models.address.objects, and from our objects we need to filter all the addresses that belongs to a user. So here we are going to specify the field user ID, and this user ID is supposed to be equal to the request.user. Okay, and then we are going to set everything to false. So here to update, we just put dot update, and we are going to update is default to false. Okay, so the one address that we have, the address that we have on top, this user address, if it is true, is going to go ahead and just get saved as our default address. So we're going to check whether we have any existing default address in our database. If we don't, if we do, we're going to set it to false, and then we are going to just go ahead and save our data after we ran our condition. Okay, after we save, then we're going to go ahead and return, and over here we just need to return a response that's supposed to be a response, and in our response we need our status, and our status is supposed to be coming from the status dot 201 created, right? So that's what that we need to do to add the address. Okay, so down at the bottom we need to create a class to get user addresses. So we're going to say get user addresses. Okay, so user address is going to be a subclass of the API view. So first we need our permission class. After our permission class, we need our method, and our method here is supposed to be a patch. Okay, so we're going to take in self and the request. Ooh. So first we want to retrieve the address from request queries. So the address ID. So here we're going to retrieve it from request dot query params, query underscore params dot. Here we're going to get ID. So we're going to pass it as an ID. Once we get the ID, oof, this is wrong. This is wrong. Okay, it's not supposed to be a page, it's supposed to be a get. Anyways, let's get over here. And this is wrong since we're getting the list. Okay, so what we can do here, let's rectify it real quick. So address, supposed to be addresses is equals to models dot address dot objects dot filter. So here we're just going to filter all IDs from the same user. So this is going to be is equals to request user. After that, we need to serialize our data. So we need to create a serializer. A serializer with a Z. Serializer is equals to serializers dot address serializer, and we need to pass in our addresses, and we need to mark many is true since it's a list, and we're just going to return our response serializer.data. Okay, so that's it for getting addresses. Our next class is to go ahead and get, let's see, we can create one to get the default address class, and get default address. So here is going to take in an API view. We need our permissions. After permissions, we need our method. So it's supposed to be a get. So we are going to take in self, arguments. We're going to take in self, and we're going to take in requests. So first we need our addresses. So our addresses are going to come from models dot address dot objects dot filter, and here we're going to filter with the user ID, where user ID is equals to requests dot user dot user, and his default is true. We're going to have one default. So if addresses doesn't exist, of which this is supposed to be address, since we're going to retrieve one address, not multiple. So we can use dot first over here. If address doesn't exist, either way, the difference is the same. Address doesn't exist, and then exists, not doesn't. If the address exists, then what we're going to do over here, we're going to get the first address from that list. Okay, so we're going to create a new variable. We're going to call it address, and we're going to get the first address. After getting the first address, we need to serialize the data. So here we're going to create our serializer, which is equals to serializers dot address serializer, and in here we're pushing the address, and we need to serialize the data. So here we're going to create our serializer, which is equals to serializers dot address serializer, and in here we're pushing the address, and we need to serialize the data. So here we're going to create our serializer, which is equals to serializers dot address serializer, and in here we're pushing the address, and we need to to return our serializer.data, okay? No address found if we don't have the address. So those are 3 functions. So we are going to create more to go ahead and set default address, because we might just need to trigger to set default address from our application. So we need to have a view that is going to help us to handle that. And we need another one to delete addresses from our list as well. So 2 functions that we still need to create. And create our delete view. So here it's supposed to be delete address. It's going to take in API view. So first we need permissions. After permissions, we're going to have our method, and it's going to be a delete. Since it's delete, we're going to take request and self. Okay, so down at the bottom, we do have an indentation error. Okay, def delete. Delete, we are going to take in a request. No, let's take in self first in our argument. And let's take in our request. Okay. It's supposed to be a request. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get our address from our params, right? So we're going to have a field, and we're going to call it address. Should we call it address or ID? Okay, address ID is equals to requests dot query params, query underscore params, and from our params we're going to get the ID. Okay, so now that we have the ID, we got the ID, we have to check whether we have the address or not, because we are not sure whether we are getting something from our params. So that's the first thing. If not address ID, then we're going to just return a 404. Okay, address ID not provided. So here down at the bottom, we're going to have a try. So in our try, we need to have user. Okay, let's just user is equals to requests request.user, or we can just use it directly. Okay, so okay, so we are just trying to get rid of the error over here. So exception, we're going to that's wrong. Exception, models address doesn't exist. If our address doesn't exist, then we're going to go ahead and return. This shouldn't be user. Okay, we shouldn't use user over here. Let's go ahead and use address, because our user won't be able to get to this point if they are not logged in. So this is the error that we're going to give them. So we need to work inside of our try. So inside of our try, what we need to do, we need to get the address lists. So here we're going to have address items, item. So our address item is equals to models.address.objects.get. So here we're going to use ID, and we're getting our address by ID and user ID. Okay, so it has to match these two. After after it matches, then we are going to go ahead and use with transaction dot atomic so our condition is going to be if address item dot is default. If it is default, we want to do something here, right? So we're going to look for other addresses because we want to set a new address. So here we're going to do the same models.filter, and here we're going to use user, and we're going to go ahead and exclude. So we're going to exclude an address with the same ID as we have the same address that we're getting from our params, okay? We're going to exclude it because it's not included. So if other address dot exists, if they exist, we're going to look for one address and we're going to to make it a default. So here we're going to say new default address is equals to models, not models, since we have our address in other addresses dot first so we need to go ahead and access our new address dot is default, and we're going to make it to true. To true, and then we're just going to go ahead and save. Okay, so here it's supposed to be new address dot save. After we save, we're going to have else we don't have an address, right? We're going to go ahead and just return a response. Okay, like you cannot delete an address while you don't have any other address. So here we're going to have response. It's not supposed to be no default address found. So here we can say you cannot delete an address without another. You cannot delete a default address without any other address. So once all this is done, what we are going to do is to go ahead and try to delete. Okay, so we're going to access our address item, and then we're going to delete. After we delete, then we're just going to return a response. Okay, and our response, we're not going to pass a message over here, so we're just going to pass a status. So our status is going to be a status dot 200. Let's go with 200, like that. So we dealt with our exceptions already. So there's nothing more that we need to do in this section. We're done with delete. So at the moment, the only one function that's left pertaining our addresses is to go ahead and get a default address. Okay. Set default address, not get. We already have the view for getting a default. So we need to have one view to set a default address. Okay, so set default address is going to take in, oh, not address view, but API view. First, we need our permissions class, and here it's supposed to be a patch. Okay, so we need to create our method patch. It's going to take in self, and we're going to take in a request. So after that, we're going to have our user, and we're going to go ahead and get all the addresses, right? After we get all the addresses, not get all the addresses, or we're going to get the address that we're looking for. So let's go ahead and try the code, because it's a little bit confusing. Address is equals to a request. So we're just going to pass the ID through params. We're not going to use a post. Okay. Dot query params is supposed to be query params over here. Query underscore params dot get ID. So if not ID, we're going to send a message, and here we also forgot to send the status. Status is supposed to be 404, so status dot that's a little bit odd. Okay, is equals to status dot http 404. Let's bring this a little bit up. Here we can say address and here we can pass a 400. Status is equals to status dot http, and here we're passing a 400. Okay, bed requests. If you're going to have tried, that means we're going to have an exception. So our exception here is when an address doesn't exist. Okay, So if our address doesn't exist, we're going to just return. It's supposed to be address. Why am I keeping on models.address dot doesn't exist message? Here is supposed to be address doesn't exist, and here is supposed to be 404. Okay, so we're done with this part. Now let's deal with our try. So first we need our user. So here it's supposed to be request.user. Okay, after that let's get to our address. So our address is equals to models dot address dot objects dot get. Okay, so here we're getting an address by ID. After we get the address by ID, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and get all the addresses related to the user. So models dot objects dot address dot object. Man, I can't even type. A filter. So here we are filtering by user ID. After filtering by user ID, we're going to go ahead and update. And here we're going to update all the addresses to false. Is default is equals to false. Then we set the default address of the provided address to true. After we set it to true, we are going to go ahead and just save the address. After we save the address, then at the bottom, we're just going to return a status 200. We don't need to return a message. So that's all when it comes to our addresses. So next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and work with our URLs, and then we can put them. Okay, so let's continue. Right now we need to work on our URLs. So if you're working on our URLs, the first thing that we need to import path from Django.urls. So it's supposed to be from, not I from Django dot URLs import path. Okay, Django with 1A, not 2. And from dot, we're going to import views. Okay, so here we need to create our URL patterns. So first we have our first URL path. We need to have a string. So our endpoint is going to be address lists, not address. Okay, let's go with address list like that. Okay, so we need to specify the view. Okay, so for our view, we're going to access our we need to access our views, and from our views, we're going to get even forgetting the name of the views. So I'm going to bring bring user, get user address. And get user address. Supposed to be get user addresses here dot as underscore view. Let's close that. Let's go ahead and give our URL a name. So this one should be a lowercase, and the name, it should be user addresses, like that. Okay, so let's go on to create our next URL. So our next URL is going to be add. So here we're going to, but it's a little bit tricky. Why we ain't getting our, let's mention the name of the application over here. Add. So this is the name, add address. Add address. Okay. Let's create another one. We're going to use this one to get default. The name is get default address. Let's just paste it over there. And here we're going to change the name to default address. Down at the bottom, we're going to have delete address, and we change the name to delete address. Okay, so I'm going to just push this so that you can see everything. So let's go ahead and have our last. It's going to be me. So if it is no, me should be the default, and this one should be set default address. Okay, set default, and this one should be get default address. So we are done creating our address related URLs. So we need to add them to admin URLs. So over here, we're going to call this addresses. Oh, we can call this address over here, but if we call this address over here, we have to go back to our URLs and we have to remove this address from over here. Okay, because we don't want to have address, like that. Okay. So that would work. Our endpoint would be our base URL slash API slash address list slash me slash whatever. Okay, so here the name of the application is extras. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to go ahead and visit our dashboard. After visiting our dashboard, okay, we can set an address, just a random, anything random. Let's say -124 dot set as default address, phone number, that's a string, user ID, Dr. Dre, home. Okay, let's go ahead and save that so we don't have an error. So that means this is working. Okay, so far so good. What we can do, we can try to open up Postman. After opening up Postman, we just have to create a get request to get the address. Okay. In some of the request, the HTTP calls, we're going to just test them whenever we're going to be working with our address. And here it's not supposed to be count, so it's supposed to be address list, like that. So let's go ahead and send that request. Okay, we do have an error 500. So if we go back, add address serializer missing meta.model tribute. So that's get address, get user address, address serializer. Let's see. It can be a serializer problem. Meta model. Okay. So the error is here, supposed to be equal. So my bad. So we have to make the same request again. Okay, cool. So we have our address. So we need to just get the data. Let's see. Address type. Phone number, address is default. Okay. So let's get this data. After getting the data, we need to create the address model. So we need to visit QuickType, paste that, and we are going to create an address list model. Let's just call it address model. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Copy the model, go back to our Flutter application. In our Flutter application, we need to create a new folder. Let's call it, we can create it outside. Let's call it addresses. So in addresses, we're going to have a new folder. Let's create a folder for models. So in our folder, we need to create a new file. So it's supposed to be addresses model.dart, like that. Let's paste the code, save, and we need to create hooks folder. Hooks. Okay, so in our model, we have this list. We have the lists, but we also need to, okay, we can use this as well. So probably that's not going to be a problem. So let's see how best we can do it. In our hooks, let's create the results folder. Results dot, not results dot. So here, new file. It's supposed to be a default results dot dart. Okay, so we're just going to go to any hook result, and then we copy the hook results. Then we can make some changes. So we're going to copy this. After that, let's paste the code here. And here, let's go ahead and change the title from fetch cart to fetch default. Okay. Let's just say default address here. So if you're fetching default address, we have to have another model. So We can either have another model or use the model that we have. So if we are using the address that we have, it's supposed to be address model over here, and we need to change this name to address. Okay, like that. So we're going to copy paste. After copy pasting, we're going to change the name. So first, before they are not going to be, let's say, a list, add list results. So here, instead of returning an address model, we're going to return it as a list address. Okay, like that. Let's save. Instead of fetch address, instead of fetch default, it's supposed to be fetch address. Like that. Okay. So that's it. We're done with our results. Next, probably what we are going to need is to have we're going to need to create our hooks. So let's just, and before we start working on our hooks, what we need to do, we need to go to our models, right? Okay, this was our model, address model. We don't need this one. We need to, I just created this one and realized I made a mistake. We don't need that one. It's supposed to be address model over here. Let's get rid of that. Okay. So here we need to come to our model. So we have this list and we have this two. That's two. We need to remove this somewhere. And we need to remove this part. So we need to create another method to just convert our address, not a list, right? Returning address model, not returning the list. Okay, so over here, what we're going to do to create the new method, we're going to call the return type address model. So this one on top, instead of saying address model, we can change the name to address list from string. Here we can have address model. No, from JSON, not from string. From JSON, okay? Like that, okay? So in here, we're going to have a string, and our string is going to be str. Okay, and we don't need to map over here, so we need to close this. So we have two, the one for the list and the one for a singular address, okay? So now we need to create our hooks. So the first hook that we need to create is to fetch default. Let's say fetch default dot dart. Okay, so to fetch default, let's just copy one of our hooks, paste the code. So here we're going to change this to address. After changing to address, fetch address. Nope. It's supposed to be fetch address, not cart. Oh, fetch default address. That's going to be the name. Fetch default address, and here is supposed to be address.value. So this value should be the same. Okay, so the type over here should change to address model. Since it's nullable, let's add now now checker, and initially it's going to be null. Okay, so now everything is okay over here, and we need to change this from cart to address. Let's change this value to address as well. And here now, that's where we are going to call address model from JSON. Okay, so that's all that we need to do, and we have a hook. That's a hook to fetch the default address. Let's say default address, and let's go ahead and create one more to just fetch the address lists. Like that. Let's give it a name. No, let's copy first. We're trying to rush the process. Over here, it's supposed to be fetch address. Here, the name can be fetch address. That's okay. And here can be, should be a list model. And initially, we're just returning a list. So over here, it's supposed to be address list from JSON. And our endpoint is supposed to be address list. Okay. Let's get the default, the fetch address. Let's just fetch address. So that's all that we need to do. Okay. So we are going to test this in a little bit. For now, what's the problem? Oh, okay. I thought we had a problem. We're in the checkout page. So for now, these ones, they are all okay. So we are going to try to work on getting our default address, getting all the addresses, and then we do everything that we need to do in our checkout page. But we are going to also require some extra steps when it comes to our addresses over here. Okay, so we still have a little bit of work to take care of. But as far as our hooks are concerned and how we are going to get the data, this is all that we need to do. Okay, since we have the addresses, now the focus is going to shift to what do we call it? The focus is going to shift to our checkout. And at the same time, now we can put a location over here. Instead of saying please select location, now we can have a location. Okay, so that's what we're going to focus on the next section. continue. So the first thing that we need to do is to fetch our default address. Okay. So let's just close everything from over here so that we can start from a clean slate. So looking at our bottom, not bottom, that's our a bar. We need to show an address if we have one. So we should come to our home, then the widgets. We need to open our custom a bar. So we need to convert this widget to a hook widget. After converting to a hook widget, we need to go ahead and have a final result. Let's just call it result is equals to fetch default. Okay, like that. And over here, we're going to have final address is equals to result.address. Okay, let's go ahead and close it. So now if we just refresh, probably we'll have our address, but here we need to refresh because we've changed this part of our widget, like whatever it was extending a stateless widget. Now it's extending a hook widget. So we need to hot reset our application. Right, so here we do have the address. So either way, we're going to say address. If address is equals to now, then we are going to show, no, not this part. We still this part. If our address is equals to now, then we need to show this select an address. You can put it the way that you want, or please add an address, something like that. So over here, we're going to display our address if our address is not now. So it's going to be dot address. Okay, so we do have our address. Okay, so that's exactly what we need, and we need to do a little bit more. So here, let's take for example, okay, let's take for example, user is not logged in, but we have this hook. So it's going to run regardless whether a user is logged in or not. If a user is not logged in, then we're going to run into an error. We don't want that since this page is not protected. So we need to visit our fetch default address, okay? And this line where we are getting our access token, we are going to put it outside. All right, after we put it outside, we're going to use it in our use effect. Okay, so if access token is equals to now, then we're going to do nothing. Okay, let's do it the other way around. If access token is not equal to now, then we're going to run this, else we're just going to return. Okay, so we won't have a problem with our address over here. So that's the change that we need to make. So for that part, we are done. Okay, so now our main task is to go to our checkout page. We need to show our address block. Okay, so that's what we need to design right now. So after we design our address block, probably we are going to be doing this a little bit of multitasking between our checkout page and our addresses section inside of our profile, because both of these widgets, both of these pages, they share the same widgets. Okay, so it's better to do them both at the same time. So inside of our address, we're going to create a new folder. In this folder, we're going to call it widgets. Okay, so in widgets, we need to create a new file. We're going to call it address block, address underscore block dot. Okay, like that. So in our block, we need to create a stateless widget. Let's give it a name, address block, like that. Okay, so we need to import material. After importing material, over here, we're going to return a column. So column takes in children. So for the children, we're going to have a cross-axis alignment. Here, cross-axis alignment dot is supposed to be dot start. That's all that we need. And we need a reusable text. We're going to call it, we're going to give it a text over here. So the text is supposed to be shipping address. And for shipping address, we need to give it a style. So our style is supposed to be app style. And the size, we're going to give it a size of 13, not 12. And for the color, we're going to go with K primary. So it's supposed to be colors dot K primary. So we need to import our colors dot K primary. Okay. So over here, it's supposed to be FW dot, not FW, font weight dot W500. Let's save that. So down at the bottom, that's where we're supposed to display our address tile. So we need to work on our address tile on the side. But what we can do now is to go to our checkout page. Where's our checkout? Checkout is over here. Views, checkout page. So in checkout page, we're going to add the address block. Okay, like that. So let's go ahead and save. So we're going to have this heading and we're going to have an address block. That's going to show our default address. Okay. So let's just add const over here. After adding const, we need to go ahead and create a new widget in this page, and we're going to call it address tile. Address underscore tile dot. Okay. It's supposed to be a dot file over here. So we need to create a stateless widget. Call it address tile. And we need to go ahead import material. So over here, in our address block, here we need to hook the address tile. Okay. So address tile is going to require some parameters right here on top. We need to add some parameters. Let's see. Probably we have something missing. Because if you're showing an address, that address should come from somewhere. Okay. That address should come from somewhere. So probably in this page, we should go ahead and fetch addresses again, the default address, because we need it, because we need to push it to our checkout block. Okay, so here we're going to have final address model, and then over here it's supposed to be address. Besides that, we're going to require a little bit more. Let's see. We're going to require a final bool, a boolean. So this boolean is going to determine whether we are on a checkout page or we are on the what do you call it, on the addresses page. Okay. And we're going to have two functions, final It's supposed to be void function. Set default. So this set default, we are only going to use it when we are in our address page, and right at the bottom we're going to require another one, and this one is going to be on delete, like what is going to go on when we delete. Okay, not on address, on delete, my bad. Okay, so these ones are optional, but over here we're going to, this is the address. Oh, my bad. These ones ain't supposed to be here. My bad. I really made a big mistake. They're supposed to be in the address tile. Okay. Okay. They're supposed to be in here, not in the address block. So we need to remove them from over here. So our address block is going to only require an address. Okay. Or this, an address only. Okay. And this value, checkout value, is not going to require like on delete, on blah blah blah. This stuff is going to be on the tile. Okay, so if we add address, it's supposed to be address here. So we need is checkout. We need to just bring back the boolean. Final bool is checkout, like that. So this one has to be a boolean true or false. So it doesn't matter where it comes from. So that's going to be our value. So we need to add a comma over here. But we do have an error over here because we need to pass the address. Man, this is getting confusing. Address block. Yes. This is not required in our address block. It's not required because we can set it from here. It's just to see which page are we on. So let's remove const. Over here, it's supposed to be address, and this address has to come from somewhere. That means we need to change this to a hook widget. After changing to a hook widget, we already have the item that we dealt with inside of, we already have the hook that we dealt with inside of our customer bar. And in our customer bar, we need to paste that. So if we paste and add these, then this address is going to be the one that we're passing here. But over here, we need to make it nullable. And over here, nullable, like that. Let's go ahead and see whether we can make some adjustments, because this is going to be a little bit tricky. It's going to be required. Okay. It's going to be required. Address tile. So we haven't started working on our tile. We're just configuring on how everything is connected. Okay, so this is the trouble that you have to go through if you're working on reusable widgets, because they take a little bit more variables as a normal widget, which is only constructed for one particular purpose. So if it is multi-purpose, you have to make sure that everything is there so that you can have a seamless flow, okay? And you can be able to alter it despite where you are, like which page you are on, okay? But this is all that we need to do. This is all that we need to do. Next, we're going to be focusing on how we are going to display our address inside of our address tile, of which it is not going to be a huge task. It's going to be a huge task, but we're going to have a list tile, and we're going to have content padding. So for content padding, we're going to have edge inserts dot 0 over here. After that, we need to go ahead and have a leading, okay? So let's go ahead and leave it like this for now, and we can continue in a little bit, because I mean, still have a little bit of things to figure out of like how everything is going to be connected together, okay? List tile. So for list tile, let's go ahead and have a circular avatar. Circular avatar takes in a background color. So for the background color, we're going to have colors.kPrimary, and for kPrimary, after kPrimary, we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be an icon. And as for this icon, we are going to use a material icon, icons dot location pin, okay? That's supposed to be location pin if I'm not mistaken, okay? So for location pin, we have to give it a size, not size. We're going to just leave it like that. So let's manipulate the color. So for the color, let's go with kPrimary. But if you're going with kPrimary over here, we have to go with ksecondary light over here. Okay. So we have a problem over here. Okay, cool. So let's see what we got. Check out address is equals to now. Block checkout screen. Okay, so this is going to be a problem a little bit. A little bit is going to be a problem, but we need to fix the problem anyway. So probably we are going to need to use our provider to store our address, and then we push our address to our checkout page somehow. Okay, so that's what we are going to have an easy fix to the problem without using providers, because over here our address might be loading. So if our address is loading, probably we are going to run into an error. So what we have to do, if our address is loading, we just need to set a condition here. It's either we can use is loading or final is loading. Let's use is loading. Okay, so this one is supposed to be is loading. Okay, so here we're going to if it is loading, then we're going to just have sizebox.shrink. Else we're going to have our address. That's like the easiest way that we can go about it. So it's going to pop when we have the address. So let's go ahead and run the test and see whether the solution would work, but definitely will. Okay, so here we just need to pick items. Okay, so we have our widget over here. So whatever we did worked. Okay, whatever we did worked. So since we're not going to reach to this stage if we might not have an address as well. Okay, so there's a scenario where we literally don't have the address, but we want to check out. Okay, so in that scenario where we don't have an address, we need to handle it somehow. Okay, so we're going to handle it through our button, the payment page. So if we don't have an address, we prompt the user to add an address first before they check out anything. Okay, or to prompt them to select an address. We'll see how best we can put our logic across. Okay, so far so good. Let's continue with our address tile. So our address tile is going to have a little bit. So here, let me just put the basics. We have a child, this child. Okay, so we need to remove this. And over here, we're going to secular. No, it's going to be title. So for the title is going to be let's see. Yeah, the title is going to be the address. Is going to be address. So we are going to use probably a reusable text widget, but we're going to have some conditions to it. Okay, so let's go up. Reusable text. Okay, so here we're going to have our address. Let's give it a style. App style. So we're going to use 18, and our color is going to be kdark. So colors.kdark, and font weight we're going to go with 400. Okay, so we have our address. Let's go ahead and put a subtitle. So for subtitle, we're going to have a column. Column takes in children. So as for our children, our first child is going to be a reusable text. So we might as well just copy whatever we have right here on top, and we're going to paste it in here. So here we're going to have, no, this ain't supposed to be address, but address type is going to be address type. And we need to put this to uppercase. Okay. And here we're going to have the address. Let's have Manix alignment. We're going to put it to start. And our cross-X alignment is going to be the same. So cross-X alignment dot start over here. Okay, let's save that. So that's going to be our address. So in here, we are going to reduce the size of this address to something like 12 or even smaller. Let's use gray light. Okay, gray light. And down here, we're going to put phone. Okay, so we're going to have our address and our phone. So our phone number is a string. There's nothing that we need to do like that. Or this can be smaller, like 11. like that. So that's for showing the address only. Let's see if we can give this a little bit of radius, like 18. Oh, that's too small. Let's put it 24. 26. 28. Okay, 28 would do, or our text would be fitted. Okay, that's the radius. So we can even increase the size of our icon like that. So that's proper. That's okay. That's okay. That's not bad. So over here, that's where we're going to go ahead and put our buttons to change the address. Okay, the address. So we might have a list of addresses, and we'll change the address. So that means we are going to need to make some changes to our address style somehow. So because if you're changing, we're going to be storing the address that we're changing to somewhere, and if that address that we're changing to is not now, that is going to be the address that we are going to display on our screen as compared to the default address. Okay, but before we continue, let's just add const everywhere over here and just format this a little bit. Okay, so we're going to come back and just put on the logic, because we get 2 pages that we need to accommodate with this one particular widget. So it's best if we spend a little bit more time on it, so that all our requirements can be catered for. Okay, gray light might be a mistake over here. Gray light might be a mistake. We can just go with gray. Okay, so let's go with gray. Okay, cool. Not a platform, but we're going to go ahead and have our change button over here to enable the user to change the address. Okay, so we're going to create several buttons. We're going to create 2 buttons, the one to delete and the one to change. Okay, so the one to change, we're going to use it to change or to set default. Okay, so inside of our list tile that's outside of this column, we're going to have a trailing. Is it supposed to be a trailing? Yes, so our trailing is going to be a column. So our column, we're going to have main axis alignment, which is going to be spaced evenly. And after that, we're going to have cross-x alignment. We're going to use cross-x alignment.end. And down at the bottom, we're going to have our children. Okay, so our first child is going to be a gesture detector. So our gesture detector takes in on tap. So on tap, we're supposed to do something, right? So here we're going to have a condition. If it's checkout, so here is checkout, is equals to true, then we're going to do something, okay? Else we're going to do something else like that, okay? So over here, what we're going to do, we're going to open a change address bottom sheet. We're going to show a change address bottom sheet. Supposed to be a bottom sheet like that, okay? So what's going on? That's pretty odd. Okay, so let's give it a child first and see whether we're going to have an error or not, because we can't have a gesture detector without a child widget. Okay, let's get started. Same. Okay. This is a little bit tricky, so let's just child reusable texts. For reusable text, we're going to say change for now. App style, let's give it a size. So the size that we're going to give it, we're going to give it a size of what, 12. Color, let's go with K dark for now. Let's go with the proper color. So it's supposed to be K white, but it's not going to be visible. That's the problem. Well, we don't have that error anymore. Though it's not visible, we don't have the error anymore. So what we're going to do over here, we're going to have decoration. So for decoration, we're going to choose box decoration. Instead of box, no, that's supposed to be box decoration. Instead of our box decoration, we're going to have our border radius. And as for border radius, we're going to have kradius.O. Oh, not bottom. Supposed to be radius.O. Okay, so let's go ahead and give it a color as well. So for the color, let's just go ahead and pick those two colors. So that's what it is going to look like for now, but we are going to make some few more changes. So over here, we're going to have edge insets. It's going to be symmetric, and we're manipulating horizontal side, and we're going to give it a horizontal of 5.w. Okay, like that. Okay, so here we're going to have multiple scenarios, but for now, let's just leave it like that until we have our address notifier, our address provider. That's when we're going to go ahead and have more options. So for this part, this is literally done for this page. But if you want to accommodate the other changes for the address section, then we are going to need more. Okay. So what I'm going to do is to go ahead and work on this particular widget up until everything is working for this page. And when we get to the other page, then we're going to add some additional properties to it and additional logic so that it can fit both, what do you call it, like both pages. I mean, so over here, if we go to utils, not utils, but widgets, let's see, address change model. Okay, checkout address. Okay, so let's go ahead and uncomment this one because we need it. That's supposed to be okay. Yeah, this one is going to be a little bit tricky because we need this page, not page per se. We need this widget. So this widget is going to require us to be done with everything that we need to do in here. But anywho, what we can do, let's go ahead and cut this. And in our address tile, let's go ahead and just have our logic over here, because it doesn't matter what we are doing, our logic is still going to be required. Address, change address bottom sheet, and here we add, and we're adding contexts. Okay, so if we click, we're going to have a bottom sheet, and we're going to have a list of all our addresses. We'll be able to change addresses to some other addresses if we have them. If we don't have, if let's say we have one address, then we won't be able to change. But if we have more than one, then it's possible to make the change. So this is a pre-given model bottom sheet. It's pre-given, okay? So the only part that we're going to work on is this section, okay? So we're going to go ahead and work on it after we complete working on this section that we have over here. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead to our addresses, and we're going to create a controllers folder. Okay. It's supposed to be controllers over here. After creating the folder, we need to add a new file. It's supposed to be address underscore notifier dot. Okay. So let's give it a name. Let's create the class. It's supposed to be address notifier with change notifier. And let's go ahead and just open it and close it. So in here, that's where we are going to put our logic. So first, we're going to have address model, address. So this should be, this can be now, okay? And let's create a function to set it. So it's supposed to be void set address. So address is going to take in address model A, and address is equals to A, then we notify listeners, okay? So we need to hook this address notifier to our main dot. So in our main dot, we go back to our providers, and over here, we're going to have address notifier. So let's save. Okay, so we have our notifier. So now we can have our logic. So we need to work a little bit more inside of our tile. Okay. So over here, even the title, this change title is going to come out if is checkout is equals to true. Okay, that's when we're going to have change. Else, if okay, so we need to do something. We need to hook this to a, what do you call it, a consumer. We're consuming address notifier, and here we're going to have our address notifier as well in lowercase. Let's go ahead and save that, and we need to close this at the bottom. And let's import provider over here. After importing, insert conditions. If checkout is equals to true, then we're going to put change. Address notify is equals to now. Then we're going to check whether the address, what do you call it? The address is not equal to default. If it is not equal to default, then we're going to go ahead and display set default. And that's supposed to be a string. Change. Okay. This is a little bit confusing. Let's see whether I have the correct logic here. Is equals to true, then we're going to change else address notifier. Then we're going to have another condition. So let's do it this way. We bring this down. And if this is equals to now, okay. This is a little bit tricky. And is equals to now. Then we need to go ahead and check whether address is default or not. Okay, so if our address, yes, so that's the mistake. If our address, if this is equals to now, then we need to check whether the address is now or not. If it is now, if we need to check is default or not. If it is not default, then we're going to set to display set as default. Else, we are going to display default, okay, to show that it is default. Yeah, okay. So down at the bottom, we're going to have another condition. So this one, in this condition, then we're going to check whether this address that we have over here dot is default is not equal to default. Then we're going to do the same. So here it's nullable. So that's going to be our condition. So this is a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky. Even me, I'm having trouble just trying to put it together because that's a lot of conditions. But let me just go ahead and open the tile so that you can have a view of what we are trying to achieve. And so it's even way harder to explain when the code is not functional and there's nothing that you can do when your code is not functional. So let me go ahead and have the condition for our colors, the colors of our buttons. That's going to be one button if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So over here is checkout. then we're going to display k primary, or we are going to go ahead and check address notifier dot address is equals to now. So if it is now, then we're going to go ahead and check our we're going to go ahead and check our address, whether our address is default or not. Address dot is default is equals to true. So if our default is equals to true, then we need to display colors.green. Else, we want to display that's supposed to be colors.k gray light. Else, let's try to just refactor this, put it here. Else, we're going to go ahead and check whether our address notifier dot is default or not. Okay, so if this condition holds, if it doesn't hold, let's say if it doesn't hold, if it is not true, then we're going to do something. We're going to display a different color. Let's add an out check over here. Else, we want to display colors.gray. Okay, so this colors has to be the same. Like that. Okay, so these are our conditions. They're only on colors, but they're so tedious. So that's all that we need to do when it comes to that, but we still need to deal with our text as well, because our text has to change according to the address that we are given. All right, so over here, let's go to, we start with our, and that's going to be our address type. Okay, so first we are going to check whether our address notifier dot address is equals to now. If it is equals to now, then we're going to go ahead and display this address. No. This condition is on the wrong place, but still the conditions are going to be the same. So over here, we're going to display the address. Else, if it is not now, if the address that is address notifier is not now, that's the one that we're going to display here. So address notifier dot address dot address. Let's make it add now checker. So over here, since the conditions are going to be the same, we're going to just put it here, put the condition down, address over here. So it's supposed to be address dot phone, and down at the bottom is going to be phone as well. Okay, so we are done with that part. Here, address type, address type, and it's supposed to be address type over here. Okay, so done with our conditions. So now it's way easier to even go and complete our work. So down at the bottom, we're still inside the column. So this is our first widget. Let's go ahead, add a little bit of space. And down here, let's go ahead, close it. And here, we want to have is checkout. If is checkout is equals to true. So this one is not going to appear on our screen on this page that we're on, we're going to display sizebox.shrink. Else, we're going to go ahead and have a gesture detector. It's supposed to be gesture detector over here. So here we're going to have on tap. It's supposed to be mapped to be with on delete. Okay, else, not else. We're going to have a child, and our child is going to be a container. And in our container, we're going to have the same padding as the one that we have on top. Okay, let's just copy the padding. We don't want to have tons of stuff that we can't control. So let's add decoration manually. So box decoration. Ooh, box decoration. In our best box decoration, we're going to take in the color first. So for the color, we're going to go with colors.kred. That's going to be the first. After that, let's give it a border radius. So our border radius is supposed to be BR. So we're going to go with K radius all. Okay. After that, let's go ahead and save. No changes. Ooh, we got a change here. So we gotta bring the to uppercase. Okay, that'll do. It's still over here. Sizebox.shrink. Here we need to give our container a child. Okay, so for our child, we're going to have a reusable text. As per our reusable text, we need to specify the text. So our text is going to be delete, and we are going to require app style. So for the app style, we're going to have 12. And here, let's go ahead and have colors.white. And let's give it a font weight of W400. Okay, so we are officially done with our tile. Our tile was a little bit tedious, but we don't have to create it anymore. Okay. Oh, we want to come to on tap. Okay, this on tap. Okay, so when we're in this page, if we click on tab, we're going to open the bottom sheet, right? And if we are not on, if you're not inside the checkout, we have to run set default. Okay, let's see. It's supposed to be set default and like that. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and just work on our, what do we call it? To work on our, bottom navigation, not bottom navigation, but our bottom sheet. Okay, the checkout, not the checkout, the checkout address lists, checkout, checkout address lists like that, and it has to be a .dot file. Over here is supposed to be a stateless widget. Give it a name, checkout address lists. Okay. Here we need to have a hook. That's supposed to be a hook widget, but anywho, we can just change this to a hook widget, or else we could have just used the shortcut. Okay, so like that. So here we're going to fetch the addresses. So let's take care of that and then we can move forward. So we're going to have final addresses. Okay, is equals to fetch address. Let's go ahead and close that. And so final is loading is equals to not addresses. This is wrong. Let's cut this. Let's go with result. Okay, I'm just going to make it short. So over here is supposed to be result dot is loading. So let's close that. Final addresses is equals to result dot address. That's the lists. Okay, so we're going to have these two. Okay, so over here we need to check if it's loading. If it is loading, then we're going to go ahead and have our widget. So here we're going to have a padding, not a padding, but anyways, we need to return something over here. Okay, a padding. So here we're going to use edge_inset.symmetric. We need to manipulate the horizontal part. Horizontally, we're going to give it a 12. That's 12.w. Let's add a comma, and we are going to return a child. As for a child, is going to be a list schema like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and close it. After close, we save. After we save, here we're going to have consts. Okay, so here, instead of returning a container, we're going to return a list view. So our list view is going to take in children. They're supposed to be children. So for children, it's supposed to be list.generate. And here, our list is supposed to be addresses.length. And this is going to be our index I. And we're going to return a widget. Okay. So we need to go ahead and just probably create another one which is similar to the address, but it's going to be a little bit different because we want to use it to select the address specifically for our checkout page. Okay, so here we need to create another widget, and we're going to say select address tile, and it's a dot file. Okay, so here that's going to be not really. Let's just go ahead, copy everything that we have in our address tile, and we're going to paste it inside of this widget. Okay, so let's rectify the name over here because that's a little bit wrong. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and make the changes. So the first thing that we need to do is to go ahead and change the name from address tile to select address tile. Okay, after that, when we are selecting address, the only thing that we're going to require is the address. So we need to get rid of these three. Yeah, okay, like that. And here, our list tile comes with on tap property. So on tap, we're supposed to do some in it. So here we want to access our address notifier, and then we're going to go ahead and set the address. Our address is going to be the address that we just pushed from our page. Okay, so here we still have to to make some changes. So when it comes to, we need to first, let's see what we are getting rid of. So when we select the address, that's what we're going to do. And we're going to just context.pop so that we can just close. Okay. So here it's going to, the leading is going to be the same. And as for our text, we're not going to require any condition, right? But we are going to keep this address. Not this address, but this text. So when it comes to our column, we're going to keep this address. And let's get rid of everything else. Let's paste that, add a comma. And down at the bottom, we need a phone. So let's go ahead and do that. And as for our trailing, we're going to remove this column. So we might as well just close it and just remove it. Okay, so we're going to have, that's reusable text. So reusable text, but first let's give it a style. So f style. So over here, we're going to give it a size of 12. And when it comes to the color, we're going to use colors.primary light. And for the font weight, it's supposed to be fw.400, like that. Okay, so coming to our text, what we need to do here, we need to have a condition. So address notifier dot address is not equal to now, and address notifier dot address dot id. So if these two are met, if they're equal to, if this one is not equal to now and address notify is not equal to, no, and address.id is equal to address.id, then we're going to have our text. So our first text, let's see if it is equals to the address notifier dot address.id is equals to the address that we have in the widget, then we're going to display selected. Else we're just going to say select. So that means we can select that particular address. So here, that's what we're going to do. So let's save that. Probably that's all that we need to do. So the name of the widget is selected address tile. That's what we're going to return over here. So it's supposed to be selected address tile. Okay. And we need to push in the address. So here the address is coming from addresses dot, no, then we need to access the list and we get the item at this particular index I. Okay, so if we come over, yeah, we have nothing as yet because this widget is not hooked to our bottom sheet. Okay, so we have to look for bottom sheet, change address model, let's go ahead, add that. Okay. So if we select, nothing will happen because it's the same address, but it will just signify that it is the address that's selected. So let's say we have two different addresses. We come back to our backend, and we are going to add one more address. It can be anything. Here, what's the address that we have? Let's use Union Square, phone number, anything. User, Dr. Dre. Let's put this as office. Okay. Let's save this, and it's not a default address. Okay. So we have two addresses now. So if we go back to our application, we click this, now we have two addresses here. So the work that we're doing, all the work that we were doing, it comes down to this point. When I select here, this address should change over here. Okay. So select. Now our address has changed. If I want to select another address, the address has changed. So that's what we were working on. So we are done with our address part. Next, we are going to work on our, after this, probably like the only thing that's left is to check out like the payments. Let's just close almost everything. After closing everything, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come back to our checkout screen. In our checkout screen, we need to add a bottom navigation bar. And in our bottom navigation bar, we need to just go ahead and wrap this in a consumer. Okay. Yes, because we need to access the cut notifier. Okay. Consumer. So here we're consuming cut notifier. And down at the bottom, what we need to do, we need to have a cut notifier like that. Okay. So here, let's go ahead and have a gesture detector on tap. Then we're going to do something. So we're going to have an empty function for now. After that, we're going to have a child, and the child is going to be a container. So let's go ahead and give our container a height. We're going to give it a height of 80. After that, we're going to give it a width. Okay, so for the width, we're going to go with screen width dot screen width, and we need to go ahead and multiply this by, no, we don't need to multiply, we need all the width. Okay, so let's add decoration. For decoration, we're going to check box decoration. Instead of our box decoration, we're going to have our color. As for color, we're going to have colors dot primary light. Okay, so here we need to add a border radius. So here, okay, radius top. Let's save that. Okay, so we have our bottom navigation bar. And here we're going to return a reusable text widget. Okay, so here we're going to have our text, but first we're going to have address dot, okay, it's just address. If address is equals to now, then we are going to just display, please add an address, in address, else we are going to continue to payment. Okay, just like that. Okay, So let's go ahead and give it a style. So for style, we're going to go with our app style. The size has to be a little bit bigger, so we're going to give it a 16. After that, let's go ahead and give it a color. So for color, we're going to use K white. And as for font weight, we're going to go with W600. Okay, like that. So we need to put it in the center. We need to push our text in the center. So we need to wrap this in a center widget like that. Okay. So that's what that we need to do. If we click, then we do something. If there's no address, then okay, but that's what we need to do. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to probably go ahead and copy that's supposed to be the gesture detector. Okay. After copying the gesture detector, what we can do, we can go to addresses. We're going to add a view. No, not a view, but add a folder with the name view. And in our views, we need to create a new file. And we're going to call it addresses. Addresses screen dot dart. Okay. So here we're going to have a hook widget. We need to give it a name. This is supposed to be addresses page. We're going to import hook widget material. Okay, and here we're going to just go ahead and return a scaffold. In our scaffold, we're going to have a bar, and bottom navigation bar. Okay, yeah. Okay, so bottom navigation bar, we're just going to import everything because right at the bottom, what we need to go ahead and have a text that's going to take us to the page where we are supposed to add the address. Okay, app style radius top. Okay. Okay, so here we're supposed to navigate to a page, navigate to add address page. Okay, so let's do that. Here we need to activate this page inside of our routes. So we need to visit common utils app routes. We are looking for not add address. Do we even have the page? Oh, shipping address. That's the page that we are supposed to put all this code. So what we can do, let's see where the page is at. It's in profile. So I'm going to put it out into addresses. Okay. And what we can do over here, we can copy everything from line 12 to the bottom. We go to our shipping address, then we paste everything over here. Then let's just re-import all the imports that we need. Okay, that will do. And one more thing, let's just change this to a hook widget. Okay, so that would work. So in our app bar, we're going to have a leading. So for leading, it's supposed to be const app back button. Okay, let's give it a title. So for the title, we're going to use our reusable text, and this one is going to be app text dot Okay, addresses. Let's go ahead with our app style. So as for app style, we need to give it a size that's going to be 16. And for the colors, we're going to go with primary. For the font weight, we're going to go with bold. Okay. So we need to go back, profile, shipping address. Shipping address. Why don't we have changes? Shipping address. Shipping address. That's a little bit odd. So let's check, where are we even navigating to if we click on this page? Because that can't be real. So we go to our profile, addresses, right? That's the route that we're going to. This is the, and this is the page. This is the page that we just made changes to. But what's confusing is like, why don't we have changes in our page? Okay, the changes are here now. So probably we just needed to refresh. So we don't need this page. What we can do, we can either, oh wait, let's just go ahead and delete it. Okay. So let's go ahead and have our body right here. So our body is supposed to be a list view. In our list view, we're going to have children. So as for our children, we're going to use list.generate, and here we need the length. So addresses dot length. Ooh, it's supposed to be length. And here it's supposed to be index, and we're going to go ahead and return address tile. Okay. So let's have final address is equals to addresses. The addresses does we don't have them as yet, but we're going to go ahead and have our hook right on top so that we won't have the error. Is checkout. We're going to set it to false here. And let's close that, and let's close this as well. So here, since we're in a hook widget, final results is equals to fetch address. Okay, so we need to go ahead and import. After importing, let's add a comma. Let's close it, not adding a comma. So down at bottom, final is loading is equals to results dot is loading. Okay, close that, and at the bottom we're going to require final addresses is equals to result dot data. Okay, not data but dot address over here. Final refetch, do we have refetch? Probably is equals to results dot refetch. Okay, that'll do. And down at the bottom we're going to have our condition. If it's loading, then we're going to go ahead and return our loading our schema. Okay, so first let's go ahead and have our list schema over here first. Okay, let's close it. After close it, let's go ahead and add padding. symmetric, and here it's supposed to be horizontal, like that. Okay, so the problem is we should repeating it. Should it be? Let's see. Do we have anything related to? Nope. Nope, we don't. So if we go to widgets, we don't. Okay. So even though we don't, we can just back. But this, let's just put it in a scaffold. This should be scaffold. Okay. So if it is in a scaffold, this one has to be a body. Okay, so if it is a body, let's go ahead, add const everywhere. So the problem that we have over here, we need to add a little bit of padding. And our padding should be agencies.symmetric. Horizontally, we're going to give it 12 to W, okay? So this is what we was talking about. Now we have default. This is our default address. We can either delete it or set another address as a default. So the functionalities, we're going to apply them later, and we have the ability to go to the page where we're going to add an address. So as far as this page is concerned, we are almost done with it, but we still have a few more things that we need to take care of, especially like to set default, to delete address, those two, as well as refetching our data and just to navigate. So we're going to take care of it in our address notifier, but that's okay for now. Right now, we need to go ahead and work on our addresses, set default and delete, as well as refetching our addresses. So we need to go to our lib folder. Instead of our lib folder, we need to go to our addresses. We already have the controllers folder. So, and we already have our controller. So what we need to do over here, we need to go ahead and we're going to have a function. Before the function, we need to create a function to clear the address, this address that we have on top. That's the first. Next, we're going to create a list string. So this is going to be a string of address types when you're adding addresses. So first we got home, we get school, and then we get, oh, it's supposed to be comma, we got office, right? So let's go ahead and close that. Down at the bottom, we need to create a string address type. That's where we are going to store our address type when we choose our address type. So we're going to initialize it as an empty string. Down at the bottom, we're going to have a setter, and we're going to have a getter. Okay. Let's just have a function to clear the address type. And down at the bottom, we're going to have bool. So this is going to be the boolean that we're going to use to toggle the default address. And so initially it is going to be false. And we're going to have a getter and a setter. So first we have our setter. So we need to notify listener as soon as we change. Okay, so here default can be just D. And now we need to create a getter. Okay, so we have our getter. We're getting default toggle. We're getting we're getting our boolean from this private variable through this public variable. Okay, and now we need to create functions. And clear as well, we need to create functions. So first is to set as default, set an address as default. So it's supposed to be void set as default. So set as default is going to take in an int ID. After the ID, we're going to take in the function refetch. Okay, because whenever we set an address as default, we need to get the addresses so that we can have the change. Okay, change shown in our UI. So right at the top, we're going to have string access token. Once we have our access token, then we're going to go ahead and communicate with our REST API. So here, our access token is going to come from storage dot get string, and our string title is access token. Let's close that. It's supposed to be a nullable string over here. Let's have a try. So in our try, the first thing we need a URI. URL is equals to URI dot parse. So we need the base URL. Our base URL is going to be environment dot a base URL. And we need to access API, and then this should be default if I'm not mistaken. and we need to pass the ID. So let's just go ahead and confirm our URL. So we need to revisit our backend. Default. Okay, so that's correct. Go back to our front end. So after our try, we're going to have our request to our REST API. So final response is equals to await. We're going to await for our HTTP request. And here it's going to be a page request. So since we are going to await for our data, that means our function has to be asynchronous. And we need to import HTTP. So right on top, we're going to import. That's supposed to be HTTP. Package HTTP is HTTP. Like that. Okay, so that error is gone. So in here, we're going to have a URL that's first. And we're also going to have headers. Okay. So for headers, we can just go ahead and grab headers from one of the hooks that we have, like that. And let's replace these headers with the ones that we just copied. Done. So once we have our response, we need to go ahead and have a condition to check whether our response is supposed to be response dot status code is equals to 200. If it is 200, then we're going to go ahead and refetch the data. Okay. Else if our response status is equals to 401 to 500, not 500. Okay. Not 401, 404 or 400 over here. Then we have to data is equals to API error from JSON. So here we need to pass the response.body. Like that. Okay. And then we're going to do something with the data. Okay. Like that. Okay, else we have an error over here. Let's just debug print the error. E to string, a dot to string. Okay. So what we can do here is show error pop-up. So we need to data.message in our title. it should be error changing address. And this one, we just set it to true, okay? But we don't have context, so that means we need to push context over here. Build context. Let's remove that. Okay, so this will do. Set as default 200. Let's just have a look at our backend and see our function, our view 400, 404. Okay, cool. That'll do. And to delete, it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same. So what we're going to do, we're going to just close this, and then we're going to copy. After copying, we need to make a few changes, right? We're going to say delete address. Okay, so it's going to take an int. Okay, it's going to take in the same arguments. This is going to remain the same, but the endpoint has to change. So we need to check our endpoint, visit our URLs. It's supposed to be delete. So let's go back to our application. In our application, we need to change this to delete. Change our request to delete as well. So this is okay, but we need to check our response. If we have 400, 200, and 404. Okay. So 400, 404, 200. So we only refetch when it's 200. If it is not, then we're just going to show the message. Okay. So those are two functions. So if we go back to our page, which is shipping address, so they're supposed to be here. Okay. Set default on delete. So first on delete, we're going to have a function, right? So our function, we need to go ahead and access context.read. We need to access our provider, and our provider is the address notifier. And from the address notifier, we're going to call delete address. We need the ID of this address that we have here. So it's supposed to be address.id. Refetch is already there, context is already there. So we can close that one. Let's have the next one, which is set default. So to set default, we're just going to copy the same function, and we need to change this to set default. It's going to take the same parameters. Okay, so now we do have, I think we do have we do have to check. We do have to check our address. This one is not a default address. This one is a default address. So we should be able to show which one is the default address. Okay. So what we're going to do over here is to go back to our address tile. Let's go back. Something is off. This goes to now. This default is equals to true, then let's just change. That can be. Okay, so we have, okay. So we need to clear. We need to clear our, not really, address notifiers equals to now. Then we're going to show this. Anyways, let's go to our checkout. Okay, we need to clear this address. We need to clear selected. We need to clear when we are going back. So we need to open our checkout. In our checkout, let's visit the checkout screen. So here, clear address. We didn't clear, okay? So context.read. Address notifier dot clear address. Okay, so okay, so the problem was we didn't clear the default address. So the address that was being read is the address from our notifier. As long as we have an address in our address notifier, we're going to have a problem over here. Okay, because our address widget has some conditions which are related to the address notifier, the address inside the address notifier. But anywho, this is our working address tiles. So if we click, then we do have an error over here. Okay, so we need to figure out what's going on. That's set as default. So let's go ahead, close this down here. Set as default. The best way is to check 404. Okay, so our problem is here with this. The problem is with the query params. Okay, so back to our Flutter application. So here it's supposed to be ID is equals to the ID that we're getting from our arguments. Same as when we delete, it's going to be the same. Okay. So let's go ahead and just try to. It can be. Oh. Address. The endpoint itself, it's wrong. Okay. Okay. Now we can just change. Okay, so let's say we say this one is our default union square, right? So if we go back, then our address should change over here. Okay, so that means we are done with that part and everything is working properly. Now let's take a closer look again. So here, Union Square, California Union Square. We go back to our addresses, set our California Los Angeles address as default. We go back to home, so our address changed, so everything is working fine. So now we need to go ahead and just test the delete. So we're going to delete. Let's go ahead and delete this one that we have at the bottom. Okay. Okay, probably ran into an error or some. So what we're going to do, go to our backend. Let's see, 500. Let's check what could be the error. Okay, so successfully solved the problem, but let me run you through it. So we need to add exceptions, like down at the bottom. So if you don't have this one, we're going to just run into an error. And over here, the indent, we need to indent the address.delete so that it can be, let's say, it can be aligned with this if statement. Those are the two changes that are made. Indent address items dot delete and the return. After that, we need to add an exception. Okay, so now we can successfully delete an address. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to go ahead and add another one so that we can have multiple address to delete from. We can set it as any Dr. Dre school. Save. Then we go back to our application. So go back, address. Okay, school. This is the address that we just put. So we can either set it as default, set the other one as default. We can delete the address as well. So here we have a 200. Our address is gone. So that worked out fine. Okay. Address tile. Let's go to address tile. Okay. So over here, I want to have a condition. Address dot is default. Then we're going to just display sizebox dot shrink. That's a title. Okay, that ain't supposed to be on the title. Address supposed to be trailing. Okay, trailing. We have our gesture detector. It should be here, if I'm not mistaken. Not that one as well. Oh, address. Dot is default. Okay, so if it is default, only have one address, we need to remove the delete button. Okay. And the other thing, we need to go ahead and have a condition as well. Address dot is default. So if the address is default, we're just going to run an empty function. We're not going to do anything unless we have another address. So that's all for our addresses. The next thing is to go ahead and work on our add address. Okay. So just to wrap up, the changes that we made in our backend is to add exceptions. Okay. After that, we just indented our address item dot delete so that it can be in the same line as our first if statement. And one other thing that you need to take note, whenever we are returning a response, make sure that you have a status with it. Okay, you have a status with it.